Painkiller Ready, episode 527. Our guest, Danny Mullen, joining about halfway through. Taylor?
Very excited to have Danny Mullen again. Been too long. This episode is brought to you by Goat and Squarespace. Two familiar names. We'll learn more about them later. So how's everyone doing? Very slow news week.
Yeah, I know. The last 3 weeks have been like... What?
I know, hockey season starting.
Insurrection, then impeachment, and then... there's
inauguration.
Yeah, but that wasn't what I was looking for. Anyway, since then, really nothing's happened.
Yeah, it's been pretty lame since then. Days ago.
He had that big stack. Biden had that big stack of executive orders he was signing. He rejoined the Paris Climate Accord.
Yes.
He.
How many did he fire out today?
It looked like, I'm estimating just by like what it looked like on his desk, because he did that thing that Trump does where he has, maybe all presidents do it, and I'm just, but he had that huge stack of the blue executive order folders on his desk. And I saw this meme, or maybe it was just a troll on Facebook. Some guy was just like, Biden accidentally nixes 13 states in quick executive order spree. And someone was like, so we've got to stop him. He's going to destroy the whole country. And it's like, come on, Karen, do you really think he has the power to nix 13 states, much less come on. But
signing pen to paper, like just government buildings in like Maine crumbling.
They turned to dust like Endgame.
We're not a state anymore.
And he revoked the permit for that pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline. I think
I was so passionate about that.
I don't know if I agree with that one. Like, and I wish someone would lay out to me why. Right. So here's my general thought: pipelines are good at what they do. Maybe that's the best phrasing. They're good at what they do. And you can't just be against something. You have to be for something better, right? So let's lay that out there and put it as a rule. If you don't like pipelines, then apparently what you like are tractor trailers just driving down the road carrying small amounts of oil at one time inefficiently, right? Like, pipelines do the job so much better than trucks do that you want to move as much as you can via pipeline. And what they're going to do, it opens up an opportunity to put oil refineries like in the Midwest or something like that. The raw oil comes from the Canada sands, and then they ship that down to the oil refineries. This is like 80% right, and then they can refine it there, and I guess have an oil distribution.
Dakotas, right?
The Dakotas, yeah. Is that not the Midwest? I don't know.
So I think the deal is, and
it's
again,
through the Dakotas, it's south.
I'm like 85% right too, but yeah, it's pumping from Canada through the Dakotas, but heading toward Texas, because we haven't built a new refinery in like 3 decades or something like that for reasons. And the real issue that I kept seeing being brought up is that it was going through those tribal lands. So you had all those Native Americans out there all stinking and filthy as they are.
But what if they dig that part on
protesting?
They won't even notice. Modern problems you just modern solutions.
Just do it Looney Tunes style. You just burrow under them.
Literally, why not? Like, can you do that?
Literally don't know. This is like when the trash turns into stars. Like, I don't think that's right, but I don't know enough to say you're wrong.
Exactly. Like, what if I got up there and was like, hey, everybody, what if we just had to go under the land? And they're like, that's actually pretty fine with us. Can you pay for that? And they're like, all right. This retard from the Midwest got us moving.
I have two objections that I would understand, right? One is, not that are good, just that I understand. One is they're just against all fucking fossil fuels, right? Like, that could be one of the reasons he canceled the pipeline. Maybe. I don't know. And they want to move to solar and wind and geothermal and fucking tides and whatever could be other. All right. Another possible, I know I said 2, I have 3, is that it's a pro-coal move. Right? Biden got in somewhat on the support of Pennsylvania. He wouldn't have carried Pennsylvania if they didn't believe that he would be a little pro-coal, even though he said he wasn't. He was a little ambiguous on that. He said some bunch of yeses, bunch of nos. So coal is expensive. Coal is not a good way to make energy anymore. It's dirty and it's expensive, and it doesn't have many upsides. So if we have more oil sources, we have less coal use. It might be a nod to Pennsylvania, maybe. And then the third one is one of the main beneficiaries and drivers behind it is the is it the Koch brothers, the Koch brothers?
Koch brothers, I believe.
And it's the Koch brother now.
Okay, I learned too much by reading, so I mispronounce a lot. But they're apparently like totally all about this pipeline. They want it so bad. So this could just be a political payback, like kind of, which feels dirty to me. But that's another reason that I would understand, not approve of, but understand.
It's definitely environmental.
Okay.
Could it be that like this was part of like rejoining the Paris climate thing, where it's like you can't make any more pipelines, and so he had to shut it down?
No, the thing about the Paris climate thing is that we give $100 billion or something a year to fund those third world countries into cleaning their act up.
Well, how does that help us?
Yeah,
breathe the
how's
same
that give
air?
me
I don't
well
know.
water and cool
it doesn't at all.
that money should go to give all of us solar panels.
I'm stuck here. I want to fact check that, but I know they all hate it. But is that true? You're sure that $100 billion we just give to small countries for air?
Yeah, about 90% sure about that one. I mean, it does some other things too, but I'm pretty sure like the main thing a lot of people don't like is that it's like $100 billion. I mean, it could be every 2.5 years or every 3 years, but or I think it's $100 billion a year, and that goes into that thing. And the idea is like getting those third world countries up to speed with the Clean Climate Act bullshit.
I thought it was just targets that we had to meet in terms of environmental cleanness. That's all I
too.
thought
I
it
think.
was.
I think it puts us at a competitive disadvantage to those who will either not sign on or will say that they're signing on, but absolutely won't, like China.
I think that's us too, though.
I don't know.
In
We've got
theory.
like the environmental. We got the EPA who will come in, especially under like a Democratic president, and really put the hammer on anybody who doesn't. What do you think?
Anybody who doesn't want.
We'll see. I don't know.
Who doesn't? It
depends if you
meet the
subscribe
standards.
to the Democrats are going to really enforce this, or they're all the same pro-business party theory, right? I could see either one playing out. So, no, you think they're?
I can't see a federal federal regulation or law enforcement body not enforcing federal regulation or law.
They
Like
always
just
do
being like,
that. I feel like that's totally normal.
well, you're pumping a lot of CO2 out. It's 8 and it's supposed to be 2, but you get out of here, you crazy kids. Like, they're not going to do that. They're going to be like, you're shut down until further notice. There will be a review board process in 6 to 8 months. You can file for a petition on the 4th. No, there's not going to be any of that. It's a bureaucracy. They're going to be like, you don't meet the standards, you're closed down.
It'll probably be they just fee you to death.
Could be. Yeah.
They'll shut you down.
And
So
who
we
can pay all
close-
those fees? Target, Amazon, Walmart.
So they closed the pipeline. I'm still forming an opinion on if that's good or bad. He joined the climate accord. The same thing. I just feel like I'm lacking information on this. It's all complicated, and it's hard to get data on so many things unbiased, right? Everyone is teaching you about it from an angle, and it's hard to know what to believe. But
If we're so important to this climate accord, at the very least, they should meet us halfway. It should be like the Chicago, climate treaty, not the Paris one. They can all come over here. They've been begging us to get back in. That should be part of it. That can be Biden's first negotiation. I'll rejoin, but it's going to be the Delaware or wherever he's from, right? The fucking
so
Delaware.
the city it was signed in is of utmost importance.
Yeah.
Aha.
I've never been to Delaware. I don't know what happens up there. I don't know what kind of people come from there.
I think I drove through.
Nice place?
I hated it. We were lost.
Is that the only way you get to Delaware? You're lost trying to find a different state.
We didn't intentionally go to Delaware the way I remember.
I've been there a bunch of times.
In the Northeast, who is the state that everybody bullies? Is it Delaware? Is it Rhode Island? Is it people from Jersey?
Probably is people from Jersey. I feel like
as someone
Jersey.
as someone from the Midwest, I assumed it was Jersey. I don't hang out with those fuckers up there. I don't know.
Like, we're kind of the nation's armpit. That's Jersey. We smell. We're located around there. Welcome to Jersey.
Yeah. Like, talk to someone from like North Jersey's talks like they're from New York. Like, oh, from New York, and they're like, oh, basically
North Jersey. The whole use thing. Like, if I wanted to refer to multiple people and I say use are doing this, that's like fingernails on a chalkboard for me. There are a lot of local pronunciations and stuff that I can deal with. Y'all doesn't tear me to pieces, but use, goodness, no one else says that.
Yeah, I hate that too.
Yeah.
People in Pittsburgh say yins. They're just trying to be different.
They do?
They say yins guys or yins.
I've never heard
Y-I-N-Z. Because if you do one of those, like, what is it, like a phonetic map where it shows how you reference things or, identify things by where you live in the country, it'll be like, what do you say to a group of people? And it's like, y'all, you, guys in the middle, like, yeah, you guys. And then it's just like just around Pittsburgh, it says yins. And it's like, that should have been corrected out of them the second they left Pittsburgh.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those celiac saints.
The internet should have fixed it. I had hopes that the internet would cause everyone to learn English. I was like, we're not going to have all these languages across the internet. Nope. At last, we'll have a unifying language across the world, and it will be English because we invented the internet. It'll be American. That's what it will be. And that's not what happened.
Think of how much better it would be if everything was in English. Like now it's gotten to the point that when I'm scrolling Netflix, like I love watching campy, terrible horror movies. And it turns out that like every like horrible horror movie that you scroll past, it'll like have a really intriguing description. And it's like, man, that's a cover I've never seen before. This must be new. You click on it and it's like Jose Alvarez, Rodrigo, Mexican name. Like
they're Chinese for me a lot.
Yeah, or it's Chinese, or it's Korean, or it's like a Vietnamese zombie movie.
Those are all three Chinese.
They're all languages that sound similar to me and that I can't understand. And all I want on Netflix is just a little option for language where it's like, just say English only. And, you can pick all languages. You can go just Spanish, just fucking Korean. Just let me go to English. I don't want to get my hopes up on a really cool sounding movie that's about Koreans on a train escaping zombies. And then get 2 seconds.
Millions of us have had that same idea. I need if this isn't English, don't get my hopes up button. I just want that.
And then like sometimes you can tell they're foreign because it'll be like an Indian guy like dancing and it'll like dancing away from a murder and it's called like The Danger Times or like something that didn't translate right. So yeah, but Hulu needs to do that. They all need to do that. It's fucking baffling that they're making all this money and they haven't added one little toggle switch for language.
You know what I can watch that I was surprised works so well? Sometimes, I guess it's called dubbing, right? I watch, what was that heist one? I think Kyle liked it for a season or two as well. It's like like Ocean's 11 where they pull these really intricate heists and they have alternative plans for everything that goes wrong. It was that. I think it was originally in Italian or Spanish, but they redubbed it in English. And I hardly noticed the lips and the words don't match up perfectly. It works out great.
That bothers
dubbing. Me. I can't not look at their lips while it's not matching up. And I hate when like, let's say Koreans have a phrase that means, hey, good luck to you. I wish you the best and I'll see you in the future. But it takes and then it's just like you hear a long drawn out thing where they basically have to like pause on his face and it's awful. I don't like it. It's so distracting. Okay. I can subtitles those because I put the subtitles on there and I force myself to focus on the subtitles instead of their mouths so I can do it. But then I'm focusing on the subtitles so much that I'm not getting everything on the screen.
I'm on the other team. Yeah, no. And half the time I watch a show, I'm like alt-tabbing to something else and maybe reading while the show's going on in the background. And I do it with subtitles, and I'm like, actually, I'm not getting any of this. The show's just passing me by. You can't multitask with subtitles.
You know what's funny with those? Like, there are some movies where it's in English, but it's like, what is it called? Like Cockney accent or whatever that accent Brad Pitt had in Snatch. That you can't even fucking understand what he's saying. He was talking about tax and you don't even fucking know it. Oh, you come up to me and fight me and right in the park. Like,
yeah, the gypsy thing.
Like, that's one of those movies when I watch Snatch and he starts talking, I'm like, I know that's English, but I have to watch to know what he's saying because are you like that? Because for some reason, that is the way he talks in Snatch just...
My wife and I have a daily disagreement over something similar to this. So almost every morning I don't go downstairs, we have breakfast. I sit at the island and she cooks or whatever, but she's always moving around. So she'll be in the dining room, which is an adjacent room, facing the other direction, talking to me. And it's like, if I can't see your lips, maybe just wait to say it. You know, that's not working for me at all. And she's like, your hearing is going, which is possible. My father's hearing went around my age. As a matter of fact, when I first married Jackie, so maybe we're a little older. He was a little older than I am now. And she called him Dad. You get married, you call you either go first names or mom and dad. But we just called him Tad for like years and years. We would call him Tad.
Tad.
He didn't know. I talked to him last night for a while, and he kept pronouncing covert or something like that. And I corrected him, and he just didn't seem to hear me correct him twice. And I'm like, all right, it's gonna be covert. It's the covert.
maybe that's some sort of a. Maybe he means covert. Maybe that's like.
It's a code that I slipped on.
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't believe in COVID and he thinks it's some sort of government program, some sort of covert government program.
No,
I think you said that they've like quarantined and stuff because I mean they're older.
Yeah. So I was talking to him.
Good.
I think I want to dox him, but he had just turned 23 not too long ago. I won't give away his actual birthday. And did I say 23? 73.
Yeah.
More accurate. Yeah.
Wow. He looks terrible.
Yeah.
23.
I went to visit him in the DeLorean.
Very heavy drinker.
So
you drink yourself into wrinkles.
Anyway, he turned 73, and so they're being careful about it. They're actually so careful. They're sort of waiting for someone else to go first on the vaccine. They're eligible. They could get in line towards the front. But he's like, some guys are having reactions here and there. And my mother, apparently when she gets flu vaccines, she's one of those people that kind of gets heavy flu symptoms. So there's a vaccine coming out not too long from now where you get 1 dose instead of 2. And they're maybe waiting for that. We'll see. But anyway, yeah, they're sort of COVID aware, and they're trying to make smart decisions.
They're just letting other people storm the beach just in case.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you're going to do, right, Taylor? You've kind of said that you're a little worried about this vaccine.
I mean, I don't ever get a flu shot either. So like if I need to get it, I will. No, I never get a flu shot. Why would I?
No. I'm not reacting. You're just like, if I need to get it, I will. But
like if you need,
you don't think you need to get it?
Well, I was saying like if you need to like leave the country or something, but otherwise, I'm almost positive I already had it after I got back from Colorado and felt shitty for a few days. So I'm just really not. I mean, I'm abiding by all the rules and everything, but personally, because I'm young and not, super unhealthy, I'm not too worried.
So you're not going to get the COVID vaccine?
Probably not. I mean, I guess at some point maybe.
I want it.
If you're with me on that, Kyle.
Of course, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, no, I feel like there are things. You know what? People aren't going to understand my pet. Last year, I didn't go to any paramotor events, right? None, and it was because a 200-person, 300-person fly-in where you like socialize. It's a bad idea in a pandemic, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I didn't go to any, and now I'm kind of jonesing for one. I would really like to go, and I don't know. I enjoy them. It's a thing that I do, and
is that going to be allowed though? Because I was like even after you get vaccinated, they're saying like you can still spread it potentially. So would you be able to just go out and rejoin the world?
Well, I didn't know that.
That's the thing is like if that's what it is, and it's like you get this, and then it's like, all right, fucking go to the bar, fucking go to the restaurant, go to the shooting range, go do whatever. Then yeah, I'm down. I'm totally down. But
it was my impression that now I'm like 98% immune, which is enough immunity by my standards, right? Because I'm probably not going to die, right? I'm not 73 years old, diabetic, fat, asthmatic, right? Like I'm probably going to be okay if I get it. Really, I just want to be responsible for the other people around me. We watch this baby. I've got my wife and my kids, and I don't want to be the guy that brought it to them. I don't want to come home from a fly-in and then everyone gets sick and we all know damn well what happened. That's the scenario I'm trying to avoid. So, yeah, like I think Kyle and I have the same mindset in that like we want these vaccines so that we can resume normal life and not be a hazard to the world.
I hope that over the next year, everyone who wants the vaccine gets the vaccine for free. And then the virus mutates and becomes 90% deadly. And everyone who is anti-vax literally dies. It would be one of the biggest advancements in human intelligence. I don't know, since we invented fire. And there was this one group of cavemen who couldn't fucking work it out and thought it was black magic. And look, my grandfather ate raw bison, and I'll eat raw bison. You get that mumbo jumbo away from me. It burned Tom. Have you seen Tom's hand? It's all burnt up.
You know there was the Thomas Edison in that time who was like just burning people indiscriminately. Like, you really want to harness the power of the flame? Whoa! Just because Tesla figured out the Tesla caveman. But yeah, you're right. That might actually help.
Every so often I hear the Democratic Party's wiped out and will never come back. That would wipe out the Republican Party and they would never come back.
Good.
That's where the anti-vaxxers are.
I don't care who gets wiped out. Stupid people. I don't care what political affiliation that they correspond to. Stupid.
Isn't LA a hotbed for that shit? For anti-vax people who don't want to vax like measles.
Oh, it might be, but it's become practically a plank in the Republican platform over the last year. That might be temporary, right?
About what?
Basically,
Anti-vax.
COVID is a scam. The vaccination is a method of mind control, chip implantments, and all that bullshit is.
I don't think anybody reasonable or in the mainstream thinks that there's.
That's alt right and alt left. That's like far right and far left that has this. On the left,
I might get overexposed to that part of the right.
Yeah, you go on Facebook.
I think you are, because I've never heard anyone talk about that. The only thing I've heard is people being like, especially like girls my age who are about to have kids and haven't had kids yet. They're like, yeah, I'm a little worried about the fertility aspect. That's what I've heard.
Oh, there could be another bonus.
But COVID, erectile dysfunction. It's one of the symptoms.
Damned if you do, damned if you
I take so much Cialis, like my dick could have been broken for years now, and I would have no fucking idea.
It's like one of those Star Wars scenes where they both like shoot their powers at each other, and then one overdoes the other.
Yeah. I take 10 milligrams of Cialis daily. Like I'm not gonna know.
That is a lot. Are you sure of that dosage?
I'm 100% sure of that dosage.
he's so sure.
I have. Like the pack is next to me. I just took 10 milligrams before we got started here. I'm hard as a rock right now.
Oh, pictures or it didn't happen. Wow, that is a lot. It's like 2 pills on a daily basis, and it's a 36-hour thing, right?
Well, it's 1 pill.
It would be 2 Blue Chews, I think.
No, Blue Chew comes in 2 doses. You can get the
6 milligrams,
6 and 9 milligrams, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought it was 5.
But I'm sponsored by a different company that gives me 10 milligram mouth melty things, and I still have a couple packs of those. So
does it taste
I've been
good?
taking those. Not really. None of it tastes good.
Yeah.
I mean, the Blue Chew tastes like a sweet tart. If you like sweet tarts,
like a baby aspirin was what I always had in my head. Yeah, pretty.
Really.
Sweet tarts suck. Those are what's on those tier lists? What is the lowest? F, G.
You put them at F and G? No, they are not there with good plenties. And
okay, fine.
Can we do candy tier list?
Yes, we can do that. We have 3.5 hours. Yes, we can do this, and we're going to come up with our list, and then we're going to pull Danny on all of them, and it's going to take a long time. So anyway, S tier candies.
Snickers.
Reese's cups.
Reese's miniature cups, more chocolate. The chocolate to peanut butter ratio is perfect in the mini cup.
Close yet so far, my friend. No, you want the ones that only come out. You want the malformed Christmas trees that become eggs in Easter. You want those, the ones with lots of good peanut butter and enough chocolate. You want the holiday ones.
That's too much peanut butter.
It's not. It's just not.
You want more?
Taylor employing the "nah" argument.
The miniatures are the way to go because you get more chocolate.
On you, the onus
peanut butter
is on you to prove that is too much peanut.
You can like bite the bottoms of them off, and you get that mouthful of peanut butter. And then once you get that chewed up, you pop in like the ring that's left over. That's all chocolate. They're great.
That is great. And I'm not coming down on your pick. That also deserves to be S tier. I'm just saying you limiting it to minis, very short-sighted.
I think it's far-sighted and it's well researched. All right, they are the best candies.
Okay, now being farsighted is a hilarious counter argument.
I'm farsighted. I can't see the forest for the trees.
You're fucking blind. Don't talk to me about being short-sighted on candy.
I'm not farsighted. I'm nearsighted.
You'd have back in those Mongo days, you'd have a fucking cane out there. Somebody would be guiding you around.
You know what's funny? I was showering the other day, and I haven't showered in glasses for so long that like I stepped in and I was like, oh fuck, I forgot. You have to take your glasses off. And first of all, I remember like how much I hate showering blind. It's just annoying. And I was like, where do I put them in the shower? And like I have these little hooks, obviously, where the shower curtain goes. And so I took them off and folded them up and like stuck one around the hook, and then I got out, forgot I put my glasses in there, slammed the curtain shut, and then like had to blindly like feel through until I found it. And then I couldn't get it off the fucking hook, and I couldn't see which way it bent. I was alone, but it was still. Do
you have a backup pair of glasses?
No.
If those go down, are you handicapped?
If these go down, I have to like get a friend or my girlfriend to drive me to Costco to see my doctor for my eyes.
Look, hypothetically, you open the refrigerator. There's 2 cans that look similar. Like, can you differentiate between
SpaghettiOs and beef ravioli? Right?
Do you have any idea?
Wait, SpaghettiOs and beef ravioli?
Yeah, they're both Chef Boyardee products.
Yeah. I would have no idea because it would have the same color. But like if I opened, like it would just look like kind of a red blur with a label. But like if I opened the fridge and I saw
orange juice and milk, that's no trouble.
And like a black cherry can, like I would know like that's the color of cream.
Your girlfriend and a very similar looking girl, like her sister. I don't know that she has a sister, but like
how far away is she?
By the way, he only has an ex-girlfriend, just to correct you.
Yes, your ex-girlfriend and her sister you're picking them up from the airport. They're both standing there. Do you have any idea which is which? If they're 50 feet away.
Oh, 50 feet away. We'll say same height, same build, same hair color, and I have no glasses. I don't even know that one of them is my girlfriend. It's not only like
it might be 2 look alike.
It would just be no. It's like I wouldn't pick her out from 50 feet at the airport. Like I wouldn't be like, oh, it's one of those 2. I'd be like,
fuck,
it could be any.
How did I get here?
This was reckless. Like,
call it baby pop smoke.
I got good eye over here, and so like now when I wake up in the morning, if I like have to check an email or something, I have to close my left eye and squint with my right eye. And kind of go like that and read down it.
You get close, huh? I do the old guy thing where I kind of.
Yeah, my phone has that thing where it'll read.
The aging eyesight, not the inherent one.
You know, if you click next to the volume button on an Android, there's a like read everything that's on the page to you option.
I hate that.
Because sometimes I wake up and I'm like bleary eyed and I don't want to look at a phone, and I'm just like click that and I'm just like scroll through everything and it just tells me what I need to know.
Yeah, well, I cannot do that.
Another S tier candy, and neither one of you are going to even come close to agreeing. Chocolate covered raisins.
Oh, no, I'm with you. Yeah, no, you won't find any fight here.
I fucking love chocolate covered raisins.
Loser podcast am I a member of? We're chocolate covered raisins up there. You guys are lame as shit.
At the tippity top. And you know what? One level below them is the yogurt covered raisin, the white yogurt covered raisin. So
it's like
fucking good.
Tangy chocolate covered raisin.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. Kyle's on target with this. And Taylor, I thought you knew more about candy. I would have looked at you as a man who knew his candy, and I'm not feeling it.
With like
your mom made you brush your teeth 3 or 4 times a day, I bet.
Yeah, I brushed my teeth all the time. Didn't fix my bite though.
See?
Yeah, so you're insane. You at least have to move it down a tier. It does not deserve to be there with Reese's. And I'll say Twix. I'll put that in the top 2. I like Twix a lot.
Twix are very fucking good, but I'm going a little outside. I'm trying to stay away from like the core candy bars because Twix, Snickers, and Reese's just kind of own everything as far as that goes. Although I'm a big Almond Joy fan too. Milky Way's garbage.
Oh, we've had this argument before. I forgot.
If Milky Ways were just, if I had one of those deals where you win a lifetime supply of Milky Way, there's just going to be endless crates of them at your house, I would sell that membership for whatever I could get for it because I would have no fucking interest.
Get a jar of salted peanuts and then just kind of push some into the top, and now it's a Snickers.
I'm not creating my own candy bar at home. First of all, they're just
have infinite free candy for life, and you can't spring for what 50 candy bars worth
Planters.
And you just push those in, and that.
You push them in. Fuck you. I'm not doing that. Milky Way are mush. Milky Way are fucking mush. They hurt my teeth. They're so mushy. I need some substance in my candy bar, which is why my third selection is the chocolate covered pretzel. Salty, sweet, chocolatey, and a crunch.
That doesn't.
Salt and chocolate are underrated. Kyle's got some solid. Oh, you know what's good? Almond M&Ms.
The peanut M&M only. I won't even touch a regular M&M.
Your almond M&M is the best.
You know, it's actually pretty good. Those M&Ms. It's not a peanut M&M. It's got like the Reese's peanut butter inside the M&M.
Yeah, Reese's Pieces.
No. Because Reese's Pieces, it's a ridiculous ratio and they suck. These are big M&Ms with like it's like the size of a peanut butter or a peanut M&M.
Just get a jar of peanut butter and get it fuck over with. This is way too much peanut butter.
I eat peanut butter out of the jar
Good
like
God.
it is ice cream sometimes.
That sounds really good, actually.
It's so good.
Everybody likes peanut butter.
But you know it's so bad. While you're eating peanut butter. And then you like have a nice spoonful of peanut butter and you're like, oh, that can't be right. Like looking at the label.
Whenever
like
whenever anybody brings up Reese's Pieces, I can't help but remember the time. I was just talking about it the other night with some guys, like when Harley was at my house and we were filming that video and we left White Boy unattended on the back porch, and those whores that we had picked up at the bar were like feeding him a vodka, like a baby with a bottle, and like poisoning him essentially. And I came outside and I was like, "What are you doing to the little guy? Like he can't handle that. He doesn't drink." And White Boy had also eaten like a family-sized bag of Reese's Pieces. So like 20 minutes later, he's doing that thing where you can't even sit up and bend over to vomit. You're just kind of like laid back, just vomiting on yourself.
Oh no.
And it's this thick Reese's Pieces slurry that he's vomiting. And of course, it's going all over my outside couch. Like, and Kitty's
peanut butter, it's gonna reek.
And Kitty's violently allergic to peanut butter. She's not one of those people who gets itchy. But she gives into anaphylactic shock and she has to hit herself with an EpiPen.
Alex is a bioweapon to her.
A fucking bioweapon. He's that alien from the Alien movies, just spitting acidic blood. Like it literally burns Kitty's skin off. Like I've seen it happen with peanut dust. Peanut dust got on her hand one time and the skin peeled off.
Oh my
Goodness
God.
gracious.
It's absurd.
Peanut dust.
I don't remember. I think maybe at the grocery store where they've got those big fucking like
some guy
lids you lift up. And just like that, your skin's gone.
It's a terrible self-defense technique. Only works 1 in 130 times.
Yeah. What about sour candies? We've been on the chocolate thing.
I'm not a sour man when it comes to candy. I really don't like Sour Patch Kids. Never been for that. Yeah, any sour candies, I'm not really down.
It's not sour, but maybe it is. Vinegar Cape Cod potato chips are top notch.
The salt and vinegar chips.
And vinegar, yep.
Are we moving on to general snackery now?
Right. I wasn't sure if I broke the rules on that.
I'll allow it. All
it.
Right. As Snackmeister in charge. Yeah, the salt and vinegar potato chip is a top tier potato chip.
Cape Cod in particular, I think.
I like the crunch. Like you earned that snack. The roof of your mouth hurts after.
You can every so often I'll go on a long car drive and I see that like family bag of Cape Cod, and it's like, well, I'm gonna be in the truck for the next 9 hours, so I'm not looking for 6 chips.
Got a carbo load. It's a long drive.
Yeah. Look, family of one.
There's no diet justification.
It's like an army of one, a family of one.
That's how I got into trouble. But yeah, but dude, you get like 2 inches into that bag, and it's like you need 3 days to heal from that burn.
Yeah, and there's not nearly as much as you want in those family-sized bags.
Wait, I was saying the opposite. There's too much. You can't eat it.
I'm always asking, what is it? A family of what? Robins?
My man over here's got like Billy Goat mouth flesh where he can have all the Cape Cod potato chips he wants and not suffer the effects.
It's like, oh, Taylor, you've been eating poison oak for half an hour. Oh, well, my goodness.
As a kid, I really liked Warheads. Those super sour little. I think they're gum. Like almost.
No. So what it is, they were okay, but they were only good because after the first minute and a half, it would become sweet. So you would fight through the absurdly powerful sour. And I remember thinking my dad was like a psychopath because those were huge when I was like in middle school, and I had a big bag of Warheads. And because everybody was eating them and it was fun at school, it was like, how many can you put in your mouth? 10? And like kids, like one kid burned the inside of his mouth pretty bad.
Because it's acid.
Yeah. And my dad, I remember like watching him eat them, and he would like put in like a yellow one. And then like when it got rid of the sour part, he like spit it out. And then would eat another one. He would only eat the sour time. And once it became sweet, he would spit it out. And I was just like, that's so, you're not getting the reward. It's like eating your vegetables so you can get your steak.
I love those as a kid. Like for me, it was elementary school. and they were very popular. Everybody wanted warheads. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it was elementary school. I say middle school, a bunch of 13-year-olds eating candy.
That's a crazy idea. 13-year-olds eat candy.
Oh, I know. I was saying like in school though, to bring, because obviously like my memory was like running around on the playground, and I was like, well, clearly that wasn't me at 13. We didn't have a playground at 13.
Oh,
what are the
cool
worst
Taylor
candies?
was.
All right, so we talked about those peanuts. What are they called? The circus peanuts.
Circus peanuts, terrible. Good and Plenty's awful. Nerd rope. Part of this is because of the disappointment, because I remember on Nickelodeon seeing a commercial for Nerd Rope and being like, this just changed the game. And then I got one at a gas station with like my grandma, and it wasn't even a letdown. It was actively bad. It was a bad tasting thing. So I think they got
How do you feel about Werther's Originals? That chewy caramel.
Oh, those are good.
Chew thing. My grandmother always had a bowl of those at her house, and I just remember as a kid ending up with lockjaw because I didn't have the you can't sympathize with this, I'm sure, but I didn't have the jaw power to chew up a Werther's Original at 5 years old. 5-year-old me would just get, oh God, what do I do? Like, I need a glass of hot water.
I was clearing out entire old folks' homes, wolfing them down. But you're right; those are good. Wait, you're talking about the soft chewables, right?
The soft, chewy caramels.
Soft chewables are good. The hard ones, the hard Werthers, are not good.
Not a big fan of that.
Those are only good if it's the only thing available and you're a bored child.
Yeah, agreed. I also like. This is going back the opposite way to candies. I do like the Big League Chew, the shredded bubble gum. Remember that stuff?
If they could unlock how to make that flavor like genuinely last 5 minutes, and that's not
grape or original.
Whatever was in the store.
Grape was the superior flavor.
I've got a couple terrible candies. One, Sugar Baby. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah.
Impossible to chew.
Some guy thought that he could fool the candy system by going, what if we go only sugar? No, there's got to be stuff else in there.
Here's another one. Next two are hugely overrated. Wax teeth. Oh my God. People would look forward to these wax teeth like they were. You put them on, you run around, you look like a vampire for a brief amount of time, and then it turns into like gum or something.
It's wax.
It's terrible. It's not. It's barely candy. If it's not candy, that stuff would never survive if it wasn't shaped like teeth.
Did you say that this wax turned into candy? And
it is gum. It's basically wax with sugar in it.
Oh,
with like liquid water. It's like sugar water. Injected into a wax form.
Dude, that candy would never survive if it wasn't teeth shaped. No one would.
Agreed.
No one would.
Oh, they make the little beer bottles of it though. Have you seen those? It's like these little. They might be called Coke bottles or something like that. You bite the
top off, and it's got a little liquid in there, and it's like it's another candy where the idea is so much more fun than the execution.
Practice. Yeah.
I have another candy that's wildly overrated. Double Bubble. Again, if that wasn't packaged with like cards or came in some like good distribution outlet, like the machine you put the quarter in, baseball cards, no one would eat Double Bubble if it had to compete with like the.
You're talking about you pull the two ends like a Tootsie Roll, and you've got a little pink.
You have a little bit of sidewalk chalk.
So that was huge when we played baseball. We would literally have a bucket of it. Like it would come in these like tubs that you like take the top off of, and that tub of Double Bubble would be sitting on the bench at the baseball games.
If that tub was filled with Bubblicious, it wouldn't last long at all. I bet they brought that same tub game to game to game.
By the end of the season, you're just chipping your teeth.
We loved it, but if someone ever broke out the Big League Chew, that was the winner for sure.
Taylor once said that Girl Scout cookies were just not as good, and if they had to compete on the open market with Oreos and Chips Ahoy, that no one would ever buy Girl Scout cookies. They only do it because of opportunity, like they push it at you and they make you feel like
sex appeal,
a good thing. Sure, for buying them. That's how I feel about Double Bubble. It would never work if
it's like one of those bikini car washes. You'd never let a bunch of fucking women wash your car if they weren't in bikinis.
Exactly.
I barely trust like a car washing professional, right? They'll scratch it all up. You got to like rinse the sponge. You're just rubbing grit on the car if you don't do this properly. But you see like 5 college ladies, in bikinis. You're like, yeah, go get it clean.
Yeah, go ahead. Then you leave, and you're only like 20% of your car ever got wet, and you're happy with the service.
They didn't even rinse. rinse.
$35 wash. Just you have to immediately pull into the one provided at the gas station.
That's how I feel when those little girls show up with their clipboards. Whatever you need. Whatever you need. Come in. Let's talk about this.
Samoa? No, your mom can stay in the car. Hi.
You can get in my car.
I hate those candies. Or not candies, cookies. Those are shit.
I disagree strongly, by the way.
About the
Girl Scout cookies.
Are you going to say Thin Mint? Okay, Samoa's at least.
No, fuck Thin Mint. Samoas. Samoas are one of the best cookies that there are as far as like cookies you can buy. First of all, you can buy them in the store now. You can buy Girl Scout cookies in the store. I've seen them. The Samoa is like a lot of my favorite things. It's like chocolate and caramel and coconut. I like coconut. So I'm a big fan of the Samoa.
I like all those things, but Samoas do not have a weak spot for me. They have one that's like peanut butter in the middle. It's like a Nutter Butter.
Tag along?
It may be. I don't know the name of it, but it's essentially a Nutter Butter. And it dips in milk really well, which is a huge cookie character.
The Nutter Butter is
better
a very good cookie.
The Nutter Butter.
You're probably right about that.
Because the Nutter Butter had scientists and R&D figuring out the optimum everything.
Not
These
hot little girls.
This fly-by-night,
not sexy girls in green mini skirts.
What a bunch of hot ass little girls making them cookies. It was a couple of Jewish guys in a factory with some beakers and stuff.
This is why CNBC didn't want to work with me.
You shouldn't have linked him the clip. You should have been like, it's mostly a financial advice show.
You never link them the clip. You just go on. And then you're on there. And then the best part would be if you, at the end, you were like, RSK is the stock that I have put. I mean, it's been in my portfolio for years, and I'm hoping it'll be in yours. RSK for life. That's what I always say. Google it. You won't be disappointed.
I wonder what happens if you Google RSK.
It's some.
You know what happens.
There's a Bitcoin link. Is it a threat?
Oh, that would be great if there were a Bitcoin link so that the people over there would get confused at MSNBC.
Oh my God, it would work that much better. Yeah, dude, this is all Bitcoin stuff on mine.
I thought I had millions. I lost all my money to this podcast.
Yeah, I don't know. I really like the Nutter Butters. I like peanut butter just about anything. But you're so wrong about the fucking Reese's cups. Like, I'll tell you the perfect example of, and when I learned this, is when I was a kid and it was Easter and my mom would get us these Easter eggs, and don't think an Easter egg. They were these peanut butter Easter eggs that they made at some sort of bakery somewhere.
You're holding your hands in the size of a human head. Is that what?
That's the size they were. They were this. It was like a baked potato. Think of the biggest baked potato you've ever had. It's that of peanut butter coated in like a tiny amount of chocolate, just enough to cover the peanut butter up, essentially.
Just enough to keep it together.
And as like
chocolate,
as a 12-year-old, you get like 8 mouthfuls in, and you're just like have a stomach ache immediately.
This is the best day of my life.
You're like, how do I even preserve this for later? I need a Ziploc bag. It was so bad.
Yeah, but you're attributing that nonsense, and that does sound nonsensical. Having a football amount of peanut butter with a thin coating, like the Earth's crust of chocolate, that's ridiculous. What I'm talking about, the reject Christmas trees that are pumped out to be Easter eggs, those ones, that's a perfect ratio. It is a thick amount of chocolate on a bigger amount of peanut butter.
The more chocolate, the better. The peanut butter should be a special treat on the inside. I don't need 50-50 peanut butter. I want like 70-30.
No, when it comes to this kind of candy, I'm about equity. I want about a 50-50 split.
What's your number one movie snack?
Popcorn.
You don't give a fuck about calories. You're picking what you want because you're a big boy.
I'm gonna eat crab leg and smoke a cigar. Just
get him out of here.
Watching the Shawshank Redemption. I'm just like,
more butter.
If you want to go that direction, Kyle,
Mister's got him good, huh? Crap.
Nothing, Matt. One time we snuck out of Cisco early. We watched a movie. We brought 5 guys and beer with us. I had like some sort of beer cider thing.
I did the same thing, but not 5 guys. I went to Chipotle. And my girlfriend and I went go to Chipotle. It was like right next to the movie theater in Buford, in the Mall of Georgia. And we put 2 of those honking gigantic fucking Chipotle burritos in her purse. It smelled like chicken the rest of the day. It was great. And then, we got some large fountain drinks and we had our Chipotle burritos, and it was amazing because we hadn't eaten dinner yet. We had timed this thing really poorly, and it was just like, we'll do both at the same time. I don't want to miss
purse upgrade, right? What did it smell like before? Foundation or something?
Leather and fucking foundation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Chicken's way better. I bet your dog would agree.
Yeah.
This was
But
oh, go ahead.
I like popcorn. I like the standard popcorn. I do like butter on it, but I like popcorn a lot. I think it's the
classic popcorn. That's
you get so much of it that like it seems like a great deal, even though that like it costs nothing to them and it's costing you like $8. It lasts through the whole movie. Like there's no way I can finish an entire popcorn.
Like when I get candy, or this is why I think I haven't got candy at a movie since I was like 7, and because like then you get your one little box of candy. And before the previews are over, you're a kid and you're so excited, you eat half of it. And then the rest of the movie, half of your attention is diverted to candy rationing. Whereas with popcorn, you're just eating like a king the whole time. And when you're done, it's like, oh, this 3 quarts, just fucking dump it out and let the acne.
I've seen your Twitch streams. I know you have movie theater money. You do not have to ration the Raisinets if you don't want to. You could be like, I'll take 4.
I certainly do. Like I certainly do need to be rationing. It's not the money. I'm not like, damn, I don't have Mike and Ike cash. But it's 2 for 4. I should stock up in case COVID comes back again. Just nothing but Mike and Ike's. But that was that's a good candy too. Mike and Ike's are pretty good. I would put them
not bad.
Middle of the road tier. C, I guess.
Yeah,
not even sure if I've ever had them.
Really? They're kind of jelly beanish. They'd be comparable.
I do like jelly beans.
Yeah,
they're like better jelly beans. I'm not a big fan of jelly beans. Maybe because a lot of the time I've had them, they've been like in dishes that have been sitting.
A good gourmet jelly bean can be pretty good.
I like the Harry Potter jelly beans.
I was about to bring those up, and like I remember when those came out, like people would be like, "Oh, try this one. It's vomit. Oh, this one's cum."
It says Harry Potter.
Why are you guys doing this?
This is Bean Boozle. Bean Boozle does that, and you can
maybe that's what it is. I don't think Harry Potter beans were selling cum and vomit.
It's not cum actually. It's spoiled milk or coconut. So
booger.
Bean Boozle, for those unfamiliar, there'll be 2 identical looking jelly beans, and one will be like, what's green flavor? Mint. And the other will be lawn clippings. One will be chocolate and the other will be vomit or dog poop or something like that. And you don't know what you got until you bite into it. Now you can squeeze it and cheat, but that's cheating, and Colin gets mad at you for that.
That's cheating. Do you ever like fool him? You get the dog do one, you eat it, and you're like, chocolate. And then he grabs the other one, the old crisscross switcheroo.
That's not how it works. I don't know how the game works. Yeah, no, you take it out from a larger container. Like it's all stored. You don't know. No one knows if you get a win or lose in this thing. Yeah.
No, I love how you phrase that. No one knows. Anyone's gamble.
Yeah.
It's called bean attack. Bean
Boozle? Is that what you're looking for?
Bean Boozle. Bean Boozled. Let's see. Oh, the 5th edition challenge. Only $60? Oh my God.
Yeah, there's a game you can make out of it. Oh, here they are. Here's the...
That's not expensive, actually. This isn't $60.
So you can have coconut or spoiled milk. They look the same. Buttered popcorn or rotten egg. Peach or barf. Strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish. Like these are the... And they both look...
Pear or booger.
Tutti frutti or stinky socks. Birthday cake... identical to dirty dishwasher. And then you bite in and you find out if you won or lost. And the game is just a little like spin thing. I don't know what's it like, Chutes and Ladders maybe. You spin the little thing and it'll tell you to grab a yellow one. There it is.
Okay.
If you become an expert, you're like, oh no. Like the downside of strawberry banana smoothie is the worst. Dead fish is my least favorite flavor.
God.
Whereas like spoiled milk, maybe isn't quite as bad as dead fish.
Another good candy are Charleston Chew. I would put them around B level for me. I like those.
That sounds like a black candy from the civil rights era.
Well, I know that they sold it at Toys R Us.
It's inside of it
sense.
is a white, like, sugary taffy type thing, and when you bite it, it just takes a lot. I can see why a man with like massive mastication muscles would like the Charleston chew. You're just flexing on everybody.
Yeah, just wolfing down Charleston chews, not even enjoying them. Those are good. What other fucking candies do I like? Reese's Fast Break, that's in the S tier. Those aren't even around as much anymore, but it's got the chocolate, the peanut butter, and it's got a nice nougat layer there, which complements the other two ingredients nicely. You would like that, Kyle. Have you ever had a Reese's Fast Break?
Yeah, I've had them. I'm not a huge fan. I really like the standard minis.
You said you liked the Nutrageous ones, and the Nutrageous isn't nearly as good as the Fast Break.
I really do like the Nutrageous. I like peanuts. I like the peanuts in there. It's like a peanut Reese's cup candy bar.
How about Paydays? I like Paydays.
Ooh,
Almond Joy.
The one that's that Payday is the one that's mostly peanuts, right?
It's peanuts
Very
just held
good.
together with caramel.
Dude, you cannot eat that in your car if you're looking to avoid crumbs. that is an outdoor, like at the gas pump type of treat where you can leave.
You ever looked at the calories on a Payday?
I can't imagine.
I used to buy those, and I'm like, it's like a healthy treat. And I'd be like on my way to hockey practice or something. And at the time, I was so active, it never mattered or anything. But I would eat that, seeing that at some point, being like, "Oh, what?" And it's like ingredients: 85 peanuts, half a cup of caramel. And it's like, oh, okay. I guess it is two very dense.
Then we cover it all in chocolate.
Yeah, no, there's no chocolate on it.
There's no chocolate? It's just caramel and peanuts?
Caramel holding together a mass of peanuts. I can't believe
and
you
it's
never
very
had a
salty.
How do you even
which
handle
I
it?
like.
Oh, carefully.
462 calories in that. That is actually a lot. That's
it's like
it's
a
insane.
Big Mac's 550.
I'm laughing at Taylor, but dude, I'm in my 40s and it's not that I didn't know trail mix was really high in calories. It's just that I had an association with trail mix and maybe nuts in general as athletes' food. You know, like this is in the same way that maybe a comparable idiot would think that Gatorade was like kind of good for you, right? Because athletes eat it, right? Athletes drink that. This is what it's got electrolytes so that you can play basketball.
I need this 300-calorie drink just like Tiger Woods does.
right.
See, that's the thing. Like Gatorade is great for you. If you're Michael Jordan playing 42 minutes a game, like if you're out there fucking sprinting up and down the court for 42 minutes a game, you need 300 calories of like sugary, salty electrolytes. You need them.
Maybe
just to
I bet he
keep
drinks
performing.
water.
But no way!
Alex,
I've seen him drink it.
Alex Ovechkin, a player for the Washington Capitals, one of the best goal scorer of all time. He drinks like out of those big bottles that you usually see water sprayed from. He'll have those like filled to the brim with like ice cold Coke and just drink Coke throughout the game.
I love that.
He is the best goal scorer of all time.
That's probably why. I mean, soda.
He needs all that sugar, all that.
That's
caffeine.
what I was doing wrong.
And he just got in trouble. They're like, he has to miss 4 games along with a couple other people because apparently a COVID rule was you couldn't go to your teammates' hotel rooms and hang out. You had to go you had to go to the practice facility or the game facility and then back to your own hotel rooms. And that doesn't really make any sense, I guess. And they all went and hung out in someone's hotel room. And so he got caught or busted. And his statement was like, I am so sorry for hanging out with my teammates in a hotel room. It will never happen again.
I promise not to spend my whole suspension in my teammates' rooms.
Yes, you really make me scared. You know, at any time I can go back to Russia and Putin will pay me $75 million a year just to play, right? Like I can do this anytime.
Yeah, but
Russian?
over there,
I know
you missed a save. He poisons you. So there's that.
Put him on my
he would
death
just
list.
he would only agree to. I would only agree to play hockey in Russia if I could be like Putin's winger. just getting wonderful, easy passes, or if it's the opposite, he's giving me terrible like suicide passes, and I'm getting crushed by the other other team.
Dude,
but you have to try and pick up. Putin's
you wouldn't try to. So my thinking is, no one's going to play D on Putin, even the goalie. So you would lead the league in assists. You'd set records, and you just pass to Putin. And fuck the goalie be getting assists while everyone else lets him score.
Yeah, I pad my stats in rigged Russian exhibition. Before you shoot Putin, hit me with it. Yeah, now I got the assist. Back to you, Putin. My stats, like 6 games played, 0 goals, 91 assists. Like you have seen that clip of Putin skating badly and like the goalie kicking himself out of the way. And like what you can tell is a little bit of actual like panic, or he's like, will he think I insult him? If I can, he like does what you do, because I was a goalie. I know how you behave when like you're trying to let a 4-year-old score and make them think they did it, and that's exactly what that guy did. I don't get why Putin would do that. It just makes you look like a dumbass.
I've seen Putin fall
off a horse
on the ice.
Oh, on the ice.
I've seen him fall on the ice.
That's got to be for everyone there.
And like, I mean, last time I skated, I only fell like twice. Like, and it was like the 3rd time I'd ever been on ice skates. It's like,
yeah,
how are you falling?
Like, really,
it's like,
I fall
dude, you're
sometimes.
You're the president of Russia.
Okay, I wasn't playing hockey, to be fair. I was doing laps around the rink, and I fell.
Like I don't know. Like sometimes you like just aggressive or something, and you
not good at it.
Step on the puck or something pushes you. Like falls happen.
It's really fun, but it hurts so goddamn much. Like I just remember my Lithuanian friend was just like, yeah, you should learn to skate. It's so much fun. And I'm like, do I want the figure skates or the hockey skates? He's like, oh, the hockey skates. They're so much easier, and they're not gay. All right, great.
Both true.
Are they easier?
Well, it's easier. I think it's easier to teach someone who hasn't skated before on those because of their rounded edges. You can do more of a running motion.
Okay.
Whereas I think because figure skates blades are flat, it's more similar to like a goalie skate, so you'd have to teach someone that further out.
Why would they be flat? They do so many spins and stuff on the center.
No, I mean the bottom.
Right, me too.
Or no, wait, it's flat, and then there's like a tiny little hump, right, and then some spikes.
There's spikes, a toe pick in the front. I want to say the bottoms of them are curved, which would make sense because they need agility as much as hockey players do. The flat ones are the speed skaters, I think.
And I know it also has to do with the depth of the groove on the bottom part.
The is that called concave? The middle?
Yeah, how concave it is.
I'm sorry that I did this to everyone.
Yeah. So now we're going to go through the variables, the pros and cons of all levels of concavity on different kinds of ice. Slide 1. The history of
Who's your favorite speed skater? Mine's Anton Apollo.
That's the only one I know.
That's the only one.
What about the Australian guy that won the gold medal? Are you familiar with him?
No.
Dude, this guy.
Australian one?
Yeah, he was terrible. And in the early rounds, everyone in front of him fell, so he advanced to the next round. And then it happened again and again, and it happened 3 or 4 times in a row. This guy was going to get last in every race, but in front of him, they kept crashing into each other and falling. And I think he got a gold medal.
He's back there slow and steady, wins the race.
Yeah. And he's obviously good. He's in the Olympics, and he looked really athletic.
Sure, but he's the worst at the Olympics.
Yes. Yeah, with a gold.
Which, never mind. Are we going to have an Olympics this year? Well, we already talked about that subject. I don't think we will. I don't think there will be an Olympics.
So I was just hearing about it. What they're planning now is to have an Olympics this year, and it will be called the 2020 Olympics.
Yes.
I just found the Putin slipping on the ice thing.
An ABC news clip.
I was expecting him to fall embarrassingly. He did that thing that lots of people do where they're waving and they skate into the carpet that's on the ice.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's totally understandable.
Yeah.
The number 2 was like, Mr. President, no! But he doesn't want to put hands on Vladimir Putin, so he just has to let him go.
And everybody, as soon as he falls and stands back up, the whole team's applauding. It's just, that's so great. You fell down on the carpet and got up by yourself, Mr. President Putin, Overlord Putin, Master Putin.
And whoever the other team is, they don't even want to look.
How did I get to put up against Putin again?
Like, what did you think about Mr. Putin falling on the ice in front of you guys? I saw nothing. I saw nothing of the kind. And frankly, I'm surprised that you would besmirch our great leader in such a way by telling these ridiculous lies here in front of all of these good people.
As like practice is ending, there's one Russian soldier walking in the rink with a flamethrower to punish the ice for tripping Putin.
And Putin's just sitting up in the stands watching.
Yes, that will teach this cold water to trip me.
Not so hard now.
Yes, now who is no longer so hard and cold. Yes, I waste tremendous amounts of money on bets and wagers in my own head only. Yeah, that'd be pretty dope.
I like when presidents come out and throw the ball. So like, but what we don't do is have presidents come out and like strike out all-star players. Like that would be the equivalent, right? Like if you had fucking if Donald Trump goes out and instead of just throwing the first pitch, he fucking strikes out three batters to begin the game for the Yankees and then like retires to the stands to watch the rest of the game.
Trump goes out there and he's just incredible. Just now watch this. He was able to strike him out because he actually gets his ass momentum going before the arm. That's how he was able to hit 110 miles an hour. You see that? Look at the momentum. We're going to slow it down. Look at the rippling of the fat in the ass area.
Did Trump throw any pitches? I don't remember.
I thought he did.
Oh, maybe he did. Wait, who did it? I know George W. Bush.
He threw it pretty well.
There's a graph of who does the worst. I think like 50 Cent is one of the worst. And George W. Bush, after 9/11, I think it was, threw a surprisingly good one.
I might be wrong about this, but I think he might have played college baseball.
He was a cheerleader in college.
Sure. Well, that doesn't add up with my theory then.
That's not very much throwing at all, especially not baseballs.
John Doolittle.
Yeah. Interesting that he was a cheerleader. I do remember that now.
Yeah, what is it? What's it called? A first pitch?
Oh, no. Trump is the first POTUS since Taft not to throw the first pitch.
Ah.
Ooh, so it's a fat guy thing.
It could be a fat guy. I think Trump never wants to be in a situation where he doesn't look good. You know, he avoided all the White House correspondence dinners. He avoided the first pitch. It's just on brand for him to be like, you know what? This is not an era. This is not a game I can win, so I'm not playing.
And even if he could, by some miracle throw, imagine how fat he would look without those like tapered coat jackets, you know? Like that can hide a lot. Like Chris Christie, he's an absolute disaster, but he looks a million times better in a suit jacket than he does standing there in a normal white suit, like dress shirt.
What do you have, Kyle?
Bush played baseball at his boarding school in Andover, Massachusetts, Phillips Academy.
Okay.
And then, of course, was the head cheerleader, thank you very much, during his senior year. The cheerleaders recruited him. See, he was a middling baseball player, but when they saw his enthusiasm on the field and the way he was cheering on his fellow players, they said, we got to get him. We got to get this guy. We got to recruit him over to the squad. We'll make him head cheerleader. And they did.
All right, then.
Dude, good Lord. 50 cents is so bad. I can't believe it. He looks
It's not the worst.
No?
Who's the worst?
Well, Baba Booey is the worst. He hit someone, right? Like, didn't he hit? One of them hit someone. That actually, maybe it was 50 Cent who hit someone with the pitch. But Baba Booey's the worst because he got his chance for redemption on the Jimmy Kimmel show. And then he hit someone. Then he hit a woman in the audience. Yeah.
Was that planned?
He says it wasn't, and it didn't seem to be because like it was definitely planned by Jimmy Kimmel. But Jimmy Kimmel is like a longtime fan and like contributor to the Stern Show. So I could see them potentially like playing that joke on him because like Baba Booey is on the Jimmy Kimmel show, I believe, to promote his book. And he's like, he brings up, Jimmy Kimmel does, the pitch, the famous like worst pitch ever. And he's like, how about a chance at redemption? And he produces like a glove and a ball and everything. And they like pan the camera over and they've got like a little mound for him to pitch from. And Jimmy goes to catch for him. And he like sails one over Jimmy's head and hits a lady in the crowd.
That's hilarious. It sounds a little planned though.
Mm-hmm.
I saw 50. I've just been watching the top 5 worst celebrity first pitches ever. 50 Cent, I was obviously terrible. He missed the catcher by like, I don't know, 50 feet, something like that, like a lot. But it's like, oh, you see what happened. He got nervous and he fucked his grip up or something and didn't let it go properly. His release was messed up.
I don't think he's ever thrown a baseball.
What? Have you seen it recently?
Black people don't play baseball in the inner city. They play basketball. They don't have access to the fields.
Again, he throws it. Well, you might be right about not playing baseball.
Look, his whole wrist thing there is ridiculous. Like his whole like he's just wrong in this image. I'll watch the whole video.
So it's timestamp.
Yeah.
He almost hit the guy with the camera.
Yeah, he did.
Oh yeah, that's interesting what he's doing there.
Right? Do you not think it could be just a mistake with his fingers that if he had two chances, the other one would go much better?
Maybe he's right-handed.
If you go back in that video a bit, a handful of girls hold onto the ball too long and barely make it to the grass. They just throw it right at the mound.
Yeah, because they also can't throw. Like it's because they never play baseball either. Yeah, I'm just
true.
I don't think 50 Cent has a lot of. I don't know 50 Cent's history, but I would imagine that I think he's from New York and seems like a very urban guy. And that's not code for anything. I think he grew up in the inner city and probably never played fucking baseball a day in his life. And that's what happens when you've never played baseball a day in your life and you try to throw from the mound. And you're probably pretty nervous.
I wouldn't agree to do it. I would look like a fool.
The Kardashians are my favorite one. They weren't the worst. They gave that to 50 Cent. But there's 4 of them lined up. I think 3 girls and a boy, but they're all terrible. And then there's 4 catchers lined up. But somewhere they all throw at the same time. The balls crisscross. The catchers lose track of it. They start ducking and diving and covering. It's pretty good. It's my favorite.
Have you seen the blind girl throw?
No. Was it pretty
better
good?
than 50 Cent by far?
What kind of cruel joke was that? Inviting a blind girl to throw the first pitch?
They should have given her like a fucking orange or something just to really yuck it up. She doesn't even know.
Taylor, are you sure your idea to get our minor league baseball team out there is to have a blind woman throw the first pitch? Yeah.
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 Let's look at everyone fired up.
Yeah, everybody's gonna be so excited. We take her out there, spin her around, and then see where she throws it.
Just have her throw it at third base instead, and then everybody claps like she made it. Yeah, I'll admit I would be pretty nervous to throw out a first pitch in front of a full stadium. Like that would be super. Yeah. But I would be practicing for literally a week, like leading up to this thing.
Yeah.
Some presidents do that. I don't know about a week, but I think it might be. A lot of guys might think, well, I can throw a ball, right? I can throw a ball close enough that a professional catcher will be able to catch it, right? Mm-hmm. But you know, a lot of people might be surprised to learn that this thing they haven't done in the last 27 years, they're not good at anymore.
It's a little different throwing off that mound too.
Is it? I don't think I've ever thrown off a mound.
Is it more helpful?
No. No, it's harder throwing off a mound.
I know.
Yeah. It's harder. And if you don't know, if you don't have a wind up, like you don't know what you're doing, then you can look kind of silly up there. If you just, I don't know, you would want to practice and you might want to talk to somebody who had played baseball before, or maybe even somebody who pitched before. And then you'd want to practice some more because it's immortalized. We're here talking about it. And that was years and years ago. And we're not the only ones. Like every sports fan knows about Baba Booey's fucking embarrassing throw. And that guy coached his son's little league baseball team. Like that's what he did. He was throwing balls all the fucking time. Like every weekend he was throwing balls to kids.
Another thing about it, the comparisons, right? I feel like people said Logan Paul sucks at boxing. I didn't think that. I compared Logan Paul to maybe people I've boxed with or myself, and I thought he was good. He's better than me, right? Unquestionably much better than me. But most people see Logan Paul and compare him to Mayweather or UFC fighters or other guys that they've seen on their television and say he sucks because they compared him to the other. When I see a guy throw off the mound, I'm not watching all the other dads pitch, right? I'm not used to seeing ordinary people who haven't thrown in a long time pitch. I'm comparing him to everyone else in the dugout. And those guys pitch for a living.
Yeah, there's this fluid motion, though, that you have if you know what you're doing. The velocity's not important, and the accuracy isn't important to an extent. As long as the catcher can reach out and grab it. But like you don't have to throw a strike. George Bush threw a strike, if I remember correctly. Like, but if you miss the catcher, or if you look silly throwing it, or if you don't have a windup at all, like it's pretty embarrassing because like you are in the fucking Yankee Stadium or wherever the fuck, like everyone there is a baseball fan. They just paid money to watch a baseball game. It's kind of a no brainer, and you're on TV, and everybody watching it on TV is also a sports fan or definitely a baseball fan.
So like if you're gonna throw one at the Braves Stadium, what kind of lead time do you think you need? If they say we need you next week, you think that's enough time?
Yeah. I need a week. And I'm gonna go to a local field, and I'm gonna get on the mound, and I'm gonna get somebody to catch for me. I'm gonna, throw 100 pitches a day, and like I'll be sharp. I'll be able to throw it with like, look, it's not gonna be fast.
You do 700 pitches in 7 days, and then you go and you throw your arm out.
All right, maybe not 100. Maybe not
to be injured on the first pitch.
Maybe not 100 full speed, but like just like lobbing it in there to like get the motion down. Like if I throw 100 as hard as I can, I am going to throw my arm out. But just going through the motions to like get the motion down and like have that be
to the catcher. You don't want him to have to move his glove somewhere wild.
I don't want him to have to move his feet. As long as he have to move his feet, I'm happy. And as long as it's not in the dirt or over his head, I'm happy. And it's got to get there. It's got to get there with like a decent amount of velocity. I don't want to lob it in. I want to hit 75 miles an hour.
If I want to not embarrass myself, so I never played a throwing sport, right? Not to say not in gym or anything, but I never played like a competitive throwing sport. And I think if I had a week, I could be in the midfield of other people who do this celebrity first pitch. Yeah, I wouldn't be a standout in either direction. That's all I need.
The goal is just don't miss. Don't miss the man that you're throwing at.
Other sports should do this. Like, imagine if we had presidents do the first snap. And it's the first.
I told you that Bears defense is nasty, Jim.
I'm very excited to go up against the Lions offensive line today.
With Bernie Sanders.
Clearly, this league needs redistribution.
It would be the defensive line.
Or defensive line. Or, no, if he would be. Oh, yeah, you're right. I don't know shit. But yeah, that Trump's fat enough that he could have died.
I thought you were going to say that he could have blocked the defensive lineman. Get your ass into it, Donald.
Only if he happens to get knocked down in a way that is trippable. Like that's the only way. At no point would Trump be like, "All right, come at me, bitch." Like, no, he'd get fucking shit rocked. Everyone would. Can you imagine how scary that would be? I've never played center. I mean, when I played fucking middle school football, I played on the line some, but just because we didn't have enough players. I played cornerback too. I was the biggest cornerback in the league, and also not very quick.
Quarterbacks are supposed to be guard wide receivers, right?
Yeah, that's why after a game or two, I was removed from that position. I was put into what was it? Tight end or linebacker.
I was guarding the snacks.
I remember I was just goofing around. I'm in college, right? So I'm fit, right? Like I'm fit
with the orange slices.
And I lined up against this guy. He was, I think he was actually on the college football team. He must have weighed like 285, right? And he's strong. He didn't have a six pack, but like he was just big and strong and just everything about him. And it's like, what am I even expected to do? If I try a little bit, I could get hurt.
That's how football was. I remember like how awful it was. There's one team we played and they had this kid that was like, Pelagrius! Troy, and this kid, they would huddle up, and he was head and shoulders bigger than everyone in the huddle. If I could like read expressions, like we would have been able to know every play of that game because you can see. And it was just like, what are they gonna do? Oh, it's middle school football, so they don't pass it. They're gonna hand it off to fucking this monster
Goliath,
and then I'm gonna have to just try and throw myself in the way. And it was just a steady march down the field at the pace we decided. And it sucked. It was just like, oh god damn, this guy's
everybody grabs an elbow and he just keeps bringing you.
Yeah. there was one kid at our school like that. He was a couple years older than me, but he was Samoan, and he
Jesus Christ, he was
looked,
literally Samoan.
He was Samoan, yeah, really. Like he was the
Gentle
epitome
giant.
of that. Like, yeah, he was the epitome of that. Like, so shredded that like nobody else. And in a big, like, the kind of guy who had a six pack but also weighed 260 pounds at like 6 foot. He was a bafflingly huge human being, and every once in a while, his Samoan family would come to like school events and watch him play. And his brother was his brother would not have been made to look like a tiny man next to the mountain. Like you would have been like, damn, that other guy, he must be at least like 6'6", 6'7". Like, you know, he's not as wide as the mountain, and his mom, bless her heart, seemed like a nice woman, never talked to her, but she looked like a bodybuilder. Like, she even had she had forearm veins and stuff. This guy just had the for it. And I remember,
little known fact, her vagina was like a shoebox for boots.
Do you remember they would have like the 1,000-pound club in the gym in high school, where it'd be like, oh, your squat, deadlift, and bench added up to 1,000 pounds. You're in the 1,000-pound club. They had to make a new club for him called the 1,250-pound club. And it had everybody who completed all of them. And he was the only one that did that, because I think he squatted when he was a senior like 780 pounds or something. Something absurd.
Are you in the 1,000-pound club now, Taylor? I suspect you.
No, probably not.
No,
no, definitely not. That would take a bunch of deadlifting, and I haven't been doing deadlifting at all. So I'd have to jump. I mean, I've been doing accessories to deadlift stuff, so I'm sure that'd be easier, like strengthening my lower back. But no, I would have to get back into deadlifting really hard. That one clip of that strongman we watched
Eddie
like
Hall
a year and a
with
half
Joe
ago.
Rogan.
Something Oberst, Robert Oberst, I think his name is, and he's another strong man. They all look the same because they have those big
you're probably right.
And they're 6'10" and enormous. And like the way he explained it, like it really resonated. Like, maybe there's a million other health experts who are like, no, casual lifting people should be doing heavy deadlifts, and maybe they're right. But like the way he put it, and with his body being his resume, I was like, I trust this guy.
Yeah,
you know,
if people didn't see it,
strongest man.
He was like, if you're trying to get good at deadlifting, then you deadlift. That's that's a thing. But if your objective is fitness or strength or whatever, deadlift, the risk reward ratio is not there.
Yeah.
I do deadlift, and it's funny. I think there's an Athlete X movement that you like and everyone else hates. I don't know. Is it like overhead press behind your head or something?
No, I never do that.
There's something that he put in his iron graveyard. That's his term for bad exercises. And I remember it was just a week or two ago, and you're like, meanwhile, everyone's been doing it forever and it works out fine. That's where my head is on the
upright rows. Is what he was.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think you're right. Anyway, that's where I am on the deadlift. Like my deadlift's pretty light, but I don't know. I just feel like it's part of a general strengthening routine. And
yeah. I think that and the upright rows are great exercises. The problem is that so many people get the form wrong, and it's really, if you get the form wrong on your bench press, you're like, you're not getting your triceps involved, but you're doing all chest, or vice versa.
Yeah.
It's all chest. You're not getting your triceps involved at all. Meanwhile, you do like a bad deadlift and you ruin your fucking lower back, and you can't be in the gym for 6 weeks.
Going forward, your C4 and C5 are fused, or whatever they are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Same thing with like that fucking behind the head overhead press. It's like, what? There's no benefit.
That doesn't even tempt me.
It doesn't even make sense. Like, does your arm comfortably go that way?
No one's does.
No. On face pulls, I have to kind of make it go that way.
That's a weird movement.
Like your hands are supposed to win when they go back.
Your hands are like your arms supposed to go like further back than like your shoulder, and it feels weird because like it feels wrong when you're doing it. And like when I first started doing those, I can't count the number of times I had to like rewatch a video and be like, really? This is what I'm doing? Okay, I guess I'm doing it right. I'm just not feeling anything, or not feeling anything intense.
Oh, really? I do.
Yeah.
I get a good exercise out of face pulls. They're one of my top 5s maybe that I like.
What I've been using a bunch of like adding, because I did pull day today, and so like I've added to the end of pull day. I guess it would usually be called like a drop set, but I have like a resistance band that I stand on when like my arms are pretty much already blown out, and I'll do like 15 like partial movement because I don't go all the way down because it's a resistance band, so I don't want to go down to no resistance, so I just go down to like here, and I do 15 of those.
What color is the band?
It's black. It was
Okay.
it's a 50-pound one. I had a purple one that worked great, and then that broke, and so now I'm using a black 50-pound one that sucked.
My purple broke. You could buy them individually. I have one now.
Yeah, I need to because I was doing that today, and I'm like, this black one fucking sucks. I want the purple one back.
Grab the green, you pussy.
And so yeah, I'm doing like just 15 of these, like pretty quick, and then 15 reverse curls, and I do that 5 times to like really just burn out whatever, like brachialis, I think, that forearm muscle, and then also the bicep and everything. I mean, it's too early of doing it to see results, but it feels good. Like I feel tighter and more pumped after doing that, even if it does add a few minutes to the workout and suck. But what have you been adding, Woody?
I've been new. I saw
your video. I saw the
ab thing. Yeah,
that was really impressive. You're looking good. You're looking very good. You are a top 1%er.
If you 48-year-olds, yeah. I'm loving this curve I'm graded on. What was I gonna say? So in a home gym, I really struggle to get a hamstring exercise, and I've been, I guess, bouncing from one to the next. I was doing like lateral goblet squats or something where you get on sideways, and I felt like I was doing 30 things wrong, and it kind of hurt, and there's just a lot of movement, so I dropped that. And now I'm doing, I don't know what it's even called, but you hook your ankles and you lean forward and try to like resist it and then pull yourself back up as best you can. I'm doing that today. It's hard to measure it, right? Because you kind of, first of all, the speed at which you fall is how much you're trying. And are you getting this? It's like the opposite.
Are you bending at the waist? Is it like
on the knees?
I think I thought that was a lower back exercise more than anything.
No, you're bending. You'll see. You'll agree with me when you see it. So
if it's a back hyperextension and you focus on the humping motion, you do get some ass in there too, not just. I guess you get ass in there no matter what because it works in concert with it.
I'm looking for a picture.
Yeah, I'm trying to picture this because I'm picturing the back hyperextension stand that you like lean on up to your upper thigh.
Same.
No, imagine standing on your shins, right? Mm-hmm. And your ankles are being supported, and then you lean down, and you use your hamstrings, to sort of slow that fall. Yeah. And then you give yourself like a light push up on the way up, and it's you do the opposite. You pull yourself up with your hamstrings.
Okay.
And there's an attachment on the bench that can kind of secure your right by your Achilles. And that's the motion. Am I describing this well?
No, yeah, I think I got it. Yeah,
so it really is. It's the same kind of movement as the back hyperextension. It's just the fulcrum point is your knees instead of your waist.
Perfect. Yeah, and I'm just in a home gym. I'm finding it hard to get good hamstring exercises. There's a cable one that I do, where it like basically attaches around your ankle and you just bend it backwards, and I guess, and everything else is like, well, this gets your hammies a little, like deadlifts, and but. For dedicated stuff. Anyway, you asked what was new. I'm fucking around with all these different hamstring things because without a machine, it's hard to get it right.
It's funny you mentioned the hamstrings because I ordered it like 6 weeks ago, maybe even longer. But in the next week, I'm supposed to get my the plate-loaded leg curl and hyperextension machine for quads and hamstrings.
You don't have that yet?
I don't have one of those yet. It was that was one. Like basically like when quarantine happened, I had to almost buy stuff or be like, oh, that's what I want. Out of stock forever. And this one was one of the ones that has been out of stock forever. And so as soon as I got like the knowledge it was back in, I ordered it. It was only like $350-$400 and the reviews are all good and it's plate loaded like everything else that I have. So I don't need to buy anything else. I'm looking forward to that because I really liked those machines in the gym, like just isolating your hamstrings. It is in muscle. Sometimes you'll feel like you didn't hit it hard enough.
I have 2 significant things arriving at my gym. One is a double cable machine, and the other is a rack to hold my dumbbells. Right now, I have a very large shelf that it's not space efficient. Mm-hmm. So I have more space efficient dumbbell storage, and then I'll put that machine in there, and then I will take stock and see if I can fit that machine you're waiting for in my tiny little gym. That is the... everything has to do like more than one muscle group, and it has to be a problem that's hard to solve with like a barbell. It is difficult to do hamstring barbell exercises, right? Like deadlift-ish. I don't know. You can't really target them that well. So anyway, you will see. I don't want to. It's like, all right, calm down. You got 2 things in the mail. Now is not. Let's get them in the gym, see what it looks like, and see what's a fit. Because I watch gym tours on YouTube all the time. I do that. Like I said on PKA, and I didn't phrase it very well. I compared myself to a professional athlete, but no skills, no youth, no money, no girls, no fame. But same attitude, enthusiasm, and time. Right? Yeah. so that much I have, and so I just spend my days like either doing the workout or like watching videos about working out. This is like all I'm about now.
Yeah.
And I do these gym tours, and I judge them hard. Sometimes these, like even a home gym tour is just a gym equipment showcase. It's like, dude, a lot of those machines are targeting the same muscle group, and you don't have the floor space to really get the exercises that I would want. You know, like where do you fucking deadlift? Where do you do your overhead presses? You know, and meanwhile, you've got 3 Smith machines in there, you dumbass. You just like gym equipment. That your hobby is collecting gym equipment, not working out.
There's a guy like that, and if you're watching gym like build reviews, I know you've seen him. I think his channel is just called like Garage Gym Reviews or something, because I've gone there and it has good advice about the gym equipment. It really does.
Are you talking about Coop?
Yes, Coop, that's his name.
Yeah.
And he owns everything. And so if you want to know how something works, he does have a breadth of knowledge about it because he owns fucking 15 bars. He's used every machine, but at the same time, it's like the video starts and it's like, do you use any of this stuff? Like, you're not a very big, bulky
He's not
guy.
that big, but he did a video not long ago where he lifted, and I can't touch any of his weights. Like, you know,
I'm sure he's deceptively strong. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, sometimes the power lifters, you know, they're just stronger than they look, and you know, whereas the bodybuilders, like they're strong too. I mean, bodybuilders aren't weak. It's just, you know, their muscles are not as strong per capita. I'm lacking the phrasing, but you know, like
gram, not as good. Or
yeah, thank you.
I like per capita.
Yeah, we're gonna make it catch on.
So you see your per capita muscle.
But yeah. Anyway, that guy lifted because I guess he had that criticism that you leveled at him a lot. And he's like, I just want you guys to know I do work out. And here's me, like, you know, squatting. I was going to say 500. It couldn't have been that high, but it was a lot. It was more than I could touch.
Did you see, is it Brian Shaw? I think it is, that, you know, his cutting diet. He did a day of eating video where he's cutting weight, I think, for the fight with the Mountain.
Fighting the Mountain?
Yeah, I think so. And he's eating like 5,500 calories a day, I think. That's his
cut.
Yeah, that's his cut. And it was a lot of food he was eating, you know. But he's measuring everything down to like, I don't know, a gram or so. Like he's being really precise with with his measurements and everything. And at one point he ate an entire bag of sweet potato fries, and he was like, "I know what you're thinking. You're cutting, but you're eating a whole bag." Well, like normally I eat 9,000 or 10,000 calories a day, people. All right. We've cut my calories almost in half. And yes, I get these 2 family-sized Rice Krispie treats before my workout. I need that energy to work out. You don't understand what my workouts are like. I weigh 400 pounds.
Do you know how hard overhead press a smart car?
I don't understand. Here's what I wonder. And Greg Doucette said this. I'm paraphrasing, but this is about 80% right. A person who needs 4,000 calories a day, but is in like a 10% deficit, so 3,600 calories, suffers the same amount as someone who needs 2,200 calories a day, but is also in a 10% deficit, so eats 18 something. No, is that right? No, 19 something. Anyway, and I wonder if that's true. Is it as rough to have 3,600 calories a day with the same percentage deficit as 1,900 calories a day?
Are we talking about like energy loss and like that, or are we talking about just like hunger pangs?
The hunger battle, the hunger drive is, I guess, what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I don't know. I would think that like it's got to be more satisfying to have ingested 5,000 calories in the day than it is to do 2,000. You know, regardless of what, if the percentages of cut are comparable, it's just got to be. He's eating more food. It's more. He's getting that satiation more throughout the day. But it was interesting to see his diet because it's like, first of all, he was sponsored by some company that makes these prepackaged meals, and I Googled like what they cost, and it's like to do 3 meals a day is like $400 or $500 a week, and like 1 meal a day is like $250 a week or something like that. It wasn't cheap, but it seemed like really good food. But so whatever, and I'm sure they're paying him. But it was 5,500 calories, I think, a day, and it was mostly clean food. It was like white rice and like bison and chicken and vegetables, and like the only thing that looked fun was before his workout, he had, don't think like a Rice Krispie treat like this. Think the big bag of them that you get. That's like that super Rice Krispie treat. He was eating 2 of those plus like 2 tablespoons of peanut butter and a protein shake.
Are they popular in the fitness world, Rice Krispie treats? The
Maybe.
YouTubers I talk about mention Rice Krispie treats so many times. I'm like, are these widely eaten? I haven't had a Rice Krispie treat in over a decade. That's not part of my diet. And I'm like, are they talking about rice cakes and insulting?
No, it makes sense that they would do that. Like the same reason that like marathon runners, people with heavy exertion loads, they'll eat like honey while they're riding, or like have like, it's called a honey waffle. They have those things, like you can buy them, and it's just like 200 calorie, like just sugar and waffle, and you eat it like while you're running to keep them moving. And so I can see Rice Krispie treats being just a cheaper version of the same thing. It's all just simple sugars. That's going to be energy real quick.
And rice.
And rice, and just, which is another, white rice, other simple sugar. It's going to break down super easy and give him the energy he needs to, beat up a tire or whatever his workouts are.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think his workouts are insane, but yeah, he's going to fight, Bjornsson, whatever his name is, Thor Bjornsson. Thor already had one fight against like an actual fighter.
What?
And that's
not big news.
I watched some clips of it. It didn't look entertaining at all. He's like triple the size of the man he's fighting, but he's super slow. And
he's a tank. That's his stats.
I want to see it. As a fellow slow guy, I think I view slow through a different lens. Like I wonder,
like when he goes to throw a punch, he does this.
It's not good to load up.
Like there's a little wind up.
Fun of someone loads up on their punches insanely and keeps losing in the UFC. I forget who it was, but it was like, it's been 4 fights he's been loading up those punches. When it hits, that guy's doomed. It was Super Saiyan.
Yeah. That video I linked, you have to go to 49 minutes to see any fighting. And this looks like the guy in the black shorts who's being forced to fight the mountain. Like he must have committed some kind of crime. And that's
who he's fighting?
Icelandic justice.
Icelandic justice.
Jesus Christ. Thor's barely even holding up a defense. I don't think he fears those hands at all. Oh, these are some slow punches.
Yeah, he's very slow. I think Eddie's going to beat him up.
Wait, is it Eddie or the mountain?
Eddie's going to fight the mountain.
Not this.
Wait, I thought that Brian Shaw was going to fight the mountain.
Oh, is it Brian Shaw? I'm confused.
I think Eddie's going to eventually fight the mountain. These are almost, I think they're exhibition matches and meant to build hype for the Eddie Hall fight.
Gotcha.
There is no footwork going down for Thor Bjornsson right now. Just his feet are moving just flat-footed, which can't.
They've been like promoting that fight forever, and it's been so long that I forgot who was actually fucking fighting in it. So yeah. In any case, I guess I'll watch. I'm not paying though. I'm not paying. I'm going to pay this weekend to watch Conor fight, but I'm not going to pay to watch Thor fight anyone. Or I was going to say anything. I'd pay for that. If he fights
I would
an
pay to
animal,
watch him animals or multiple people. Just have him go fight in Japan. Japan loves exhibition matches.
Agreed.
Collar. I don't know why I called you. I combined Colin.
I like Collar.
Kyle and Colin combined to that. $5. I'll take Poirier. You down?
Yeah, I'll take Conor. Yeah.
Okay. I was looking at Poirier's
500. I'm amping up your guys' bet.
I was looking at Poirier's resume recently, and I keep knocking Conor because his last impressive win was in 2016 against Eddie Alvarez. And then I'm like, Poirier beat Alvarez. Poirier also beat Pettis. Poirier also beat Gaethje. Poirier also beat someone else, Max Holloway. And I'm like, this guy can beat anyone but Khabib. So that's where my logic is coming from. We'll see.
think Conor might be able to beat anyone but Khabib too.
You might be right, but he hasn't proven it since 2016.
It's true.
I gotta stop watching this video, but it is hilarious that this is like video game characters with different specialties. Where like Thor's just, but when he does hit him with just an ill-timed hit to the side, the guy has to like jump with the movement.
At one point, he hit him with like the flat part of his glove, like around the ear, and the guy fell down.
Yeah.
Like it's
I haven't
absurd
seen
how big
Thor
Strong
land
is.
one yet.
He doesn't land a lot.
No, I was just saying the one he hit him in the side, and the guy was still like 3 feet from the ropes or whatever, and he hit him, and the guy just like knocks into the ropes. Pretty impressive. Pretty strong guy.
This is actually a pretty entertaining fight to me. Like, I feel like most of the time I watch boxing, this is against good boxers, like professional boxers. It's so much more boring than I ever expected it to be. Nothing ever lands cleanly. It's 80% defense, 20% offense. These guys, I guess they're missing a lot, but it's at least as entertaining as watching Tyson fight to me.
Yeah, I hate boxing.
It disappoints a lot.
Yeah, it's not very
disappoints always. Like always. Like you'll like watch like some old Muhammad Ali highlights or something like yeah, that's what boxing's like. I'm gonna go watch some. Oh, it's not like that at all, is it? That's not what boxing is like. I think people got disappointed when Mike Tyson was doing his thing and he was knocking all those people out in a minute or 2 minutes or whatever. But as a casual, not even fan, viewer, that's what I would want to see. I'd like to see someone who just goes out and actually hits the other person and doesn't want to hug them for 30 minutes.
I was like a old teenager when that happened, maybe 20 or something. And I remember he fought Buster Douglas, and at that point, it seemed like buying his fights was a bad financial decision, right? Because who wants to spend $40 $1991 for a 90-second fight, right? Like, that's a lot. And but it was still an event that, like, oh my God, Tyson's going to fight tonight. And, the question on everyone's lips was, would you fight Mike Tyson for $1 million? For $1 million, would you fight him? Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I'd win, but I'd even try, like not me. I'd take a dive. Anyway, he's fighting Buster Douglas. And we're all like, oh, that fight started like 4 minutes ago. It must be over by now. But it wasn't. I didn't see it live. By that point, like I said, people weren't watching. It's like what Jon Jones suffers from now. Jon Jones, the interest in him isn't as high as it could be because there isn't a suitable challenger.
Yeah, nobody else has that body style. I hope he moves to heavyweight and does something interesting. I want to see that, but it's not going to be anytime soon because they've already scheduled the next heavyweight bout, and it doesn't include him. I don't remember who it was. May have been Ngannou and Stipe. I don't remember. I don't know. I think Conor's got this though. It'll be a fun fight to watch regardless. I agree with what you said on PKN. The rest of the card is kind of meh, but sometimes we say that and then they really show off.
Yes. How enjoyable a fight is not directly tied into
star power.
Star power, right. Sometimes there's a weak card just gives you amazing action.
Yeah, those guys all have there's something to be said about that because most of the people on that undercard or on the main card, I should say, other than Conor, have something to prove. Like they know that people are probably like, I can't pronounce that guy's name and I don't want to learn how. And he's just like, you will learn how, and you will all know my name. Like he wants them to like.
You
learn
will
his
remember
ridiculous...
me tonight is my chance, and yeah.
And if you're good enough, we will. Like there's no reason for me to know how to say Nurmagomedov, but I do. Unfortunately,
I forget the Chinese woman's name. It might be Z or something like that. She's a champion. Oh, yeah. I liked her. Anyway, in one of her fights, maybe the night she became champion, she's like, "My name is Ziwi. Remember me." And she doesn't speak English, but she knew that much. And I was like, I like this. She's it was just it resonated with me. I liked it a lot.
And you remembered.
Yeah, it's 80% right.
I already forgot. Win Lee or whatever. Yeah.
I hope that's not her name at all.
Like English manager, it's like Christ. Like
her name's actually Rebecca Stone. Like, I wasn't even remotely close.
See, we need you to be Ming Lee because Americans don't
name
want you
is-
to be Rebecca Jones. They want you to be Ming Lee. It's like
Zhang
I'm from the proud
Weili.
Chinese family, the Joan family. Well, you're gonna have to be Ming Lee, Ms. Jones.
Zhang Wei Li.
Zhang
Oh,
Weili.
Weili. That sounds right.
Zong.
Dong?
Is that Zong? Because I know that
Zong?
where you see Wang in Chinese, that's actually Wong.
Mm.
Yeah. And I guess Wong is also Wong.
No,
Right.
that's Wong.
That's Wong.
I think you're both wrong.
Oh man. High class jokes. High ass quality.
Dude, I don't know
All
if
right.
this is interesting. I went to the orthodontist today. Do you guys want to see how much my teeth have moved?
Of course we do.
All right. Cover
I
for
don't
me.
remember where they were.
I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I'm going to get we can show before and after. So hold on.
Okay.
All right. This will be interesting.
We should both leave.
I'm down.
The audio listeners will be like, "Oh yeah, great show." Just silent.
He's gonna come back so excited though, like a kid, like with his Christmas present for show and tell. Fuck.
We could. Ah, fuck. Damn it.
It's too late.
Should have struck while the arm was hot. Like that could have been an idea. Oh, and we got Danny Mullen typing. So before we get him in, I should do the reads.
Okay.
So I will. Or do you want to do the tooth thing first?
Let's do it real quick. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of Danny.
No, he won't make fun of you.
Oh, I'm sure he won't.
I'm cool.
So anyway, these are wet because I just broke the ones I wear now. These are the original ones. Can you see this? Like, that's my snaggletooth right there.
Uh-huh.
You got to move it a little bit for our
I
camera.
see.
You
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
see the side.
Yeah, to your left.
Oh, I'm showing the audience, but
Yeah,
here's for you.
Ah, of course you are. Yes.
They're
Yeah, I can see that the snaggle tooth at the top, right?
All right. That's where I was in October. And this is where I am right now. It is like significantly more in line. Maybe I can show them at the same time. Apparently I'm retarded. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And I don't know.
So you're moving.
This is a small thing maybe to everybody else, but to me it's like, look at that progress. I've only been doing this since October.
God, I feel like an asshole, but I don't see a difference.
You don't see a difference, really?
Wait, the bottom one is the old one, right?
Oh, fuck. You guys are fucking with me. No, it's really not. Wow.
I'm
you
not-
guys-
I think you
Okay.
have to hold it more straight on for us because it's at an angle we can't see very well.
All right, I will do it. You don't
First
see?
of all, I'll say I'm
Okay,
sure
I can see the top one then.
Yeah, the top
the top
was-
one is the original, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I see it.
All right. I thought it was more like clear.
I think maybe in person it is.
Yeah, I'm sure in person it is.
Okay.
But also, it's only since October. How much longer is your regimen?
So 15 months is the whole thing. But
Nice. At least you know it's working.
Can you tell with your tongue, like, does your inside of your mouth feel different now?
yeah, well, it changes all the time. Like, so every week I get a new, they call it a tray, these braces.
Yeah.
And you guys know that if your mouth changes even a little bit, like half a millimeter, one tooth like cracked and it's a tiny bit sharper, it's like your whole world changes. Every week I have like a new contact patch on how my teeth fit together. Every week, and I can tell what they're moving this week. It's like, they're straight up bullying the snaggletooth this week. That's what we're working on. Like, all right, now I see we're like doing one of these deals to make room for it. And so can I tell us where? Yeah, absolutely. I can see how much it's moved. I can feel how much it's moved. I don't get food stuck between my teeth in the back anymore because as the front crowded, the rear spaced, right? That's how that works. And now that doesn't happen anymore, so that's pretty cool. And but
Teeth
it
suck. Humans have terrible teeth.
That is true.
Danny, what's up, my friend? Can you hear us?
No mic, Danny.
Wait, no, maybe because he flashed green for a second.
I heard him for a second.
Yeah, I heard him go. Beep. No. Oh. I cannot understand what you're saying.
Oh, now there's two Woodies.
Well, while I don't know if I should jump into an ad. Or
Yeah, why don't... Oh, wait.
We can...
I think that was a thumbs up, do an ad. That's how I interpret that.
Okay, I'll do that then. Good call. Thank you, Danny. If you're buying sneakers online, there's a good chance that the shoe you're looking at is fake. How can you be sure it's real? Well, GOAT.com is the safest way to buy and sell authentic sneakers online. They're the largest marketplace in the world for authentic Yeezys, Jordans, and over 600,000 sneaker listings. They've made the whole process frictionless and trustworthy. They do this by only accepting sellers with the best reputation and by verifying all sneakers to ensure their authenticity for buyers. Every single detail is inspected from the stitching and color to the size and weight. GOAT certifies that every pair of sneakers on their site matches exact factory specifications. With over 500,000 sneakers on the platform and 10 million users, you will not find better prices for verified 100% authentic sneakers anywhere else. Find the perfect 100% authentic sneaker at goat.com/PKA. That's goat.com/PKA. Plus, you'll also be supporting our show, but you got to go right now before the sneakers you want are gone. When you go to goat.com/PKA, spelled GOAT.com/PKA, find that 100% authentic sneaker. Treat yourself to the authentic sneaker experience. This episode is also brought to you by our good friends over at Squarespace. From personal blogs and e-commerce destinations to marketing tools and analytics that'll help your business succeed. Squarespace is the all-in-one platform that you can build and establish a beautiful online presence and run your business with ease. Don't have a domain yet? No problem, because in addition to configuring third-party domains, customers can also purchase domains directly through Squarespace. Over 200 TLDs are currently available for purchase, and each domain with Squarespace comes with a beautiful parking page and free Whois privacy. There's nothing to install, patch, or upgrade ever. You won't need any plugins to get going, and you can hit the ground running with your new website by utilizing Squarespace's award-winning templates. Everyone should have their own corner of the internet, and with that, you'll want to flesh out your online community. Now you can do just that with ease, since Squarespace sites are fully integrated with commenting systems that support fully threaded comments, replies, and likes. Squarespace is trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world. They're used by a wide range of creatives and people, musicians, designers, artists, restaurants, and more. In addition to some of the largest e-commerce sites you'll find conducting business online today. So don't wait any longer. Get started today. Head on over to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/PKA for 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/PKA to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
Check them out.
Go. A couple of high quality sponsors for you guys to check out.
I'm out for sure.
Goat and Squarespace. Maybe Goat used Squarespace to build their website.
That's a non-zero chance.
That it certainly is. It's a non-zero chance. Yeah, all of our sponsors have very incestuous relationships with them. They've all got great breath and hard dicks and everything. So, Kyle, I was apologies if we've done this one before, but I was looking through the January AMA questions. I wanted someone for you. Besides the car door, which is the most obvious, what was the closest Kyle has come to death in an FPS Russia video?
That Vietnam era flamethrower I used one time was super scary. It dripped on me a little bit, which wasn't a big fucking deal. But I was kind of afraid one of the pressure tanks was going to do something weird because it was literally from Vietnam. You know, it was like 45 years old, 50 years old or something like that.
Probably not used much in the last half century.
No, used way too much in the last half century. That's the thing. by people much less safe than me, which is saying something. Yeah, I don't know. I had explosives under these 55-gallon barrels. You know, like sometimes we just get to the end of the day and be like, we need another thing. Mm-hmm. You know, like
need a capstone on this video.
Yeah, there's going to be 3 or 4 segments, and so I'd plan for 6 different things. I'm like, if this fails, then we got this thing. If that fails, we got that thing. And on this particular day, I think like 3 things had just failed, and it was like, well, I've got those barrels, and I'm never out of explosives, so maybe we put the explosives on the ground, then we tip the barrel upside down on top of the explosives, and then I'll just sort of know where to shoot the bottom of the barrel so that it pops the explosives on the inside. And I don't really know what'll happen, guys. Maybe the barrel will launch straight up in the air. That'd be kind of cool, right? And everybody's like, yeah, I guess it would be. And
a lot of thought.
Yeah, and then like turned out that those barrels were like this composite material. They weren't like, they looked like metal, but they were like this like fiberglassy like metal type shit. I don't even understand the material, frankly. But what I do know is when I shot, the first one just shattered and chunks of it flew everywhere. And it was like, well, there are either 2 or maybe even 3 more to shoot. And so I kind of had to make this decision within the span of half a second whether I was going to go, ho, let's not do any more of this, guys. Let's brainstorm session. Or I was just going to pull the trigger 3 more times and be done for the day with my work. And so I just pulled the trigger 3 more times and got done with my work for the day. And it was wildly dangerous because there were chunks of this stuff, like these really sharp frisbees that were just every fucking where. Just everywhere. And any one of those could have actually killed me. The car door would have maimed me a little bit, like stitches, I think.
Dude, you would have been jellified.
I think somewhere in between. Depends where it hits you. You'd have had stitches if you got hit in the shoulder. But if it hit you in the head, probably.
Sure.
No, if it hit you in the shoulder, it would have taken your arm off.
I don't know. It was lightweight, but moving fast. And like
a bullet.
I think we did actually calculate the speed one time based on how many frames per second I was shooting, and it was something kind of stupid fast. Like, I don't remember what we came up with, but 400 to 600 feet per second comes to mind.
Explosions do move quickly.
Dude, if you have 3 defensive lines of NFL players and you fire that same blade of steel at them, that is going to slice through like 3 rows, and they're wearing pads. You would have been like, you would have turned around, and then you would have fallen apart like someone through wire. Missed me. And then your head just
falls off.
Ghost ship.
Can you hear us,
Danny? Mic check? What?
It's very odd.
Does he have a very high Discord cutoff?
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, that works.
I don't know what's going on, guys. I've tried to troubleshoot this so many times with different computers, different microphone configurations. I'm cursed as far as the PKA podcast goes with this mic.
We can hear you.
Does it sound awful? Yeah, it's just the default audio. I'm sorry, guys.
You're okay. So it's not hooking up to the mic you're currently trying to use, I guess.
Yeah. Dude, like I stepped on my Scarlett once, and then this computer's got a broken speaker. So I've been trying to troubleshoot it with in many ways as I can, and it just doesn't work out. I'm so sorry to kill the momentum of the show.
No, you're fine. You're fine, dude. Or I guess on what he's at, he can tell, because it always sounds different to Kyle and I.
Yeah,
I can tell it's not like super high quality audio. I can tell it's laptop quality.
Really, what it is, I'll take Danny at 3 out of 10. Whereas I might kick a different guest off the show. That's what's up.
Okay, I gotta focus. I appreciate that, Woody.
So what is new in the Danny Mullen world? No
Danny,
more.
Can
porns.
you tip your camera up? Is that something like I'm getting like your eyebrows? Oh, so much better. Thanks.
Okay, I'm sorry, man. I'll back up too. Yeah, no more porns. We might be bringing those back though in 2021. The year is young. I got a sort of related to porn. I discovered I got a cold sore yesterday.
Fun.
Yeah. So I think my girlfriend's going to think I'm cheating on her. But I got oral herpes. I got HSV1.
She might have cheated on you.
Is that herpes medication or is that a load stack?
No, this is herpes medication. This is valacyclovir, 1 gram tablets. Take 2 tablets by mouth twice daily for 1 day at the first symptom or sign.
Take 2 tablets daily for 1 day.
Yeah, well, like they're like you take 4 of these in a day. They're like big fucking like they're 1 grams each. Yeah, that'll knock it right out. You can get these online. I used what's the website?
You should keep them in stock then. Danny.
Silk Road.
I do keep them in stock.
I know that. Well, I can see that you do.
Reach. Why were you able to retrieve those so quickly?
Because they're right here with all my other pills. There's a lot of pills on this desk.
Covered in sores. There's a big weeping mess walking around.
There's a.
You need to phone that guy you had double vagina sex with and let him know to get tested.
Damn, I don't have any pills. Oh no, I have Sablucci right there.
Yeah, I got a lot of pills
on the show.
But yeah, I think I used if you want to like get it so because they're gonna keep coming back. You had this for life now. But if you go to this isn't an ad or anything, but if you go to I think it's Get Roman, I used them, and you literally just say like, yes, I have cold sores. Yes, I get them frequently. Yes, I would like extra pills for future outbreaks. And it was like, it was cheap. Like for like enough to treat 3 outbreaks, it was like $30 or something like that. I don't know. They mailed in like, they were here in 2 days.
Okay. Expedient. Well, what do you got? Oral or genital?
Oral. But if you go down on someone while you've got even the slightest hint of this, they will get genital herpes for like a full cycle.
Okay. So it's not permanent, is what you're saying.
It's permanent on my mouth. I've had it since I was a kid.
On the girl's vagina. Like the girl isn't going to have HSV2 for life.
It didn't seem to be, but I can't speak to that 100% because she had one genital herpes outbreak like right after I went down on her with like, and it wasn't like I was going down there with like a bleeding sore in my mouth. Like it was gone. Like there was just it was like, oh yeah, I can see where it used to be a month and a half ago. There's like a little bit of pink right there, but like it was gone. And yeah, she had genital herpes outbreak. She was like sitting on frozen peas. Like she had like blisters inside and outside of her vagina. It was awful.
So what happens when she's in that state and you fuck her? Like, how are you?
I didn't fuck her. What are you talking about? I supplied more frozen peas. I felt terrible.
All right. Pussy.
I had a girlfriend actually use me giving her herpes as an excuse to break up with me.
Bitch!
And it's pretty similar to what you're saying. It was my first girlfriend, and I did that thing where I was just way too clingy. She was the only thing I had going for me in my life. So I was texting her around the clock. When are we going to hang out? What are we going to do? Just a needy little bitch. And the way she broke it off, instead of, I don't know, doing the dignified thing, sending a text, saying it to my face, is she told me that she had herpes and she'd contracted it for me, which I didn't know. I thought she was lying the whole time, but now Kyle's telling me that I very well gave it to her from my oral herpes and put it on her pussy. Because I have had these since I was like 5 years old. And I think I actually did have a breakout around that time. So I guess everything she said was justified.
Yeah, they really suck. Like I get an outbreak about twice a year, but now I've got these pills. So like at the first sign of like any tingling or like burning or pain, I start popping pills, and it never really gets bad anymore. But as a kid, like I didn't have any pills. I just had that stupid cream you would rub. I remember when I was 18, I had one when I was I was working like this crappy job at a video rental place. And the appeal of the job for me was like I got all the movies I wanted for free and all the video games I wanted for free. So I could just, I'd go home every night with like 8 or 10 movies. Well, it was so bad. I remember this old man that I was checking out at the cash register was like, "Looks like somebody popped you in the mouth." And I'm like, "No, it's a cold sore. It's a cold sore. Why do you have to point it out? Why do you have to point it out? I know it looks awful." I hate them. They look so bad and they hurt. And like, they used to get really bad for me. They'd be all scabby and bloody and gross. And like, I get out of the shower and the hot water would like make the scab all soft and like gooey. And then like it would reharden in some sort of like contorted, fucked up way. And now it's got like sharp edges that'll like get caught on a coat sleeve and it'll tear off. And it's
start bleeding everywhere. If you get really lucky though, it ends up right here, and you got a kick-ass little soul patch. You look like Billy Bob. My second girlfriend, these were both girlfriends I had when I was in college. I met her when I had a raging oral herpes outbreak, but it was my soul patch oral herpes. And she just thought I had facial hair. And guys complimented me on it. They were like, "Danny, you look like a rock star with your facial hair like that." And I was like, "Rock on, brother." Just went along. Nobody was any the wiser.
Mine doesn't work that way. Mine just looks awful.
You're unfortunate in your HSV1.
Yes, I am. But yeah,
what's been going on, Woody? Oh, sorry to interrupt, Colin.
No, those pills take care of it.
Woody he seems left out while we're up here bonding over herpes. You and I bonded herpes.
We can fix that.
One time I was at a paintball event and I was super thirsty, and Kyle shared his Gatorade with me, and he had an outbreak at the time, and I took a sip from this fucking bottle of Gatorade, and then lived 2 weeks of am I clear? Am I not? Lozon saw it. He's like, enjoy your fucking herpes. But I have never had it, so I think I dodged a bullet there.
That's good. I would honestly, but that'd be a great way for us to bond, right? Yeah, I gave Woody herpes. We just tell people that without any more information. How'd you guys meet? You've been working together for
it turns out oral to general is transmissible.
Well, I gave Woody herpes about a decade ago, and ever since we've just been really close.
Yeah.
And Kyle, do you feel like you're more resistant to genital herpes because you have it upstairs? I always tell myself that, and I think it's become like a mind over matter thing, and it's starting to.
That's not how viruses work.
No, it is. It is, Kyle. I'm pretty sure, right? You get a little dose of a similar virus, and your body builds these antibodies, and then next time it encounters that virus, it knows what to do. It's Kyle's a science denier, really, on this.
No, I don't think that I have any resistance to genital herpes, and I would be very upset if someone gave me genital herpes in any way knowingly, because you kind of have to, because it's only transmittable during an outbreak, and if you've got sores on your vagina. So if you're giving me this is all on you. This isn't like when I had syphilis that time for 2 years and just didn't know.
There isn't a very mild outbreak of genital herpes,
no, because there's going to be a sore on your genital area.
But what if she thinks a vagina pimple? That's not normal.
They're different. They're different. This thing, it gets scabby and weepy rapidly, and it hurts, and it the way it progresses is like sometimes when I get it I always get it in the exact same spot, bottom left of my bottom left of my bottom lip, exact same spot, and I know when that happens that this isn't a pimple, this isn't an ingrown hair coming in. This is where the herpes comes from. That's where it lives.
I've heard it's tingly, according to the commercials.
Tingly, yeah.
Oh, it's tingly. It's numb right now. There's a little numb feeling.
Are you treating it at all, Danny?
Absolutely not. I'm letting nature do its thing.
It's a bad strategy. You should go to the pharmacist.
No, I'm harnessing the power of herpes, because I honestly do believe, Kyle. As I've said on here, I'm the guy who's having unprotected, double penetrative sex with women. I've taken down numerous whores in Las Vegas for under $150 each, and nothing. No genital warts, no genital herpes. I think the herpes gods favor me, and they don't want me buying a Breva or going to Roman.com and interfering with their virus.
Jesus fucking Christ. Don't bother with a Breva, by the way. It just doesn't do anything.
Never would.
Have you ever bought a Breva thinking it would work?
I have a tube of it in my bathroom right now.
And you've had it for years, I bet.
I used it the other day when I had an outbreak, just to compound. I was telling Danny, I've got pills for it now, and because he's got a herpes outbreak right now, and I was like, just go to the website. They'll send you pills. They'll be there by Monday, and it'll forevermore. As soon as you. It'll never get past the tingly phase. It'll just be gone. Yeah,
it'll just a Breva, and the worst one is Blistex. All they do is make it so that someone across the room can see your shiny sore.
Yeah,
it makes it worse.
Would you like a clear coat for that disgusting sore on your face?
we have it in glitter as well.
It already comes with True Coat.
Taylor told a story once. I guess he was young and had a cold sore, but not much knowledge on how to deal with it. So he put hydrogen peroxide on it.
Oh, this is this is my younger brother and my mom. This was many years ago, 7 years ago. My brother was in college, and he had a bad cold sore because you just get those sometimes. And he had one, and my mom told him, you want to put hydrogen peroxide on it every day. And so and all the time, and hydrogen peroxide dries the shit out of things. And so he was doing this, and it would not go away. It was getting worse and worse, and just expanding and disgusting. He's like, it's cracking. It hurts.
Weepy.
Every morning it's weepy. And then he went to a dermatologist at one point. He's like, it's just not going away. And she's like, what have you been doing to it? I've been putting hydrogen peroxide on it 5-6 times a day. And she's like, oh no. Oh, that's the exact opposite of what you should be doing. Yeah, you see what you've done is you've dried it out and created more areas for those germs to get in and create whatever. And so he took whatever Valtrex shit Kyle's talking about, went away in probably 18 hours.
When Taylor told the story the first time, the dermatologist looked at it and goes, whoa. Oh, okay. All right. How'd this happen? When you shock your doctor, you've done a thing.
That's true.
Yeah.
You eat how many deli meats a week? I was joking. Obviously. Have a little fun.
That's the sign of a bad doctor, if you ask me. A good doctor should see anything and just be like, all right, I see what you've got going on here. So what we're going to have to do is, no matter how bad it is, whenever I burned my hand that time, when I lit the acetylene balloon the balloon full of acetylene, and it roasted all the skin off the back of this hand, whenever I unwrapped the bandage off of it and showed the doctor in Royston, Georgia, home of Ty Cobb, he was this black guy, and he was maybe 58, 60, somewhere in there. He was an older black gentleman. And he just went, oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Wrap that back up, son. I can't do nothing for you. And I was just like, what are you? I'm just like,
isn't this what you do?
He's like, so he looks at my dad now. You're going to want to take him to the burn center down in Augusta. They have the special techniques and personnel.
They put some new white boy skin right on.
They have all the skin bank. Yeah,
I literally drove from there to the burn center in Augusta, and they took care of it.
Sounds like he gave you good advice, but I do agree the bedside manner wasn't so great. I had in college I had strep throat, so I had strep throat a lot growing up, all the time. But it was my mother who would take me to the doctor. She was always making that decision. So when I'm a freshman in college and I'm making these decisions on my own, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. And I get strep throat. I know I do. I know it. I've had it 100 times. And I could self-diagnose at this point. But I don't make the call to go to the doctor and get it fixed. And I let it go. Eventually, Jackie takes me to urgent care because I'm having a hard time breathing. My uvula is like the big shooter marbles you'd use, that you hit the other ones with. And it's a problem. Every time I swallow it painfully, and then it comes back like zoop. Oh God! And breathing is an issue because it's so
very
large. It's so big. When I breathe, it's like close the door, open the door, close the door, open the door. This is uvula blocking my airway. So we go to urgent care, and the doctor said, I was almost proud because he goes, huh. This is the most classic case I've seen in my whole career. And
uvula swallower.
Yeah. So anyway, penicillin, and hours later, I was halfway better.
Yeah. Penicillin is a wonderful thing. I wish I had had some on hand, and I could just inject myself whenever I got the sniffles or anything. Does that
work?
was.
I don't think that works.
Yeah. Yeah. Any sort of infection, as long as it's not viral. Anything bacterial.
Yeah, no, I think Danny's right.
Is it cold viral though? I think it. Danny, what are you saying? Let me listen to you.
Well, I used to have MRSA when I was in jiu-jitsu. I would pick up this really nasty shit off the mat. I'm not going to try to work out what the MRSA acronym stands for. I don't know, but it was bad. It was essentially antibiotic-resistant bacteria. And they wanted you to be really careful about just taking a shot of penicillin into the cyst or the boil of the MRSA, because eventually you would do that to no avail, and the thing would swell up, engulf your entire arm, and they would have to amputate. That was a real fear they had. And thankfully the MRSA went away. But Kyle, I don't think treating antibiotics like you treat herpes medication is a good long-term strategy.
I think it's a good long-term strategy for me, just not for the populace at large.
That's different. I didn't understand that yet.
Yeah, I don't care about you. Yeah. This is about
Kyle will raise the chances of a superbug being created so long as it shortens how long he has the sniffles.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll take all of the pills mostly. But you know, I'd like the hard stuff whenever I get sick. I don't want to have to suffer through things. Remember Wings MRSA he had that. Oh my God.
That was a severe case, I think.
Oh, Wings had this MRSA, Danny, on his belly. And it looked like a pimple, but like 10 times bigger than a pimple. Like it looked like almost like a spider bite or a snake bite. Like it was this big, angry, swollen red nodule. And he ended up he filmed it and uploaded it. It's on the fucking internet right now. He went and had them like drain it. I think they basically cut a hole in it. They just took a scalpel and stabbed it. They lanced it. That's it. Thank you. And they drained it of like all the fucking pus. It smelled so bad that the second nurse walks over and opens the door to the outside. So over his shoulder, you can see like trees and grass because what's coming out of his belly smells so bad that the nurses were like getting a little sick and lightheaded.
Because what is it? Like rotting, decomposing flesh in there,
It's like pus. Yeah.
You know what I remember about it that was interesting to me? My opinion on this is morphed over time. Wings had anxiety, right? So, you know, like he wasn't comfortable having this procedure done. And, you know, he's in there by himself with a bunch of... I'm getting echoes. Danny, did you change something?
No. I was just pulling up a picture of Kevin Randleman's staph infection, the MMA fighter. I didn't change anything.
In any case... This is gonna fuck with me.
So now we're getting feedback. We can hear Woody.
Okay, let me. I'm not touching any Kevin Randleman staff. Is it better?
Mic check. Yeah, that is better.
Yes.
That's weird.
Leave Kevin alone.
I'm talking with Mr. Randleman.
In any case,
the search engine is racist.
He asked the nurse to hold his hand to make him feel better during the procedure, and like my mind has gone from like that's just not like masculine behavior to that's actually really good nursing. You know, like that, right? Like I've thought about this from different angles. Like,
dude, he shouldn't feel bad about that at all. If that's what it took for him to get in there and get it done, it's better than like fucking dying. Like this shit will kill you.
Damn it! I can't not like feel pity or something. I don't know what this emotion I'm feeling right now. Like, is this pity? Is this what pity is?
Am I having empathy for somebody right now? This is weird. This is a first. Mark it down.
This is like that scene in The Grinch where his heart like dun 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 like breaks that little golden frame. Like
3 sizes that day.
Yeah, I think my heart screwed 3 sizes. I didn't remember that.
That's very bad for you to have a big heart.
He asked the nurse, a stranger, to hold his hand.
Yeah, because he was having trouble with the stress of the situation.
Oh, that really is sweet. Like yeah,
it's a good nurse.
That's a really good nurse because
I mean, I understand hating the doctor and hating to go to those things. Like I've never had to have an intense infection on my belly lanced. I can imagine that sucks. I remember even at Mizzou going to like the health center to get like STD tested and medicine, like if I had one or something. Like the first time I went there being like all embarrassed, like, oh, what a shameful thing. And then you get in there and it's like obviously like full of your classmates and you're like, oh, okay.
You guys fucked her too, huh?
Yeah. But you were all there last night? Yeah. But it turns out it's just a good thing to do. You don't want to procrastinate those visits.
It's really stressful. Like when I was getting that stupid eye operation, like there was nothing I wanted less than to go in there and have them operate on my goddamn eye.
Yeah, except cancer. So it got you moving.
Except cancer. That was the only thing I wanted less than them to operate on my eye. I just like talking to the Uber driver on the way there and explaining to her why I was going. She was just like, oh no, oh no. I'm like, yeah, they're going to cut a pizza slice out of my eyelid and then they're going to sew my eyelid back together, but there won't be enough slack maybe. So they've got to like cut the corner of my eye like this to get enough slack. And then they got to sew all that up. So you're going to have stitches in your eyelid? Yeah. And this is happening now? It's where you're driving me.
It's
right now. She's like, I wouldn't go. I was like, I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. You're taking me.
Cancer.
It's eyelid cancer. I have cancer. I have to go. She's like, oh. I'm like, so if you're the one that picks me back up later in a couple hours, I'm going to be fucked up because they're giving me some drugs today. And
I knew you would never do it for a one-off joke, but I was hoping after you like broke the cancer thing that you would show back up to the show totally bald. And like, I don't know, in my head, that was such a funny visual. And you've got like a bandana around it, like you're trying to hide it. You just look sallow and shitty.
Dude, if you just worn the bandana, it would have been a decent bit.
Yeah. Just wearing the bandana.
If you had brought this up to me, I'd have gotten the bald cap and the bandana and gotten like super pale for it. Like gotten like that pale makeup put on. But over time. Like just every week, paler and paler. Like cough. I'd like already have a tissue ready, but cough and then be like, and like try to hide the blood.
Val Kilmer style.
Like then after a while, there's an IV bag sitting on a stand right here next to me. I'm getting chemo on the show.
You have an orderly come in, check on you every so often.
Kyle, what's in that IV bag? It's just fluids. It's just fluids. I'm feeling a little down this week. I think I got the sniffles. It's just
you don't admit it. I've just been tired recently.
Nap on the show.
Yeah,
dying in front of us.
Oh, I feel so differently about the doctor than you guys do. Like Kyle's like, I don't want to be here. I absolutely want to be there. Like when I go to the doctor, it's like I have a problem. This thing is problem. This thing is sore. This thing is broken. This thing's not healing on its own. I have a problem, and I am in the presence of a problem solver. There's no place I'd rather be. Like that's always where my head is when I'm laying out my prognosis to the doctor.
I mean, I was happy to be there.
Prognosis.
Like I was happy that being there was an option, right? I went as soon as possible. Like when we went the first time and they just cut a slice of it off, that really hurt. Like I always say this, but I think I'm pretty good with pain. I didn't flinch, but as they were doing it, my toes were curling.
Why couldn't they give you a painkiller?
They just wouldn't. They just wouldn't.
What dickheads?
Dude.
Because like the painkiller is going to have to be a shot into my eyelid.
Yeah.
So wait. They did give me a shot into my eyelid. That's what hurt. Now I'm remembering it correctly now. So they gave me a Valium, which is just, it's supposed to relax you a little bit. Look, you're dealing with someone who has relaxed themselves quite a lot in their life. I don't even notice a fucking Valium.
Can I interrupt?
All right.
If you're a pot smoker, you're supposed to tell your anesthesiologist that because you need more. So
I hadn't smoked
tip
in so long.
There. Well, I don't know how that lie.
Maybe I've like numbed the part of my body that gets numbed.
I actually got high 30 minutes ago. I'm high right now. You better dose me up.
So but when they stuck that needle in my fucking eyelid, my toes were curling. I just went, "Argh!" And they went, little pinch here. And I went, it feels like you're stabbing an ice pick into my goddamn eyelid. It hurts so fucking much.
Damn,
you know what I hate? This is something I hate. Surprise medicine. Do not fucking surprise me. If it hurts, tell me it hurts. I want to prepare for this mentally. If they say a little pinch and they know goddamn well this is worse than a bee sting, don't lie to me. And sure as fuck, don't do this. Don't surprise me with your needle. Right? That doesn't. Yeah, this doesn't really happen to me as an adult, but like as a teenager or something, oftentimes they'd like, I don't know, if they just stuck me when I wasn't looking or didn't tell. I would like to be informed. That's my happy spot. I want to know when it's coming. I want to I do so much better informed. I can be a little anxious and like lay it out for me. Don't get the surprise medicine bullshit is not good bedside manner. Not for me.
My thing at the doctor is to just railroad them at the end of the appointment saying that because I am an adult, I deserve 4 suckers. By weight, if that's the distribution method. And Danny's frozen. Yeah.
I was like, Danny hasn't blinked in a long time.
Oh, I didn't even notice he was frozen. I thought he was listening attentively.
Yeah, me too.
This evening.
Let's all sit like Danny.
Yeah.
Very pensive.
So like, but the worst part of that whole ordeal was, you know, they took the little, they cut the wart off, the actual cancer part off.
It was a pie wedge, right? Like a.
Well, first they just cut the wart off, like it was just this little bump on my eyelid, and then like they were like, "You're all good. We're gonna test it, of course, but that's not cancer. Like I know cancer when I see it. That's not cancer." And I'm like, "Well, fucking great, because like you did a great job. Like there's zero scarring. Like it looks great. You shaved it off even with the eyelid. It's perfect." And then, of course, a week later, my dad's over here, and they call me and they're like, "Dr. blah, 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 I need you to come in. He wants to consult with you about the test." And I'm like, "Could he just tell me right now? Just get him on the phone and get him to tell me right now." I was like, is he there? She's like, "Hang on a minute, I'll see." And he comes on and he's like, "Yeah, I need you to come in. I want to talk to you about this." I was like, "Just tell me right now." And he's like, "Well, it's cancer." I'm just like, fuck.
Don't worry,
with you, though.
The best kind you can have.
I don't know why they would have thought their plan A was a better plan. Like, who would be like, you know what? Yes, suspense. Let's do a little suspense. That's what I need from you. No, like that. I don't see how that's good ever.
Yeah, like if you're just trying to get another like copay out of me, like for showing up, like I'll give you the $100, but tell me right fucking now what it is and what we're going to do about it, and let's schedule the next appointment. And that's what we did. Like we literally, he was like, "We're going to call you and like schedule the surgery. Surgery will be like this. It's like 99.9% effective. Like you've got the bitch of cancers, you know, it's basal cell carcinoma." And I was, all right, great. So then I walk back in the living room, my dad's there, and I'm like, "So that was my doctor. Got a little bit of cancer."
Don't worry, it's a good kind. And
yeah, he reacted really well to it. I don't know if I ever told my mom. I don't think my mom still knows.
Never told her.
I don't think I ever told her because like I didn't want her to worry, and like she's not good with stressful shit. But my dad was just like, "All right, well, sounds like it's gonna be all right then." I was like, "Yeah, you know, it's cancer light, they say, so shouldn't be a problem."
It's good.
I do like the cancer survivor is on your resume now. Like of your list of things you've done.
I wish you would bring that up so much more.
You're a professional dancer, and I'm a cancer survivor, and I'll hear nothing to the contrary.
I don't have anything like that, so I'm going to pick something to lie about to guests that have never been on the show before. Some skill. Is it believable that I won a big karate tournament when I was like 12?
Yes. Everyone else should be 11.
Yeah, when I was 17, I won nationals. The glitch in the system, I was fighting 9-year-olds.
All the other yellow belts were not on my level.
I can't even imagine a less impressive life.
I won the junior karate nationals last year, actually.
No, I don't even win. I almost placed.
There was this 12-year-old, and he was big for his age, I'm going to tell you.
Damn, he was top of the pack, you know, ish.
Danny, I have a question for you. Conor McGregor or Dustin Poirer?
Oh, fuck. I have to pretend I'm a good fighter again, don't I? No, I've been tuned out of MMA, man. I don't know.
You are our only guest who can beat a Clydesdale. I value your opinion.
I maintain that, too. What's Poirier been up to? How's he been doing?
He's been smashing everybody but Khabib. He has beaten Gaethje. He has beaten Pettis. He has beaten Max Holloway. He has beaten another impressive guy, Eddie Alvarez.
Psychologically, I think Conor's going to have the edge on him. I, as a former jiu-jitsu competitor, think it's hard
right.
Amped up to beat somebody who KO'd you in 23 seconds or however long it was for him. So I'm going to go with Conor just based on psychological dominance. That's the guy I would bet on. And Conor, too, when he's had a long layoff, you feel like he's going to come in there and just do something wacky and it's going to work. Conor.
Okay, I'm in the minority. I had Dustin, but so Kyle has Conor too.
Yeah, we got a little bet.
What are you guys betting?
Just $5.
It's kind of a trophy.
I'm in on this.
Oh, then I would have to be. Taylor, are you taking this action, or should I take them both?
You know what? You take them both.
All right, I'll take you too. $5. The winner pays via PayPal, and we actually collect. So there is no like LOL. No, you need to be paid to get roasted.
Who are the people that are fighting? I'll just jump in.
Conor McGregor and Dustin Poirer fighting Saturday night.
I'll take whoever hasn't been picked.
You have Dustin Poirer against Danny.
Are you retarded?
I was reading something over here. I wasn't paying attention.
I'll take whoever hasn't been picked. There's 2 men fighting. This isn't like a NASCAR race. We're going to decide who wins.
Isn't that an advanced ranking point system we're going to do?
No.
We're going to make this complicated?
My finances are a little shoddy right now. If I lose, you guys might not ever hear from me again.
Never come on the show again because of a $5 bet.
We'll invoice you.
Yeah,
Did
collections.
the Avalanche and Blues have only played 1 game since we made our bet, right? And the Avalanche won.
And I was thinking the best way to do that, instead of doing $5 back and forth,
wait till they all add up.
wait till the season series. We
Yeah,
would get a wash, but foolishly.
I won a couple more poker games with the patrons since last time we talked about it. I think I've won 4 and out of 10 or something like that, which isn't a great winning percentage. But when you consider that like they're sit and go tournaments, and I'm like getting 7 times my money every time I win, it's going just fine.
Are you a poker guy at all, Danny?
No, but I'll bet you blindly that the Blues lose their next game.
Yeah, well, a bet with you is great because I know neither of us will pay up. So yeah, let's do.
I swear, I'll do it because I've always talked shit about you. I feel like I was maybe bombing my first time on here. I just saw the Blues poster and latched onto it. So yeah, Blues lose their next game in horrendous fashion. $5.
$5 tomorrow night.
I'll keep tracking on Twitter.
Who are they playing?
Who do they play?
Taylor?
Tomorrow they play.
A real fan would know this.
Yeah, I know, right?
You don't have tickets?
Yeah, no, I don't have tickets. Oh no, I guess it's Saturday. It's Saturday against the Los Angeles Kings.
How are they doing this year?
They haven't won yet.
The Kings or the Blues?
The Kings have not won yet. The Blues are
Good luck, Danny. They're due, Danny. This is a lock.
Yeah, they're due to win.
And this is easy. All of our sporting events take place on one day. We can keep track of it. I'm going to hunt you down on Twitter, dude, and the Blues go up in flames.
If I lose, shoot me that email. I'll fire you $5. $5
Email?
I'm going to shoot you an angry tweet.
No, I was meaning you have to send,
just send me a fax.
Email. You have to get, so I can
Taylor,
pay you.
Is email less used in the business world yet? Or is
no. It's everything. And there's something about like opening up your professional email that's soul sucking. Like it's just like I don't like this. Like this isn't a fun app. I have to work. I should be able to play one of those tower defense games and be paid for that. But no, I don't know. There's something about it.
But there's no spam in there, right? Isn't that nice that there's no bullshit in your business email?
That is nice because I can just filter stuff out.
My business email was filled with spam. That's what happens if you work one place too long. It's like status updates on projects you left 3 years ago and shit like that. If you work one place too long, maybe it's specific to computer programming, like extra, but they always need your advice on something that you've left. And your trail just gets longer and longer and longer. Woody, there's this 7-year-old project. You're the only one who knows anything about it. Can you help? We have this emergency. And it's like, fuck, now I have like 2 jobs, then 3,
or you get
4.
roped in with stupid nonsense where it's like, why am I getting emails of this woman I don't even recognize next to her dogs in the woods? Oh, because that's a client's third party, whatever the fuck operator, and they just blind copy everyone. And it's like, I don't even know.
Taylor, if you ever become a full-time entertainer, I want you to handle the process like this. Just work less and less and less and see what it takes to get fired. Just fade away. You start working like 40 minutes a week, but pretend that you're doing it hard. Pretend that you're trying. Just keep up on some emails. Attend to half your meetings.
I would not have a job or any clients very quickly if something like that happened.
Oh, at Cisco, you'd last for I don't know. I could go both directions on that. I feel like I've seen people last a long time at Cisco. And then on the other hand, I've seen people not last. So there's a chance, though. There's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, if that would be funny. Just see how long you can go with doing absolutely nothing.
Oh, yeah.
But it would become like not fun when in like 3 weeks in, it's like, yeah, you haven't done anything that we needed you to get done by these.
You went too hardcore. You need to do a minimal thing, right? You need to like return calls. Whenever they ask when you'll have something done, give them a date for a date. Like, ooh, yeah, that's a thing. I can give you a date by Friday.
Yeah, that is hilarious. Date by Friday.
Yeah, just keep doing that all the time. This is the most hilarious way to leave work. I really think you could do it, and it will earn you thousands extra than just leaving.
Yeah, it would. Just slowly, just begin to do nothing. It's like, yeah, you were supposed to handle a call on behalf of our company with the buyer at Kroger. And it's really hard to get those 30 minutes for those appointments. And it's saying here that 14 minutes in, you said you got to go? So, this is a once-a-year appointment. And apparently you were shirtless and surly. I don't even have Kroger near me. You were drunk. I'm not drunk in the morning. I was still drunk from last night, you fucking loser.
I had a coworker do this. She'd leave work early saying that she had an appointment. Now you're all thinking doctor, right? It was always hair. It was always leaving, getting her hair cut. Taylor, these are the moves. These are the moves.
When I worked at that car rental place, I remember treating every time I had a dentist appointment, I would prime the pump at work with like managers being like, dentist appointment coming up next week. You know how it is. I've always got a ton of issues. My appointments take forever. They take hours and hours, 40-minute cleaning. Not this guy, not this mouth, this head of teeth. 3 hours I'm in there, and so like I'm priming the pump, and then it'd be like, it's like, I got to leave at noon on Tuesday to go. I'm finishing up writing the fucking contract for whoever. All right, I gotta leave at 2. It's 1:30 or it's 1:10, but I haven't eaten yet, so I'll just leave. And then like appointment goes from like 2 to 2:50, and I would text my boss at like 4:45 and be like, "That was a rough one," and I would just like, and then at that point he loved me, and so I'd be like, "Hey, could you punch me out?" And so like he would do that. He was my boss, and he would just let me go on appointments sometimes, like for doctors and stuff, which was fine because he let him do that for everyone. But he would and he probably did this for everyone too. But he'd just be like, "Hey, I'll punch you out. I'll get you the extra 5 hours of pay." And it was like, "Hell yeah, motherfucker!"
I did a similar thing, but I was salaried, right? So there was no punch out concept. Mm-hmm. But like if you have a 10 a.m. appointment, obviously you're expected to come back after lunch. So it's like, what is the earliest appointment where I'm not expected to come back, right? If I have a 1 p.m., probably not supposed to take the rest of the day off, right? But if I have a 2 p.m., and that goes till 3, I drive back at 3:30. You don't think I'm going to work for an hour and a half, right? We're just calling it a day. So like that's how I would schedule shit.
I remember this is coming back to me. So there was when I worked at this car rental place, you had to like go pick people up and get them and like bring them back to your branch, because one place I worked was like an insurance replacement, not an airport. And so like everyone who came in just had fucked up cars and was mad at you and had a bad day. And so you'd have to go and like pick these people up. And that was like, it started off shitty, but by the end of my tenure there, like that was the best job. Someone's got to go pick someone up. Oh, I can drive 30 miles under the speed limit. Get me. Like, and there was one, we were in the furthest, this is in Idaho. And there was like one branch it was literally an hour and 20 minutes away, driving regular speed to pick someone up and bring them back. And that was the golden ticket. If you got to miss like 2 hours and 40 minutes, except eventually he stopped sending me on those because I would leave to do it. I would get lunch. I would like take my sweet ass time.
Is the person suffering while he's waiting for you to show?
No, they have nothing else to do. They can't do anything until they get the car. And so, yeah, I was making them wait like an extra probably 25 minutes, just goofing around, trying to kill time. This was towards the end, like where I was so jaded and I just hated this so much. And it was like, sometimes I would take 3.5 hours on that round trip. Except somehow always made it back early enough that if it was an option, I could leave early. But that guy never let me leave early. He wasn't as nice as the other manager. Oh man, I'm so glad I had that shitty ass job. It makes me so thankful for everything now. And people deal with so much worse jobs than that. Working at a rental car place, getting called a fucking idiot, low IQ retard all the time. You can't take a reservation. Let me do the sign. Let me do a bad sign.
Prepared you to be a Twitch streamer.
Yeah, it's way better to be a Twitch streamer. So,
yeah, no one calls you a dumb, low IQ idiot on Twitch.
Yeah, but those are on my terms. Kind of. But yeah. Oh God, that job fucking sucked.
When I worked in restaurants, that was the perpetual fantasy that my writing career, my comedy career was going to blow up, and I was still going to be employed when that happened. And I was going to, I don't know, figure out I was now successful over a text or something. So I could just mid-shift walk upstairs to some bitch eating a garganelli pasta, capsize it on her table, slap her and walk out and not care about the consequences. And I actually, it never happened that gloriously. My last job, though, before I became a professional YouTuber, I put in my 2 weeks, and that was boring. But I did get revenge on 2 old restaurant jobs. I made videos out of them. One is called like Smoke This Bong, and the other one is called, it's very on the nose, I showed up drunk at my old job. And the first one was in Vegas. And I went back to my old restaurant at the Wynn Hotel. The bartender, oh, Danny, come in. Yeah, the guy was kind of a square, but him and I were friendly. I drink like 10 gin and tonics while my friend is covertly filming me drink these. I am sideways, shit-faced drunk. And after I've polished off my 10th and I pay my bill, I just nudged my buddy. It was incidentally the guy I double vaginal that chick with. Whenever there's a Vegas story, whether it be fucking or raiding an old job, it's him.
Double V action, yeah.
Double V action. We just, after I tap him on the we walk right to one of the most luxurious booths in the restaurant during high dinner service. I go up to this Asian girl while he's filming and just say, hey, all the cooks here, they constantly tamper with people's food. And I just went back there, and one of the sous chefs, he put his finger up his asshole, and it's in your salad right now. He did this. And I just turned on my heel and walked out and left. And this girl was really cunty. She like found me on Instagram and wrote me a message.
Yeah, she is a bit of a bitch in this story.
Yeah, it's just this girl sucks. But she ran right over to the bar, and I was just charming. I was the nicest guy on the planet for my entire 10 gin and tonic session with this guy. She goes right over and tells this guy what I did. He's polishing a glass, and his jaw just drops. He cannot. I've just transformed on him and just ruined a lady's meal. And I just walk out the door with the footage. And according to her, I was forever banned from the Win. That's what she said over Instagram, but it's not true because I've been banned.
Yeah, you can always go back.
They just told
it's a restaurant.
You,
it's a lot of turnover.
Mm-hmm. So
did you leave any bad reviews about ass salads or anything, or just you left it?
I whenever I leave a bad review, it's face to face to who's dining.
That's good. Yeah, a man's review. You're not hiding behind Yelp.
I'm not a coward, dude. I'll go tell people that somebody has fecal matter in their food. We did it again at my job at UCLA I worked at as a caterer. And while I was yelling at the restaurant manager about how he was the one, I'm not very creative when it comes to terrorism. It's just always a finger up the ass that goes in the on. And I was yelling that at this other manager at UCLA, the second job I did this at, and some wannabe pop star kid filmed it and put it on TikTok, and it went viral. So that was all over the place. And Tom Segura actually reviewed the clip on his podcast. Just this out of context clip at me shouting at a manager, I saw you stick your greasy finger up your asshole and rub it in all the guests' food.
You really don't
Wall
branch out. You found a home run with the finger in the ass, and you don't want to. I could do spit, but honestly, the visual of a
You
big
play the
sweaty
hot
man-
hand, Taylor. You play the hot hand.
You play the hot hand
Yeah.
because honestly, like, yeah, that is grosser than spit. Someone's assy finger wiped on your burger or something.
I had a friend who requested
I
that
think
waitresses spit on his food. And like,
What a fucking weirdo! That guy should be in jail.
it was kind of funny though.
Can you
I
spit
think
my
the
food?
next time
Like Jose spitting it. Yeah. What was that, Danny?
There's one restaurant in San Francisco that I worked at that I haven't gone back and terrorized, and I think I need to change it to like I saw a busboy put 2 fingers down his throat and just vomit into your endive salad. It's gotta be vomit next.
It's gonna be fun. That one's a little harder to pull off because you're like, well, I can see there's not vomit in my Caesar salad. So, no, he wiped it off.
It's true. It's poop flakes are microscopic, essentially. It's got to be a pumpkin soup.
Actually, the guy that requested the spit in the food, you guys know him a little. He's the guy that's the clown.
Oh my God. Of course it's him.
Dude, that guy absolutely is a serial killer.
That guy is so fucking weird. Woody has a friend who,
He's
for
great.
fun, Woody has to defend him because he's afraid of him.
No.
You're gonna notice during my explanation of this guy, Woody will keep defending him. Woody is
Yeah.
afraid.
Woody will
This-
bring up a photo of him that he thinks is somehow helpful.
Yeah. Yeah. Woody, find the best photo of him you can. The one that makes him look the least in fucking sane.
Hey, do the
This-
one where he's in the woods looking like he has that post-murder glow.
He literally dresses as a fucking clown
He's
and
great.
drives around in a van.
And Woody won't slam him out of fear.
Yes.
He's a friend of mine. I like this guy. We went
You think
off-roading and he was nice to me.
He sounds
Yeah,
really
like that
sick.
kid at school who you know is coming to school one day with a 12 gauge. You're friends, and you
Yeah.
wouldn't report him because you don't want him to single you out. You just
Yes.
keep mum about it, and you're going to get that phone call one day. Don't show up to
Yeah,
pee.
He's on the left in this picture.
He's on the left in this picture.
Okay, you can't put him next to an even worse clown.
Oh, did I cheat? I didn't mean to cheat.
No, honestly, yeah, like very little of what he's wearing is silly.
Right?
It's
What's
just
interesting
scary.
is that's real facial hair, right? So he walks around with that all day long at his day job. It's
Isn't
actually
this the guy who complained about the Joker movie because it made clowns look bad?
that does sound right. What was I gonna say? That clown thing now is a successful side business for him. Like he
Bullshit.
earns, money that helps pay the bills. It's not his only.
What does he
job.
do?
How much
People hire him to frighten children?
They have to pay him to leave.
Pay him like-
Wait, how much money is he making, Woody? Can you put a figure on this?
It would be really hard to guess. I know.
Welcome to clownransom.com.
His primary job is he's a self-employed guy who installs floors. So this is worth his time to do on top of that.
He likes to be able to cover the floor. When he puts the tile down, he's the one who knows what's actually under the floor. This is all
okay.
a ruse. There's children's bodies.
I get it.
Nobody dresses like that with the sincere thought of I'm going to bring joy to children.
No.
Yeah, no, I like what you're saying, Taylor. He's like a more sophisticated John Wayne Gacy. He's John Wayne Gacy who hasn't been caught yet
Yeah.
because he's so good at tiling floors. And also, is he a clown for fucking children? Is Punk his name?
Punk
Is
is
that
the
how he-
name of this character that he plays, and he works at Halloween events, and I don't know. Like I don't think he's meant to be not scary.
The classic children's metal duster tattoo on the fist.
That
Now,
is
when you hang out
that's
with this
a
guy,
brass knuckles. Is that
Yeah,
what a metal duster is? Is that it?
I think it's called a brass duster. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, it is brass.
so
knuckles.
he's out of makeup when you've been around him. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you-
Have you been around him in person while he is in makeup?
I don't think so. I think I've seen he has an ambulance that he's redone as some sort of like zombie vehicle. I think. I've seen
I'm
that.
aware that he has a van he drives around in. Like this is literally a fucking creep.
yeah,
This guy is so
He likes
fucking
you, Kyle.
creepy.
this guy
Like-
is ghoulish.
like absolutely, he is a frightening individual that you would. There's no Taylor. I don't know if you've got nieces or nephews. It's irrelevant. Pretend you do. Would you let your 12 and 14-year-old nephews hang out with this guy for the evening?
Absolutely not.
He's going to take them away in his van, and he's going to take them out with some ice creams and some mini golf. Do you say, yeah, creepy fucking weird clown friend of Woody, take my nephews and bring them back in one piece if you can. Ha 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 ha.
He's going to go kill a kid inside like the castle obstacle at a mini golf course. And then they'll wonder why the ball's not coming through the other end, and they find a decapitated little in there.
This guy's not married, is he?
He is married. I mean, he has kids.
No.
Fuck.
Do they dress up?
What kind of porn
I don't think so.
What was that, Danny?
What kind of porn does this guy jerk off to? That's the intelligence we really need. I don't think he would admit what he actually jerks off to, because what he actually jerks off to, I'm sure, is illegal.
Yeah, it's torture porn.
Yeah.
Snuff stuff. Yeah.
It's literally snuff.
If you
and
catch
torture
this
porn.
segment, buddy, hit me up with the answers. Inquiring minds want to know.
Does his wife dress up as anything?
Not that I know of. He has other partners in his, I don't know, partners, employees. You know, there's other people in his business. Accomplices. I like that.
I've been tied to the wedding or to the bedpost ever since the wedding night.
But I don't think his wife is in the thing.
What a fucking ghoul.
Yeah. This guy, you can't, dude, showing up like that in front of kids. I get if you're gonna be a Halloween man and go be in a Halloween spooky house, that he's dressed up perfectly for that. Fair enough.
So I don't want to share that one because that's one of his kids.
Oh yeah.
I thought that was like a kid at a party he's at.
Don't make me feel anything for this person. Okay? Next you're going to tell me he holds nurse's fucking hands when he's getting his fucking creepy eyes put in or some shit. This guy deserves no mercy. This is such a creepy motherfucker. Oh, I hate him.
Like a still. Put that in black and white. That's like a first 48 still.
Yeah.
This girl is actually the child of the couple in the back. Before they realized the photo being taken, little Samantha was taken all the way to Arkansas,
where she was disemboweled, then raped, and
where she was murdered sillily. I'm pulling your intestine out of my fucking.
Yeah. God, I hate this guy. I hate looking at him so much.
I don't like why.
I don't like clowns.
You know why?
Yeah. Clowns are awful because I feel like the only people who become clowns are doing it almost as a way to be like, yeah, I'm going to be a clown. I know everybody hates clowns, even children, but I'm going to do it. It's like, no, you're just be a magician. At least be able to do tricks. This guy probably can't do any tricks.
Oh, look, you can see his van in this one.
Yeah.
What an absolute murderer.
Like,
is it made to look like an ambulance? Is it made to look like an ambulance?
He bought a used ambulance, and then it's made to look like a zombie response vehicle. I guess it's an ambulance, though.
Yeah,
I mean that is kind of cool.
Thank you.
That part's a little neat because I can see, but that's on theme. That's supposed to be spooky. That goes with his theme of going and spooking people at.
He's holding two like zombie babies or something in his hands.
Taylor, what do you think the odds are that all of these photos were taken at Halloween?
Oh, absolutely no chance.
Zero. But this is May. This is May. Like there's no fucking, like, he's always dressing up like this because he likes looking like this.
Yeah. Maybe he feels tough and hardcore because he certainly doesn't feel funny.
I would fully support a hate crime against someone like this.
In Minecraft, right, Kyle? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The way Destiny added last week in a video game.
in a video game. Yeah. I mean, if this thing were in a video game, you'd shoot it immediately, right? Like there's no way you'd think, oh, maybe that's the guy who I'm going to protect in this mission and like guide to the fucking end of the land. No, you're like, monster, bang, 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 bang.
That'd be the guy where you're like, he looks so spooky that I bet if I talk to him, I might get an item. Yeah. Like, nope, he attacked me. All right, I gotta kill him.
It's biting me. It's biting me. He looks like a biter too. I'll say
that's like
that.
the one video game joke I'll ever get because of Resident Evil 4. The guy with the cloak who sells you machine guns and shit.
Look, he's got contacts in for this one. This is him at Christmas, Taylor. This is him at Christmas.
It is him at Christmas. I never noticed the mismatched contact lenses before.
Yeah. Anything for a sense of disjointedness and spookiness. But really, it's the disjointed, things are off kilter, off balance. I'm in a wacky funhouse mirror kind of guy. I got different
God,
color
I hate
tags. I hate this also. All the dog tags. Well, how am I supposed to know what your name is? You got 3 different dog tags on. And they're actual dog tags.
Do you think he does a decent job, Woody, when he's tiling floors? Or is his mind always drifting off elsewhere onto subjects like juggling?
Before he starts laying the tile down, the caulk is just a Michelangelo masterpiece of stabbing and murdering children.
I bet he does a decent job. He took over the business from his father. He's been doing it forever.
Oh, I bet he is good at it. But he's so good at it, he has time to spend doing this. Clearly.
We're going to have to hang up the nose. The tiling is really taking off. No, this guy, I think it was either from the Joker film or it was a while back when those people were just dressing up as clowns.
That's what
and
I think it was. There was a clown hatred movement just because a few kids got scared.
No, it was because people were dressing up as clowns and being fucking creeps in neighborhoods and shit. And to this day, there's some of my favorite YouTube videos. It's black people driving around and then some asshole like this guy dressed as a clown at night in the wrong fucking neighborhood is trying to do that creepy walk shit where you just like stare at somebody and you walk all weird toward them with like a fake weapon. And these black dudes are not fucking having it. They're like, stop the car. Let's get this motherfucker. And then all of a sudden the clown's like, wait, no, it's a prank, bro. And they're like, we don't play that shit. And they just beat the fucking shit out of this guy in the clown costume.
I searched that the clown at night prank, and it's called Scary Clown Prank on Black People. That's the name of it. It's got 271,000 views, so clearly.
I've seen so many white dudes get the shit beaten out of them by black guys for dressing as a clown, and I cheer the whole time. Sometimes they're screaming and begging, and they'll run. But at first they'll try to there's this moment, like it's like when you're trying to fend off a cougar or a bear or something, and for a moment just going, oh, like scares the animal because like, holy shit, what are you? But then they like get a good look at you, and they're like, yeah, you're fucked, buddy. Like that's exactly what happens with these black people. They're like, oh shit, what is that? Oh, he's coming at me. He's looking all weird. And then they're like, but there's 6 of us. Wait a fucking minute. I don't care if that is a real cleaver he has. This dude's going down. And then they just beat the shit out of him. Sometimes they hit him with a car. Oh, I love. One time they hit the guy with a car, and it was just like, yeah, good, kill that fucker in a video game. I just hate fucking, and I'm not afraid of clowns. I'm really not. I just think this is weird. Like if he were dressed up and painted like a goblin or a ghoul, and he were like doing it all the fucking time in March, April, May, Christmas in this one, clearly, I would think also weird motherfucker. Hope someone
the spirit of the season. Dude, if my dad dressed like that, I would have been one of those emancipated minors. I'd been like, Dad, you can't be doing this to me. How bad I'm getting bullied at school because you dress like John Wayne Gacy every time.
That's the litmus test right there. How would you feel if your dad did this?
I would hate it. I can't imagine anything that as a child would make me have a worse relationship with my father than if he dressed up as a terrifying clown and drove around a repurposed ambulance.
You'd have your own clown costume. You'd be father and son clowners. And
we absolutely wouldn't.
Look, it's the clown boys.
You could do your own weird facial hair and you just shave the middle out like a reverse racing stripe. And
it's like a stupid movie where it's like the father trying to convince his son to go into the family business of clowning. It's not like it used to be. It's like The Sopranos, but for clowning. The old guys.
Lately, I've been thinking I came in at the end.
My grandfather got a couple capuchins, organ grinder monkey standing in Times Square. Those were the good days, making money hand over fist, he'd tell me. My father, similar. He painted himself gold, stark naked in the middle of Times Square. Me, I'm scaring kids for pennies. Yeah, but you're not charging people. The business, no one's paying.
Is the Lord of the Rings 4K version out? I'm just seeing this now for the first time.
Yeah, I think it is. I'm waiting until I can get stoned to watch it in Colorado.
Wow, I got to watch the 4K all the way through. I haven't seen it.
I feel like I'm not. So this is a visual, and I'm showing it to the audience, but I feel like they're missing it, right? Because it's a little box and a little box. They're probably watching on a phone. But that 4K version looks outstanding.
And you can see how good the practical effects are. Like the practical effects of actually putting gross teeth in that actor's mouth, painting him up, getting the wig on. Like it's perfect. It's so much better than all the CGI nonsense.
Yeah, Peter Jackson went back and he like color corrected everything the same because it was a bit disjointed and through the first 3 films. No one would notice it unless you're like watching them back to back maybe and you have an eye for that. But he went back and he like color corrected them all the same. Some people have an issue with it because they're seeing like little boxes like this that don't look great sometimes. Like there's one scene in particular, I think it's where Arwen is wearing her armor and she's about to ride into it's not Osgiliath, is it? Yeah, I think it is. Anyway,
Arwen never goes to Osgiliath.
Not Arwen, Eowyn.
Oh yeah.
And but yeah, I'm super psyched to get it. I'm hoping that you can get 4K extended version because I only watched the extended version.
Yeah, well, you got to get the extended version. There's some good bits, but also some frustrating bits. When they killed Saruman by just throwing him off the top of the Tower of Orthanc instead of going into the Scourge of the Shire, I get why they had to do it because the Scourge of the Shire would have been a really weird addendum to the movie because after that big calamitous, and the relief to have another lesser kind of roller coaster hump wouldn't have worked that well.
Frankly, that was poor storytelling by Tolkien. Like he should have had
he was clearly so obsessed with the world he was writing about, he didn't want it to end. And it seemed like maybe Merry and Pippin could have been the ones to go back to the Shire while Frodo was still like completing the quest with the ring, and then they could have handled that because they weren't really integral to like the final battle, Merry and Pippin. It should have happened concurrently because having
Weren't
Pippin.
They? Am I dumb? I thought they convinced the trees to break the dam that won the final battle.
Well, that's Two Towers.
That was the Two Towers. That was the battle of Osgiliath.
Helm's Deep.
Right.
Yeah, that was the Helm's Deep one.
Yeah, like Merry and Pippin are I get them mixed up, but one of them was riding with Eowyn into the battle. I guess he is the one who sort of like delayed the Witch King for a moment so she could get the killing blow on him. And then the other one is with Gandalf when he's fighting off the trolls at the gate, and Gandalf has that whole speech about, this is not the end.
Yeah,
everything rolls over white and clear shores. Yeah, whatever the fuck he says.
As far as the eye can see. Whatever the fuck he's saying.
So is this 4K?
And there's big cocked men.
Is it
enormous penis
coming all over your face?
There's the frothing ejaculate.
I don't want to have come all over my face.
Oh, you will.
You'll love it. You'll love it, Pippin. I'm going to come all over your face myself when we get in the afterlife.
This isn't how I remember it, but I keep getting things
It'll
wrong,
be over your little head.
Pippin, I'm going to rape you.
To the extent.
And you can't stop me because I'm a wizard. And you're a hobbit.
When does it come out?
No, we got 10 more minutes of this.
Okay.
It's great.
This is the threatening Gandalf to Pippin, terrified behind it. And also, the trees never helped in the Battle of Helm's Deep. They helped at the Battle of Orthanc.
They had the worst effects in movies telling history.
Well, they were also in the forest as like the Uruk-hai were retreating from Helm's Deep, and they smushed them in the forest. But I think that was just the trees. That wasn't necessarily Ents.
It was the trees of Fangorn Forest, which they never really, even in the book, I always was reading that like, what the fuck are they taught? Every tree's magic? No, only some of the trees are magic, because in the book he never really like he talked about like the Ent drafts and stuff. And that's in the extended edition too, where like Pippin, I think, is drinking it, and Mary's like, "You've grown taller." He's like, "No, I haven't." And they start like drinking the
4'8".
4'8". You've always been 4'5".
All right, I looked it up to get the answer I was looking for. On December 1st last year, in time for Christmas, they released the 4K versions. That's what I was keep trying to find out. So it's available now.
Yeah,
I'll give it a watch through. Especially
it's $135.
I mean, this year, Helm's Deep would be cool to see with the 4K practical makeup effects.
Although you could
Hell's
wait.
Deep is-
You could wait until we go to Colorado and we could do a whole Lord of the Rings. I've talked about this before. We do the Lord of the Rings feast with the salted pork. Oh,
Dude, I am so down to hold off on this if we actually do get stoned to shit and eat a bunch of salted pork.
there will be salted pork,
Well, I don't know how I
turkey
can wait
legs.
another 9 years to watch this again.
I'm sure there's a limbus bread recipe somewhere. I'll make some limbus bread.
In the extended edition of the Two Towers, they have a drinking contest. Or maybe that's the beginning of the Return of the King, but it's an idea.
We'll smoke some old Toby.
Yeah, we'll smoke some old Toby, some long bottom leaf, and then we can. What do they drink in Lord of the Rings?
They drank. It was a prop beer. It was a beer that was like 2% alcohol, but they're just slamming fucking ale or mead or some shit.
Yeah,
After they take Helm's Deep, it's Gimli and Legolas go head to head.
yeah,
We can
I
get some
remember.
mead. I'll
I'm
drink
trying
some
to-
mead.
I think I've had mead before.
It's like
I don't
honey
remember
beer,
if
I
like
think.
it. Yeah, whatever old timey booze it is, brandy or something.
Well, that's more of a harder alcohol. But yeah,
No,
I
that sounds old-timey.
you could do a whole Lord of the Rings feast. Maybe some of that awful soup that Eowyn made for Aragorn.
No, we're only gonna have good things at our feast. You know what? This awful soup's actually pretty fucking good.
It literally had chunks of fish in it. It looks so bad.
Yeah, like fish scales.
What
Yeah,
a
I love when he
weird
goes to
choice.
pour it out and just scalds himself.
What was the point of that scene? What was the point of that scene? Because they're trying to. She's not hot, so the screenwriter had to give her whatever else he could to make her likable. You think he would have at least given her the ability to cook a halfway decent soup, but instead, Aragorn's got to reject her for being way uglier than Arwen and for being a piss poor fucking kitchen attendant too. Like, why did he have to spit up the soup?
It's
That's
not
true.
much, but it's hot. You got that right.
Yeah.
Fuck.
He dumps it.
It's
He's an
Oh, my
asshole.
hand's all blistered up. That's why I fell off the cliff.
Well, I just held the bowl under Gimli's ass. Then brought it over to you. Some
think
people think dwarves don't shit.
Well, they're wrong. It comes out like fish soup
I'm thinking
and scalding hot.
Yeah.
I think she's attractive, but she's just not as attractive as Arwen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely true.
It's-
And Arwen was an elf. And so
Are we talking about
longevity
the
there.
one that was she was like a blonde female swordsman of some sort?
Yeah.
Eowyn, she is the one that wants to fuck Aragorn, but Aragorn doesn't want to fuck her because Aragorn wants to fuck Steven Tyler's daughter, who's an elf back in Rivendell.
Yeah.
He probably already fucked her a couple times. They're both like
Oh, he
more
absolutely was piping that bitch down.
Yeah.
She's got that gap in her teeth, which I find very unattractive, like right in the middle there.
That's how you can tell she's. Wait, which one? Arwen?
Eowyn does. I feel like when you
Eowyn.
kiss her, if you blew, you could make that same whistling noise that Gandalf uses to call Shadowfax.
Yeah.
Remember when the whistle is like, woo, woo,
Yeah.
woo, 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 woo. And it like echoes through the valleys and hills, and like a magical horse comes running.
the Lord of all horses, Shadowfax.
Show them show us the meaning of haste, Shadowfax.
It's like, dude, you couldn't have summoned a dragon or something.
An
better.
eagle.
And she sucks off like the bastard son of Gondor at the end of the film, right? The guy who is completely rejected by the steward. That's the guy she ends up fucking.
I think the
Faramir?
blonde is better looking. I
No.
think I do. No, I'm alone.
No,
Yeah.
Maybe
You
they
don't
look
think so?
different in non-pictures of their characters, but as a character in the movie, Arwen's better looking.
For
yeah.
sure.
I mean, Woody has proved questionable judgment this episode based on the clown associate he has. You're definitely wrong though when it comes to these chicks.
Yeah,
I didn't
Arwen's got a
realize
better
Eowyn-
ass too.
Was so much shorter. That means that she couldn't possibly be a good fighter. No way she killed the Witch King.
No way at all. She can't even reach that guy's face.
Yeah. Bullshit.
If she stabbed him in the dick, maybe I believe that.
I think he's just more of a ghost. He probably lost his penis. Or no, maybe he still has hands. He has ghost hands, so he'd still have a ghost penis.
I don't know. He's got a ghost face. Maybe he's got a ghost head.
Yeah, but there's no one for him to fuck because all the Nazgul are men.
You can get some ghost pussy.
Even all those ghosts at the end of the Battle of Minas Tirith, they were all men.
Yeah, I didn't see a single ghost bitch in there.
Just because
Yeah.
they're men doesn't mean there's no one to fuck. Get creative.
Yeah.
No,
think
I
olden days or future? I don't know. Is it Star Wars rules where it's futuristic stuff in the past, or is it Lord of the Rings rules, past stuff in the future?
Is Star Wars in the past?
Yeah, long ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Now that you say it, it seems clear. Sure.
Yeah, I like your picture here, Woody. This is a good comparison. I will say
it's not cherry picked. There are better pictures.
It's not cherry picked. You've got a good comparison here. I still prefer Arwen because she doesn't have that huge gap in her teeth. And I've always said I only find Liv Tyler attractive when she has the pointy ears.
Also, you know what? I liked Eowyn in the movies more because Arwen is just not a very good actor. There were
Liv Tyler's not a great actress.
There were scenes with Liv Tyler and Viggo Mortensen or whatever where it's like I could feel Viggo being like, "Give me something. Come on, give me something here." And it's like the back and forth of the faces, and he's like really acting his heart out, and she's like, "But you cannot go destroy the ring. It's quite troublesome."
I just imagine him giving her a pep talk before it, like, look, you're immortal. I'm not a mortal man, but choosing me means choosing a lesser life. This is a big deal. All right. You're really disappointing your father. Okay. Now I know you can work with that one. All right. Just think back. You're really disappointing your father. Okay. Just imagine Steven Tyler. Okay. Your dad, he's the head of the elves. All right. And you're disobeying him and you're going to fuck like a pop star. All right. That's what this is. Okay. Now, channel that for me. Okay. Action. I cannot let you leave to destroy the ring. I'm not getting it.
But Eowyn, I must go. Jonathan, he's like just pouring his heart out.
You know what her best scene in the whole fucking trilogy is? It's when it's when she's riding the horse and all of the Nazgul are chasing her, and that branch like hits her face and cuts her a little bit, and she actually has a little moment of badassery. That's her best scene by far.
That is her best scene.
I look at her if she died.
I look at her through the same lens as Hilary Swank. Like, I can't tell if she's pretty or ugly a little bit.
Oh, now that's not fair. She's definitely prettier than Hilary Swank. And like they had that whole thing. There's an episode
I know the episode of The Office thing. But like Liv Tyler has her father's mouth, which is oversized and weird and wrong.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Nice. I'd love to fuck Steven Tyler's mouth.
Dude, Steven Tyler has a very fuckable mouth.
I bet it's very warm in there.
To me,
and sticky.
It's like a facial deformity. It's a facial deformity.
I bet Steven Tyler's mouth is always sticky.
Yeah, he's a big candy eater because he's probably sober now from being a rock star all his life.
It's just Laffy Taffy all day long to deal with the Joneses.
Another low tier candy on our
terrible candy. That'll give you a stomach ache.
Disagree.
What's your top tier candy? Your S tier, champion tier candy?
It's probably Haribo gummy bears are the holy grail for me. But if those aren't available, I don't know what that posture you're doing right now, Kyle, means.
He was aghast.
Yeah. That's me doing the thing from the Dictator that James Franco does when like that move, like complete disbelief at what you've just said.
And then this might be like saying I like the Beatles or the Rolling Stones, but Skittles and Starburst, man.
Both of those give me stomach aches, and I hate them.
Starburst. I like the pink Starburst and the yellow Starburst. The red Starburst are worse than not having any Starburst.
Disagree, but I knew this kid who had a sociological theory based on Starburst that poor kids on the whole would prefer orange and yellow Starburst because the rich kids at school that can afford Starburst, those are the colors they would dish out to the poor kid who's like, oh, please, one piece of candy. All right, here, take this orange and fuck off.
Orange was a bad one. I mean, the most valuable was always the pink lemonade one. The pink lemonade was the best. I think it was called, was it pink lemonade?
I always thought people were kind of bitches if they discriminated between Starbursts. Like, you eat all the Starbursts, you take what you get, and you don't pitch a fit. And you know that.
What is a pull yourself up by your bootstraps Starburst? Take the hand that's dealt you. You eat those 3 reds in a row. I know it's not fair.
I really would. Yeah, I would eat whatever came my way. No complaints.
Fucking now and laters and shit. What kind of candy bar though, Danny?
Twix, maybe. I think Twix is an underrated one.
Twix is solid.
Twix was in our top 5.
Where do you stand on the ever-raging debate, mini Reese's Cups versus normal-sized Reese's Cups?
I can answer this. Neither, because when I was about 12 years old, I opened a Reese's cup and it had live mealworms crawling around inside of it. Done. Can't do it anymore.
You didn't eat it?
I did, but I just don't want to do it again.
I feel like this makes you some sort of racist, right? Like now you are prejudging all other racists based on that one bad experience you had with the cup, right? Look, there's bad apples.
Reese's.
You're being racist on this. There's one bad apple in every candy, I'm sure, and you're judging the rest without meeting them.
Yeah.
There could maybe be a book written on the implications of candy. I mean, poor kids with an orange starburst, racism based on mealworms and Reese's, dude. We're covering some ground here.
Read a whole book on racism. Just like thinly veiled. Just
Yeah.
And oh man, there's some good material there.
We're gonna have a lot of fun with this if we're talking about candy here, folks. All right, candy.
Do the Reese's. Actually, you're a Reese's too. I was saying all Reese's are good because they all have that key combination: peanut butter and chocolate. You
Except for the
squabble
white
over-
chocolate.
Well, the white chocolate ones are pretty good too. I like the white chocolate Reese's.
You know, as a kid, I really like white chocolate. Have you ever had a Zero bar?
Oh, dude, that's just not a very good candy at all.
I liked that as a kid. It's like a white chocolate Milky Way. It kind of it's like that consistency of candy bar. It's like nougat and caramel probably, but it's white chocolate on the outside. I like the Zero bar.
I like white chocolate. It's sweeter, but too much.
It's not even chocolate.
Well, yeah, I don't know what it is, but
I don't
good.
know exactly. It's some sort of confectionery. I don't know. It's sugar and like
Yeah, who
something
cares?
else.
It tastes great, but yeah.
I
Zero
think-
bar, no. What was
I
that?
think white chocolate should be kept away from dark chocolate. One could even say segregated.
Yeah.
different section of the aisle. You think?
What do you think the superior or the master chocolate would be?
You're really ruining the vagary of it, Kyle.
It's intentional.
What would you say the master Reese is? It's like, all right, once again, Icarus too close to the sun. Yeah. Damn,
Yeah.
I kind of want some candy. I don't get cravings for sweets, but
We've been talking about candy for a solid fucking hour tonight, right?
Candy so much before you came on, Danny, that like now I really want a Reese's Fast Break.
Yeah, man. I might jump over to my gas station after this too, because I only drink 4 times a year now, and I have cravings to have a beer or to go smoke a joint or to do something.
Mm-hmm.
So that just manifests in Skittle and Starburst eating.
So why'd you switch to? You said you only drink 4 times a year. What made you switch to that?
Nothing bad. I didn't like punch my girlfriend in the face or total a car, but I just get bad hangovers. It's just for productivity reasons. It doesn't really work with me. And then also the kind of videos I film, it's so easy to have a drink when you have to go into a Carl's Jr. and call some shithead to his face or whatever the bit is that day. So it can become a bad habit. Like, I'm not going to write material. I'm not going to plan my shoots. I'm just going to crush a quarter bottle of Jack Daniels and see what happens. It's like, it's a very easy way to get content, and it's not a healthy or artistically fulfilling way to get content. So the best move for me was just to stop.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. Like we've definitely seen people online who do things like, oh, like I'm a live streamer who goes and does stuff like you, except they do it live, and they're always streaming, and they drink on stream, so it ends up always drinking, and ends up being rough for them in the long run. So it's better for the humor for you anyway, because like when you're sober, you're more attuned. Like you're going to be quicker off the draw with jokes, or like if you see an opportunity for a funny scenario with someone that would have been in your peripheral if you were drunk and you wouldn't have seen the opportunity. So
also I feel like it opens more doors, right? Like if your long-term goal includes television or writing credits or something like that, drunk impromptu stuff is not the path there. Yeah.
Or even just being a better podcaster. I mean, you can always have an audience by just being a drunk guy who doesn't give a fuck and going out in public.
Mm-hmm.
But then you take this part was when I took the booze away and I hadn't been working on my performance skills, on my writing skills. And now I have to go out sober and somehow make something happen for a 20-minute YouTube video. But finally, I've gotten to the point now where I feel more comfortable as a sober performer. And I have, like, I've been able to outsource my some other stuff to give myself more time to write and plan shoots. So I'm in a good groove now without alcohol.
Good. Yeah, you're in a flow state, getting a lot done. What's oh my God. Oh, Crackle candy bars?
It's the Crackle full size. I've never seen it before, and they're actually out of stock. But you can click that and you'll get notified when they're available. That's the first time I've ever seen, like, Crackles are so fucking good.
They're always in the Hershey's minis.
Yeah.
Remember where you'd be like, dude, there's bullshit. All these Goodyear bars are taking up all the space that could be Crackles.
I like
Is
Good
this
Bar.
a $27 candy bar? What the fuck am I looking at?
I think that's for a lot. 18 of them.
It must be for this box. If you go to picture number 3, it makes a little more sense.
Yeah, it's 18 of them.
That's how I buy my chocolate. The most savings per ounce. So I don't want to lose money. This is a 6-pound bag. I'll have chocolate for days.
Yeah, I've never seen a full-size Crackle bar, but that's really good.
Well,
What else? There was at least a couple bullshit candies in the Hershey's mix.
Oh, I like the Mr. You mentioned Mr. Good Bar like it was the worst one. It's the second best one for me because I love peanuts so much.
I panicked and I only had that one to reach to. I think what's actually the worst one
the Hershey's Dark and the milk chocolate.
Yeah, just I like the dark chocolate of Hershey's better than the milk chocolate.
Yeah, it's third best.
It's just boring.
Yeah, milk chocolate's just boring. It's the worst of them all. And then dark chocolate's better than that, and Mr. Good Bar is better than that, and Crackle was always my favorite.
Yeah, they don't sell
Dark chocolate never better
apparently
than that.
though.
Maybe the best candy that I can recall from childhood, I'd say it's actually a tie. It's Fruit Gushers and Fruit by the Foot fruit roll-ups. That's hard to beat.
I had a lot more fun playing with Fruit by the Foot than I did tasting it. So taste, I give the edge to Gushers.
Why did that sound so sexual? Playing with Fruit by the Foot than I did tasting it.
Yeah, well, I wrapped it around my dick like a cock ring, and then me and my kindergarten playmates had a ball. You know?
Don't make it sexual, Danny.
Yeah, don't make it weird. I remember they made one Fruit by the Foot that, like, usually it was 3 feet long, but this one it was like double the length, and it was the same thing, but you pulled it and you could split it in half down a pre-scored line and just hold a 6 foot thinner one, and it was, it was pretty cool for a second.
It was an even better cock ring.
Chocolate covered cookie dough 2-pound bag. You know what? This is movie theater candy, and it's not very good. Every time I had it, which is maybe twice ever at the movie theater, it was hard. The cookie dough was like dusty and old. It was just shitty. Maybe I got a couple bad bags, but yeah, I've never purchased these again. Bad taste in my mouth from these cookie dough bullshit balls.
Fair enough. It looks pretty intriguing to me.
No, we're gonna keep talking about how bad they are.
The best candy marketing job perhaps ever. Forgive me if you guys spoke about this earlier, but the entire premise of Warheads were like, hey, this is really shitty candy. You're going to hate every second of this, but like buy these, try it. And I guess it was one of the biggest, maybe the biggest candy of the 90s. I went and Wikipedia'd Warheads recently.
Yeah, we talked about like at grade school, like having challenges where it's like, Ted's about to put 5 lemons in his mouth. It was either lemon or blue raspberry. That was well known to be the most
flavors?
Intense. The flavors, lemon and blue raspberry being the most sour, I think.
Yeah, I want to do a whiskey eventually. I want to market a whiskey, and I want to give it a funny name, and the premise is just going to be like this stuff sucks, but it'll be funny if you drink it. Like
intentionally make a bad product.
Yeah, it's like that's what Warheads were. It's like these are awful. I challenge you to put this in your mouth. Give me money, and put this in your mouth, and you can brag to your friends about how miserable the experience was.
Yeah,
what's that peppermint liquor? What's that shit? Not peppermint, but it's
Rumplemints, right?
Not, I didn't mean peppermint. It's like hot. It's like a
Fireball.
Fireball. Yeah, I actually like Fireball because It tastes like the Fireball candies, you know.
But it's like
which are also underrated. Those are pretty fucking good. Fireballs.
They're not my cup of tea.
I think they're terrible.
I want one occasionally, like one a year.
You can
You're not gonna eat a bag of them.
You can have mine. You get 2 a year.
I'll tell you what you could eat a bag of, and this combines like 3 of our favorite things. These Albanese milk chocolate covered peanut butter filled pretzel candies.
Wait, do that again slowly.
Albanese milk chocolate covered peanut butter filled pretzel candies.
Yeah,
Milk
these are
chocolate
solid.
covered peanut butter filled pretzel candies. That does sound like a winner.
These are those
I
pretzel
love
pockets filled with peanut butter and covered in chocolate.
When there's like 6 different descriptor words in a candy, you know it's going to be good. Milk chocolate covered peanut butter filled pretzels.
Look at the pictures.
I just did.
They look so fucking good.
3 pounds for only $32. Do you think these are high calorie?
Nah, it's probably protein. You're getting a lot of protein with that peanut butter. This is muscle.
Peanut butter's a health food.
Right
It's how I've lost weight. And it's a pure peanut butter diet.
Yeah.
And Nutella. People underestimate just how nutritious Nutella is. It's not candy masquerading as something else. No,
Yeah.
Nutella is like protein
Nutella
powder.
is so bad for you.
Nutella also is infinitely worse than just peanut butter. Peanut butter.
I got to disagree with you there. They're
Yeah.
both very good, but Nutella is like
it's
chocolate
sickly
peanut butter.
sweet. It's sickly sweet. It's too much sweetness.
We're talking about candy here, and you got a problem with sweetness?
And sometimes you can go overboard with the sweetness. Lots of people know this. Lots of smart people. Guess you're not one of them. Talk about this. It can be too sweet.
I disagree.
You're a fucking retard. How do you like that? If I
This
still
is
had
why you
that
have
butt,
dentures.
bomb your house.
Yeah, this is why I have composite fake teeth. Got to get
I
down.
thought you were
I
making
was talking
fun of
about
Trump's
Trump.
teeth in that. Oh, you were.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, I thought you were-
Taylor took it to heart.
Hit me with the teeth thing. I got to take it serious.
All right, enough candy. I am getting hungry now.
I want candy so
No
bad.
more candy talk.
What's your favorite ice cream? That's where we're going. No, let's not do that.
Let's do salty snacks. No.
I do want to do salty snacks now. How do you feel about Pringles?
You know what? In the realm of chips, nothing special. It's carried by the flavors. Like an original Pringle, I have no desire to have that. You throw a little sour cream and onion on there. Now I'm interested, but
I
it's
prefer
still
original.
Nothing on the. Oh, well, that's you like boring.
They're
chips.
all good,
Maybe-
but I feel like it's not the Pringle. It's the dust that they put on it. It's so salty and lovely
Yeah.
and wonderful.
I put it salt side down on my tongue every time. I eat them the same way, like salt side down on your tongue, and then mush it against the top of my mouth and then chew it out.
Is there another way to eat
You're
Pringles?
adorable, you please, rookie. I put it on one side and then flip it, and then I finish it.
You like, I just lick them and put them back in the can for some unsuspecting fuck to come along and eat the soggiest, blandest can of Pringles they've ever had.
Oh, man, I
Well,
hate
these
these
don't
movies.
taste like sour cream and onion at all. They just, they're so soft.
So they smell like bad breath.
This tastes like Kyle's breath. Have you tried the Kyle's breath Pringle?
It's
No,
not
extra
very
soggy.
popular.
God, we are hemorrhaging money on the Kyle's soggy chip brand. First of all, his tongue's not wet enough to get them all soggy. You know,
If Kyle weren't working for free to make these for us, then we'd just be really losing our asses on this.
yeah.
No,
We're
I
gonna have to get some Vietnamese kids
everyone.
looking faster.
And I like
those,
Lay's
Pringles.
original. Like the
Lay's
Lay's original.
original. I'm with you there because it's just a classic. It goes.
They're so
and also
oily.
Another, you can taste the burst
Thumbs
of oil, which is so
down.
good for you. Oil, health, and another.
Lubrication.
Yes,
That's about lubrication.
Yeah,
It makes
if your
your- it
heart
makes your
doesn't
heart-
get lubed enough, I'm gonna just
Joints?
stop pumping entirely.
My heart is lube with all that. But another flavor in the last year or so. I think it's only been out that long. The Lay's dill pickle flavor.
They're okay.
It's very
I'm
good when you're
surprised
eating
you
barbecue.
like it so much. I'm not loving it.
If I'm eating barbecue, like it's a nice accompaniment to like some like Brunswick stew or something like that.
Mhm.
But and the other one is
Crunchers.
Doritos. I don't think you like Doritos nearly as much as I do. I fucking love Doritos. They might be my favorite chip. There's so much of that flavor. My mouth's watering.
Ranch or Nacho Man?
Fritos are very good. I'm sorry I cut you off. Taylor. Fritos are top-notch
Doritos.
Yeah, do I have the name wrong? You know what Fritos?
I said Doritos.
I know.
I
said Fritos. Yeah, the little chips, the corn chips. They're
the little
outstanding.
curlies.
Oh, very, very good. And the thing about Fritos, you know how much volume a gluttonous version of yourself would want in potato chips. You take that knowledge, transfer it to Fritos. Oh, no. That is too many Fritos. You need 1/3 of that in Fritos because those
I like the
fuckers will
barbecue.
fill you. Yeah.
I think there's one like chili cheese barbecue or something like that. Like they're
there's
just
chili cheese.
that is a lot of
Yeah,
descriptors.
there's chili cheese barbecue, something like that. And I remember my younger brother, when we were on road trips and we'd stop to get snacks, he would always get those. And it would stink up the entire back of the van, his breath after eating those. Just rancid.
yeah, it's chili cheese.
Funyuns
Wow.
are another terrible one. There was this
Yes.
kid, I volunteered at this in high school in this school for autistic kids, like pretty severely like autistic. And there was this one autistic kid who's probably like at the time, maybe like 8 or 9. And every day at snack time, he would have multiple bags of Funyuns. And I've never seen someone. And I think the reason they gave him like 2 bags of Funyuns is to make sure that 1 bag's worth went in his mouth because he was smashing them on the side of his face. It was, and you would walk by that kid later in the day and you'd be like, even if my eyes were closed, I would know I was walking near the Funyun kid because the smell of Funyuns lingers for ever.
Funyun.
It's very potent. I liked Funyuns as a kid. I can still remember 2nd grade fucking heading over to that snack machine and putting my 75 cents in for a bag of Funyuns. I fucking loved them.
I don't eat onions around people. Like I used to never have them at lunch at work. I didn't want to come back and smell like either onions or garlic.
Yeah.
The onions and
Yeah.
garlic are just so good.
I mean, they're outstanding. It's not like I don't like them. I just, if I have to be social afterwards, I would say no.
Who's got the best bread at a restaurant?
Can you guys maybe back me up on this while we're talking sociology and snack foods? When I was in school, and I think this is true, I don't think there's a stronger predictor of teenage pregnancy than enjoying hot Cheetos. The white trash.
This is going in the book. Wow.
I mean, maybe you're right. There's a causal relationship.
I don't know how to say Hispanic people like hot Cheetos, right?
Basically, that's what I was trying to say. And this is all thinly veiled racism anyway, right?
I was right there with you from the start. I was picturing the kind of person that eats hot Cheetos, and I was like, yeah, they don't like rubbers.
I like how you said thinly veiled. It's like, this is pretty esoteric. Nobody's putting the pieces together. Yeah. As far as chips, Crunchers, the jalapeno flavor Cruncher chip, or maybe that's more of a local. It's like kettle cooked, so like it tastes like it's a little better than Cape Cod. I think they have like more seasoning flavor than.
Here's an
Cape
obscure one, Bugles. How do you feel about Bugles?
As soon as I could no longer fit them on my fingers because I grew up, I lost it.
You know what I like to do with Bugles? You take them.
Up your ass.
I thought I was alone.
Got him.
It burns. Take them and like use the hollow part as a scoop to scoop some sort of dip, right?
Yeah.
Get some like some pimento cheese or something and
Salsa.
and scoop. Yeah, or salsa maybe, sour cream and onion, a little something like that in there.
Yeah, I like Bugles, but they never seem to win the snack aisle sweepstakes.
No.
I never put them in the cart.
Yeah, some sort of like exotic Dorito would win that for me at the moment, and I'd
you
like to
never
dip it
said-
in salsa.
You never said Cool Ranch or nacho cheese.
Neither.
What other flavors do they have? I don't eat Doritos. I think they're gross.
Oh my, they have many flavors. So there's like spicy nacho, which is really good, but then they have like it's like chili lime something or another. Let me see. It comes in the purple bag. I'm just gonna Google purple bag Doritos.
You know what? I bet Frito-Lay has that SEO all bought up. They'll come.
They do. It's sweet. It's spicy sweet chili. Those are my favorite. Those are fucking excellent.
Maybe I'll give them another go.
Dip those in salsa.
You dip that in salsa.
Yeah.
Just a flavor explosion, a fiesta in your mouth.
Yes, it is a flavor explosion in your mouth. An absolute
chips.
siesta.
I want chips more than I want well, I don't know if you count them as chips, but obviously Cheez-Its would be in my S tier, my top tier. Cheez-Its and Goldfish belong there. And I would say that extra toasty Cheez-Its, they get to be in the top tier. White cheddar Cheez-Its, spicy Cheez-Its, those all go lower tiers. They deviate too far from the perfect formula.
I want to take Cheez-Its and crush them into a powder, like maybe run them through a food processor and then batter fried chicken with it and fry it. Like take the fried chicken, dip it in buttermilk, then roll it in the Cheez-It powder and then fry it.
Oh, Cheez-It fried chicken. Oh yeah. This is a good idea.
I'm not even tempted by that.
Oh.
Yeah, I know it does sound kind of weird. I would eat it. I'd try it.
I would absolutely try that. I never have.
I'd probably enjoy like a different kind of chicken and then just have a big pile of Cheez-Its be the side.
Oh, it looks amazing.
I'm sure. I mean, it's hard to make fried chicken not look tremendous.
3-pound sliced chicken or chicken tenders, 1.5 cups Cheez-Its.
No, not chicken breast or chicken tenders. We're doing this to legs. We're doing it to wings, the tasty meats.
You got to get those too hot though and for too long. If you use tenders, you can,
Don't you tell me how to chicken bake my
Oh, hey.
Yeah, I'm stuck on this, right? Like I feel like I've figured out a sustainable way to have fewer calories and not be hungry all the time and eat healthy, and it's been working for me for a couple months now. Cool. I don't even know how to go on a long drive without this shit. This is normal. Like Cape Cod potato chips and Monster Energy drink are how I don't fall asleep.
What if you did? Have you ever tried kale chips?
Oh, don't do it. It's awful.
No,
They're not
I
that
haven't
bad.
tried them.
You take kale and I think you brush
make
it with
these.
you can. I mean, you can buy them, but it's infinitely cheaper to make them because it's just kale, and then you put some shit on them, like salt and maybe some olive oil, and you bake them.
That is what my girlfriend made some. Like she sprayed them down. This was like
Did you tell her how horrible they were and that you weren't going to die?
she knew because she was like, I tried to make these kale chips, and she's like, I tried one. They were, there's something, and I had, one, and because it is made of kale, there is no matter to this at all. And so it just almost disappears like a magician's trick. Where you're like, I think I almost tasted olive oil. Let me grab
that raccoon washing the cotton candy.
Exactly. And you could have a revolving door of trays of kale chips, and you could eat them for 10 hours and
That's the problem with a lot of the low calorie snacks. Like there are some food substitutes that are good food and it's not a big sacrifice. But when they're like, hey, you can have a rice cake. Like, oh, don't fuck with me. No, I'm actually hungry. That's barely even food. Like, this doesn't solve any problems.
Do you know how many rice cakes you would have to eat to actually feel full?
Probably
all of them.
All of them. That whole sleeve.
I remember when I was losing weight. This was like 5 years ago, or 6 years ago, when I was fatter even now than I am now and wasn't lifting, so it was worse fat. I was dieting with I would just make. I remember I started so ambitiously. I'd made 8 grilled chicken breasts for the first week, because you know how you start diets and it's like I'm going all the way, and it was just flavorless chicken with baked potato and steamed broccoli. And I swear, 4 days in, I was so depressed. I was just I'm just feeling sad, and I had to do that thing where it's I'm gonna get a treat for myself. I'm gonna treat myself. Okay, Google, what can I treat myself? Oh, rice cake. Good idea. I go to the store and I get those. And I remember I was sitting watching a Blues game at the time, drinking my water, and I was like, I need a snack. And I went and I ate, I think it was a pack of 12. And I ate all 12 of them. And I was like, well, this was 360 calories. And I enjoyed none of it. And and I ate it
could have had a beer and a bag of potato chips for that.
I could have had 3 beers and a bag of potato chips.
What if you put a tablespoon of PB2 on a rice cake? Maybe that doesn't suck.
See,
that would make it better for sure.
That makes it way better. But then what you're doing is really, me at least, being very liberal with what a tablespoon of peanut butter is.
Yeah. How much?
It's like
how much
if I balance it, it's like it doesn't scoop over.
like you can make that stuff as thin as you want. So you can take a tablespoon of it, put it in the mixing bowl, and then put way too much water, and you just get this peanut butter flavored like
I never
spray.
I've only used it once. I'm new to PB2. If people don't know what PB2 is, you can get it on Amazon. I don't know if there's a cheaper place, but
it's peanut powder. And like the issue with peanut butter is it's made with oil. Like they're taking oil and mixing it with fucking peanuts and making peanut butter. And the oil is like crazy caloric, but the PB Fit or the PB2 is like really low. It's 80% as good as peanut butter, but it's like 40% as many calories.
I actually really like that description. Yeah, I would say you nailed it with that. It's all of these lower calorie foods are not quite as good. They miss the mark a little bit, but if you can settle for an 8 out of 10, you know, that's the road to Abville.
Yeah,
It's
so flavor packed that if you take a tablespoon and put it in like a protein shake, the whole thing tastes like peanut butter now. It's so you really can like make it like spread it out over like a big volume.
Peanut butter flavor seems to dominate anything.
Banana does too. I'd like to see them fight.
Well, peanut butter with banana is a good combo.
Yeah, take half a banana, a scoop of PB2, and throw it in your existing protein shake, and
that sounds good. But we're just getting pretty caloric, honestly.
Banana is my pre-workout.
Well, it's protein shake. Yeah, you gotta get.
You can tell how we're all struggling with our diets because we spent 2 hours of talking about
this show has made me struggle. This show is fucking with my head, but outside of this show, like I've been pretty happy. I'm not suffering.
I did my job. I talked about rubbing shit and vomit in people's food. So,
but it was still about food. So
it didn't turn me off. I was in. I wanted that salad.
When I worked in a restaurant, I actually did it too. So it wasn't all nonsense. I was yelling at people while I was drunk. I one time put a shitty middle finger in some pork bow taco.
Now, did you do that because you were angry with them, or was it a random act of violence?
Yeah, it wasn't a
terrorism
Fight Club move, if that's what you're talking about. It was
You're
a lady.
A bioterrorist.
Exactly.
Technically.
No, it's actually a pretty sad story because it was a long shift.
Because she got E. coli and died.
But like I lived in San Francisco and I would work in the Marina District, which is all the shitty iBankers and tech douchebags. And this chick came in and she looked like totally one of those. And it was a long shift and I was pissed and I probably couldn't that much. She asked for the menu and I just detect one singular note of cuntiness in her request. Just menu, please. Jesus. Something like that. Maybe even more friendly. So I just, you know what? This bitch is going to get it, I tell myself. I go make a big point to all the chefs. Yeah, I'm going to deliver that pork bow taco to table 25. I get it. I all shystily go out onto the floor, hug the wall, and take it into a liquor cabinet or a storage room. Mm-hmm. I go right in there, drop my pants, put my middle finger as deep up my ass as it'll go. And just what's that?
How far'd you get in the ass? Like what
knuckle? I think I was past knuckle number 2, so it was a thorough job. Kyle is grabbing his wrist, indicating the fist.
So I reached in and grabbed a piece of poop.
It turned out to be an appendix. Mistakes were made.
Yeah. But no, it's because if you put like a finger up a girl's ass, if you're just playing up to the first knuckle, usually you're in the clear. It's when you get to the second knuckle, that's when you start pulling out brown. So I made sure to do that for myself. Put it in there. Delivered the pork bow taco and watched with a sick smile on my face as she ate it. The second thing, however, though,
a shit-eating grin, you might say.
A shit-eating grin. Oh, that's
sorry, exactly, Kyle. But the sad thing was, the rest of the meal, she was a dream. She was a delight. She was
you piece of shit.
Oh my gosh.
Of the entire shift.
Maybe
you got a little something in your teeth there, man.
She's like, oh, I was so hungry. I get a little hangry sometimes since I've been fighting off. I have this immune disorder. I've got to be real careful. But I feel much better now. I left you a big tip, honey. I hope you. Hey, happy holidays to you. I'm going to visit my family.
Oh, one complaint though is I didn't know this taco had corn on it.
Oh. Just the one piece.
Just one smelly kernel
Of corn.
one stinky kernel of corn.
It was juicy though. It just kind of popped in my mouth like a flavor explosion. A little bitter.
Dude,
bitter.
That is ruthless. That stuff, stories like that scare me because I always want to pretend that stuff doesn't happen and I've never been the victim of it. I'm sure I have because apparently this is just willy-nilly. Like I'm always extra super nice to waiters and waitresses because that is a fear of mine. I remember my mom, she used to like be the ultimate special orderer where it'd be like, I want this. And we'd be like at some bullshit Mexican place. And she's like, is this all white meat chicken? And I'd be like, it's clearly not. It's so obviously gizzards and organ meat. Like it's not, come on. And like, sometimes she would ask so many like questions or be like, I need to send this back. I'd be like, please don't say anything until they bring out my quesadilla. Please. Like, I don't want to get caught in the crossfire of your battle with the Chevy's wait staff. Man. I remember Chevy's. Do you guys was Chevy's everywhere?
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. It was this like shitty kind of bullshit Tex-Mex place. And they had in a lot of them, the tortilla maker, like machine.
Yeah.
And like, it looks to a 6-year-old, it looks like this cool, like steampunk engine where, and you're watching there, like the little ball comes out, it gets smushed, it goes around a little circle, drops on the thing, goes over the, crisping area and falls off. And you could walk over there. And like what I always like, because my mom and like the waitresses always framed it like, you can go over there and ask the tortilla man if he can give you a ball of raw dough. And I always like walking over there. I'm always like, man, I hope he's in a good mood. I felt like it was a big ask for some reason as a little kid, but like they always would just be like, all right, here you go. And I remember one time, if I was like 5 or 6, my brother was like 4, and I got him to eat the entire ball. Because there's a little bit of queso left in the center of the table, and I like took a little bit off, and I was like, it's just like, and I took a little dip and like ate a tiny piece. I was like, yeah, try it. Took a big piece off his, gave it a big old dunk, gave it back to him. He ate most of it.
Jesus.
He didn't get sick or anything because it's just dough.
It's just dough.
It's funny. Yeah. Oh, good times at Chevy's.
This is what have, big boys eat. Eggs? It's good.
It has raw eggs in it. That's the danger, right? Salmonella? Am I making this up?
From what?
Eggs in the dough.
Yeah, salmonella. But that's overblown. Like I've eaten so many raw eggs in my life. Like dozens and dozens and dozens of raw eggs. I used to always put raw eggs in like protein shakes, and like I would just break them into a glass because I watched too much Rocky and just drink like 8 raw eggs at once. Like nothing happens. I bet if you left them out on the countertop for 8 hours and then ate them, you get violently ill.
They'll say like, don't eat cookie dough because it's got the eggs in there, it hasn't been cooked yet. If you were going to get salmonella, I would have gotten it as a kid weekly. Yeah, like from the amount of cookie dough.
Yeah, I feel like that's just moms being bad. Don't eat cookie dough. Cookie dough could make you sick. No, look, cookie dough is better than cookies. Why not have them now?
Yeah, I totally agree. I would much rather have a big bowl of cookie dough because then also a big bowl of cookie dough, then it's like, I'm just kind of nibbling.
No, because then you can't do like the cookies and milk thing.
I don't need that. I'll drink the milk separate. I'll chase my mouth that's covered in cookie dough with milk.
Cookies and milk might be the greatest snack.
It's a solid contender. I don't know if I would go so far as the greatest.
Like homemade chocolate chip cookies that are still warm and a tall glass of cold milk.
Homemade breast milk. Yeah.
Warm, straight from the teat.
It's sweet.
Just spray it directly on. Yeah. Gross. It's all hot.
Jackie doesn't make homemade cookies.
I didn't know what the last part of that sentence was going to be.
I was going to say, Jackie doesn't make homemade milk.
she has. But she buys like a tube of cookie dough from the store and calls that making cookies. And I'm just like, that's not making cookies.
I'm not here to insult Jackie's cooking.
I thank you.
And that's the end of that statement.
I got you.
I knew there wasn't a butt coming.
You remember that Christmas when I got you the mixer? Get to work, woman.
You mean the paperweight in the corner?
You're like a director. You're like, that George Foreman chicken, it was good. It was good. I just want more out of it. More out of it. More flavor, some seasoning, spice.
I feel like you've turned the George Foreman chicken into this flavorless bland. It's not. She seasons it. It's good. It's just, I guess you don't like it on a grill.
It just gets rid of too much. Well, I mean, I'm sure it's fine. The thing I don't like is when maybe I just have bad memories of the vegetable medleys from grade school. But like when you say like you eat the mixed vegetables, that's like the carrot, pea, corn thing, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't like that.
I do not. What's
like
better? What's a better vegetable experience?
I like so you can like have broccoli and like put some garlic on there and roast it. That tastes way better. You can do the same thing with Brussels sprouts and roast it.
Broccoli, hard to eat.
You can saute asparagus. Well, it's easier to eat when you saute it because you're actually cooking it. It's not, that flavorless mush that is steamed vegetables.
Oh no! But even if you saute and all that, it's like you can't cut it with a fork. Right? Like you can't use the side of the fork really and cut it. It's too strong. And it's too large or too like I think broccoli's hard to eat unless you take a steak knife and really bite size it.
Well, yeah, you bite size it before you put it in the oven. So it's only like the flat side is laying down on the pan and then you're roasting it.
Maybe I haven't had this like I thought I did. I think I'm usually eating a bigger stalk
And
you cut it at the top of the floret and they
and the little florets things, like they get a little crisped. You get a nice little crisp effect on there. So
maybe that's
the way
better. All right, you're kind of winning me over. This might be something I like.
I like steamed vegetables.
No, it's just boring. There's not much flavor to them. Like if you dump a bunch of garlic just on a basic vegetable, it's a million times better.
Yeah, you just got a little garlic powder in the steamer.
I salt the heck out
salt,
of it.
pepper.
I'm not shy with my salt. I've stopped buttering entirely. There's no more butter in my diet. I like butter. Butter's good, but as far as like the pain pleasure balance, butter is like a 30 calories if you do it up like I had been. But now I've grown to appreciate the actual taste of vegetables with too much salt.
Fair. Yeah.
No such thing as too much salt. Good friend of mine taught me that.
Yeah, I learned that from the same guy.
Yeah.
As long as you don't have blood pressure issues, it's what I've always said. There is no such thing as too much salt, as long as you don't have a blood pressure issue. And then
I don't have a blood pressure issue. I have a cholesterol issue.
The whole reason we have blood is to replace salt water, right? We used to be fish. The salt regulated our temperature. It did circulation things. As we've evolved into land animals, now we need salt water, blood in our veins.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, you're a science denier. You're a science denier.
Blood.
So this is why we need salt.
Is that why the fish don't sink?
Yes, probably.
Naturally,
they don't sink because they're swimming. What the fuck are we talking about right now?
Kyle, I'm backing you up on the salt thing.
You just find an evolutionary link to why you need a lot of salt on your broccoli?
Yeah.
If a fish stops swimming, does it just start sinking immediately?
Yeah,
no.
That's what. Yeah.
No, they
float. Not immediately.
Kyle, let's go this way. If I throw a piece of dynamite under the water, what happens to the fish? Do they sink to the bottom?
Well, that's different.
Because it explodes them upward.
That's not what happens. They just float.
Yeah, they do just float. So the way I think they actually maintain their kind of regularity is a lot of them have like bladders that they fill with some such shit that elevates or like controls their, not elevation, but depth.
He's right.
I think that's marine mammals though that do that because they're holding their breath.
No, fish do.
I'm not saying it with
fish have pockets of air inside.
I don't know if
Where
it's
do they
air.
get it?
That just the bladder part is true, and it's not just like a urine bladder. But they do that, and that's how they. I've had sick fish that swim upside down or stay near the surface, and it's because that part of them is fucked up.
Yeah,
fair enough. The more you learn,
fish can turn water into air. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see fish bubbles.
That's how they breathe, probably. They just turn the water into air and breathe air. It's probably
the simplest way to do it.
And they just need salt to make it all happen, probably.
There's no way any of this is true.
I want to start a nature channel where it's like, nature's mysteries. What is the cause of blood in the body? Well, we go all the way back to this little guy, and I hold up like a salt shaker. Salt is known to be lighter than water. I sprinkle it on the water, immediately dissolves. There's no temperature. I drop the shaker in.
The whole shaker.
Well, not this. This is actually heavy salt. Common table salt, responsible for more than you may know.
Yeah, you need you're getting a lot of your iodine from salt. You know, if you don't drink cranberry juice.
Is that where you get it? Cranberry juice?
That's another place you can get it, other than iodized salt.
I bet everybody gets it from salt, though.
Not everybody eats iodized salt. If you're eating kosher salt, you're not getting any iodine.
There is iodized kosher salt.
There is, but most people don't buy that because it's a little more expensive and it's not as fancy looking.
Yeah, I read something. Not read. I saw a YouTube video where they said iodine was like essential to your body not being fat. This is a while ago. I'm like, honey, do we have the iodized salt? And we already did, so that wasn't it. It was probably the trail mix.
The problem's clearly not in the pantry. It's got to be somewhere else.
What could it be?
Yeah.
1,300 calories of trail mix in a bowl to go to sleep with?
If I wake up like in the middle of the night at like 3 a.m. to pee, like now that I'm like eating better and losing weight, like I'm hungry as shit. It's like 3 a.m. and I just want to walk in the kitchen and like make something and or eat like 3 sandwiches. It fucking sucks. Then trying to fall back asleep again, hungry.
Melatonin is your friend. I don't know if you have it. Melatonin, for probably everyone knows what it is, but it's a drug that helps you sleep, but it's in your body's produced naturally. It is not dangerous. And the effect that it has on me, and probably everyone, is about 20 minutes after you take it, you have a 20-minute window in which it is easy to fall asleep. If you're an idiot, like I sometimes am, and just like power through that window watching YouTube videos, then it ends. That's it. But it has no impact on you the next morning. It has no impact on you an hour or even 40 minutes later. And it sometimes I'll be hungry and it's bedtime and I'm trying to choose sleep over snack. Yeah. And the melatonin is the secret weapon there.
Though sometimes I'll take melatonin, it doesn't hit me that hard, but there's this stuff called ZzzQuil. It's basically just Benadryl, but it comes in a liquid and it like looks like a NyQuil container, except it doesn't have like acetaminophen or any of the. It even says on there, like, do not use this for cold or flu. This is just to help you sleep. And like, it's just, you pour a little cup of that, and that's pretty good stuff. It makes me exhausted. It's like taking
this. Yeah. So this is one of Derek's products. It's called Gorilla Dream. And not only does it help with like getting to sleep. Is it
proprietary weed strain, bro?
Sold out.
Gorilla Dream. You can get it on Amazon. I think it's on Amazon. Maybe you can get it there. But it's supposed to give you more vivid dreams. So what I do is I leave my television on and I turn the volume down to like 4 or 5, just so I can barely hear it. And then I play a whole playlist of this like PBS documentary shit about dinosaurs in space. And then I take 4 of those and I go to sleep. And I have the most fucked up, vivid dreams ever. The other night, I literally dreamt the whole season of Walking with Dinosaurs. like I dreamt about stegosauruses and fucking allosauruses and all sorts of shit. It was great.
What are you going to dream about after dinosaurs?
We're going back to space, which is a little terrifying because I'm learning about black holes and stuff and the infiniteness of the galaxy.
Watch like a
little World War. The Napoleon Wars.
The Civil War, a very easy war to fight in. Oh no, I tripped and skinned my knee to the fucking
amputate
leg lopping tray.
Not typhoid again.
Get the bone saw. So I don't see it on Amazon.
Well, that's a shame. I got a bottle of it.
Derek's stuff is always the one you actually want, right? It's like, oh yeah, we didn't go cheap with the ingredients. We didn't like, you like try to improve our margins or anything. This is the best.
No proprietary blend.
Yeah, they tells you what's in it, and it's always like this: no compromises. This is what I think the best product can be, but you can't have it because it's sold out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's often sold out.
Hard scope those products.
You do. Like when he was selling that Turkesterone a few months ago, maybe a month and a half, 2 months ago, he was like, look, this isn't a marketing pitch. This stuff's going to be sold out fast. If you want it, buy it now. And don't just get one bottle. All right? It's going to be gone. And I was like, I'll check in a couple of days to see what happened. Look at it right now. It's sold the fuck out. It's sold out. It's all gone.
Most of his, like, Most of his stuff is sold out. Like, if you go to his website, you can't have it. It's a tease.
Yeah, a lot of stuff sold out. Yeah, he's got a rabid fan base over there.
That's it. Yeah, he was selling one thing. I think there's Gorilla Mine Smooth and then Gorilla Mine like the opposite. It's like a nootropics thing with stims in it. I haven't had it, but I guess it had something in it that Amazon felt like shouldn't be in their stuff. Like you're a bad vendor if you have this in it. So he's like, this is it. We're doing one more batch. One more batch. It's not on Amazon. He's like, there are people who will buy 100 bottles of this. I'm not exaggerating. So we're going to sell it one time. If you want it, get it, and then it'll never be sold again. And I'm like, that's what his fan base is like. There are people who just say, this is the best you can get. I'm buying a lifetime supply, and that's that. But it makes it
I've
hard
got a bottle of that shit.
Do you?
Yeah.
What's your experience with it?
I honestly, I don't take it, so I don't know. Like, it's just sitting, like, I'm taking so many fucking pills already with my load stack and everything that, like, I mean, I literally have like this double handful of pills, and I've gotten so good at taking them now that I grab them like I'm grabbing handfuls of popcorn and like gulp them down. And I'm like, I guess I've like gotten rid of most of my gag reflex at this point because I can feel the pills like going down. So I just get another swig of water.
I'm going to appreciate that at the meetup.
You will.
I've started taking a caffeine pill just really recently. I've had like 2 or 3 in my life. That's exactly the bottle I have. It's about 2.5 cups of coffee. And my gosh, my whole day is better. It lasts a long time. The half-life is like 5 hours. So take it before lunch. Don't go taking an afternoon caffeine pill.
Yeah.
And, I feel like I'm in a better mood, more effective workout. I'm more, Kyle's showing off. But my question is, so I'm so new to this. What do I have a tolerance? Should I use every rest day as a no caffeine day? Will that be enough to make sure I don't need to, like, because you can get withdrawal symptoms, headaches and stuff from not having caffeine.
I don't drink a lot of caffeine on off days, and like I never took the caffeine pills consistently enough to build up a tolerance. I think I did it for like 2 weeks, like 9 months ago, and then I just started again like 3 weeks ago, and I'm like a couple weeks in, like I'm still getting that good feeling, that buzz of like, damn, I'm feeling like rip roaring to go.
Yeah.
Like
I had leg day today, and then after like 2 hours later, I'm like, Colin, let's go skateboarding. And that's a caffeine pill side effect. That doesn't happen, normal me.
And it's speeding up your metabolism at least a tiny bit, right?
Yes.
I've read that.
It's your heart rate's higher. That's the whole reason to take it for cardio and stuff.
Then maybe I'll start taking them every day.
Every hour.
Every hour. If one pill helps you lose a little weight, 100 pills.
That is how it.
I die.
Kyle, what time do you go to bed, dude? You just took a caffeine pill.
11 a.m. something like that.
You're fucking with me.
He's not.
No, his sleep cycle is on a constant like work around the clock. In about a month, he'll be waking up at. No, it is like
no.
Just like 2 weeks ago, Kyle. You were like, I'm like on the Brighton early. I'm up at 8.
Am I right?
It moves around. It moves around to whatever I need it to be. But
like,
yeah.
Have you not been solid night shift for like 4 months now, or is Taylor right?
Ever since I've been playing Rust on the night shift for a while now, maybe about a month solid of like night shift. So I wake up about an hour before we have to do a show, and then I stay up for about 16 hours. Yeah, which means 6 p.m. So then I stay up for about another 16, 17 hours. So around 11 a.m., I'll turn on the old PBS documentary and take my gorilla sleep or gorilla dream and head on off to sleep. Yeah, I just sleep all the way through the day. Sometimes it's a week I don't see the sun. It's glorious.
It sounds kind of pleasant. I think for me, it would breed depression eventually. But the way you're like, you know what? I spend all night playing video games with friends, and then I have my gorilla dream, and I dream of animals and spaceships and who knows what the fuck else, and then you repeat. That's life. What's your life like? Like, well,
yeah. I love how guys like, I can't smoke pot, so I will jerry rig a drug-like experience for nighttime.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm getting a little burnt out on the Rust. I think maybe I might take this next week off because we've been playing for like 4 wipes straight and like just going so fucking hard in the paint.
Going back to Age of Mythology.
I'm not doing that. That's far too time consuming. I might play some Total War Warhammer, some RTS or something like that. Haven't played that in a bit.
You play that, I'll jump in with you.
Ooh.
I haven't played since the last time we played together, so it's been years.
Yeah, I watch a lot of that content. I watch Turin's been putting on these tournaments on YouTube, so I watch like, I don't know, probably watch 2 hours of that a day at least of Total War Warhammer 2 content. But yeah, I've been going real hard. The sleep schedule is completely reversed. It's 6 p.m.
It's stable, right? Am I wrong about that?
Right now, it's stable because of rust. Yeah, it's been real stable.
It sounds like Taylor's right then, because I thought you were stable night shift for like 7 months now.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, but it would fluctuate a little bit. But I'm always up at like midnight to 4 a.m. Like whether that's when
the
I'm
core
like
of your day.
Yeah, like whether that is like early for me or late for me is what changes. But I'm always up like through the middle of the night. Like that, the only difference is like, is it shifted 6 hours forward or backwards? So that like, oh, we woke up at 11 p.m. So like, 3 a.m. is just the beginning of the day. It's like noon for me. Or is it like, oh, we woke up at 3 p.m. today. So 3 a.m. is like
9 p.m.
Evening time for me. That's what would really change. But I'm always up from like 1, 2, 3 in the morning. Like no matter what, I'm
you
never
wouldn't want to
asleep.
miss 3 a.m. That would be silly.
3 a.m. is a big part of my day. It's when nobody's out and about. It's great. I've been trying to stay away. I like going out, but I don't like potentially getting COVID. So, yeah.
I have some friends that seem to like laugh at people who are COVID scared, and like they were telling a story and they're like, yeah, this guy, his job required him to go in a hospital. And to him, it was like 28 days later in there. He wanted to get in, he wanted to get out. He was concerned. He felt like he was at COVID risk. And I'm thinking,
yeah,
he's not crazy, right? Like it's a hospital. It's filled with COVID patients.
Yeah, of course.
Like
I have to go to a hospital about once every 1 to 2 months because I pick up Kitty's prescriptions for her. She's got a bunch, and I've explained it before, but like you have to go to this one hospital, and they have a pharmacy downstairs that does it, that covers through all of her health insurance nonsense. And I dread it every fucking time. I go in there with my mask on, and I'm just like a fucking surgeon walking in there, like, get away from me, keep your fucking distance. Like I just want the drugs.
Well
and
known. Hospitals are full of disease. That's where the sick people go.
That's where the sick people go.
This is checking out. This makes sense. Yeah.
You like grossed out by a guy with got in a motorcycle accident. You're like, oh,
keep your contagion away. Look what it's done. Look what the COVID did to that guy. Half his face is gone.
Oh my God. The COVID rug or what? Street burn, whatever it's called.
Road
Crayola. Road
meat
rash.
crayon.
Am I right to say that your passion for motorcycles has kind of waned? Like
I'm just sort of putting everything off because I'm so close to freedom that like I don't want to like get held down by making a major purchase of something like a motorcycle or a car right now, because I feel like I could get like the call tomorrow. They're like, you're free to go, and it's just like, all right, got to figure out a moving situation and someone to do it because I'm heading to the airport. Like I just want to like go immediately and get and leave, and I don't want to be tied down by any real material possessions. I've got things here that I'm not leaving behind. Like I like my bed, I like my dressers, I like my living room furniture, and all my kitchen gadgets, and I've got a couple of really big TVs and all my gaming shit and my whole setup here and all this, my wardrobe. But that's about all I'm taking. And then that all needs to be packed up, U-hauled across the country. Like I've been making plans. Like every evening, I put some thought into like what that move is going to be like and how to facilitate it efficiently and quickly and cheaply all at the same time. Like I really hope I can get somebody like Jeremy to like drive a U-Haul with everything I own in it across the country, while I immediately like fly there, get an Airbnb, while I start looking for houses and figure and if I can't find a house to purchase fast enough, I'm just going to rent a house, even if it's for like 6 months, while I like make a non-rushed purchasing decision of a house. Like I'm going as soon as possible. Though. There's no way I'm staying in Georgia while I research houses that are in Colorado for months at a time, and then going through what's that process?
Closing?
going through a potential like 30-day closing or something like that. No, I want to be high as soon as it's fucking possible, and I want to stay high forever.
Yeah, just a few months from now, you'll be like, "Can you believe that I used to put on PBS and take sleep pills to try and get high?"
No, because like when I'm high, first of all, I have no dreams when I'm high, and I sleep so well every night. It's 8 hours of the most restful sleep ever. I wake up and I'm just like, don't even yawn. You're so rested. You're just like, all right, the day begins. Like, gotta get high again. Let's get to it.
Oh, well, I've woken up not high. Time to get high.
Luckily, I took an edible before I fell asleep, so I'm still a little high from that, but not high enough.
Your tolerance is going to go from 0 to so high so quickly.
I'm going to enjoy that ride.
You're going to be like 2 months in and be like, I got to take a tea break already. I'm not high from anything.
So yeah, I haven't lost enthusiasm for the motorcycle or a new car. Those are things I still look at pretty frequently. I'm going to get the Shadow 60. I think that's what I was set on. Is it
Jaguar?
No, that's the motorcycle. It may not even be the Shadow. It's the I think
Indian?
it's the Indian, the 60, the 5-speed, not the 6-speed. I like that one. It's like 1100 cc motorcycle, but whatever, fuck it, I don't care. It's the one that looks cool and sounds good. And I've seen a lot of like people say it's a decent beginner's bike. I'm just not going to twist the fucking accelerator to the point where I murder myself. Like I think I can handle that. I'm not going to be one of those people that's like interested even in going like super fast or even accelerating super fast. Just I'm going to ride that thing from like 0 to 50 miles per hour on streets and stuff and just cruise around. That's my use case. In the car, I'm pretty interested in the Jaguar F-Type. Like a 2017, 2018
Good-looking
S.
car.
I think so too. I don't give a fuck what anybody says about maintenance or any of that nonsense. I'll just pay to maintain it. Like, okay. Also interested in maybe getting like a Corvette and like a beater truck to handle my 4x4 needs instead of the one car that does both. Either way,
a Corvette and a Jag.
No. A Corvette and a beater truck. So the reason I like the Jaguar so much is it's an all-wheel drive sports car that looks nice.
And that's an alternative idea pair of cars.
Yeah, the alternative idea would be a pair of cars, one being like a $45,000-$50,000 Corvette, and the other being like a $2,000 4x4 truck to like get me to the gas station or the grocery store, or
1970 something Dodge Power Wagon.
Yeah, or like an International or something like something kind of crazy and ridiculous, like an old Wagoneer. Or an old Ford Bronco
metal
or
dashboard.
something. Yeah, metal dashboard. Like, just don't give a fuck. As long as it's got a heater and a seatbelt, like, just don't care. 4x4 truck. But yeah, I'm still like interested in those things, passionate about those things. It's just that like I feel like I might be on the cusp of something happening, and I just.
Do you have any evidence?
No, none.
Yeah. Dude, my gut. This might be good because my gut feelings have been 100% wrong all the way. There were times pre-trial when this was hanging over your head as a big stress point, and I'm like, are they still mad at you about that? Like, I figured they'd have forgot, like, let it go by now. Turns out they hadn't let it go. Now, I'm like, no, Kyle, you're going to serve the whole 2 years.
I might.
But I've been wrong about everything. So it's a good sign.
Yeah, broken clock, write twice a day and all that nonsense. But still, yeah, the COVID thing, I've said it before, but the COVID thing has the court system so jammed up, and they're like not reviewing cases right now. Otherwise, I would be able to get my case in for review and be able to say, hey, I've done, what is it now? It's almost February. So like, I've done 16 months of 24 months, of my probation. I haven't had a single infraction. I've passed every drug test. I did my paid my fines, did my fucking post-sentencing and pre-sentencing therapy classes. I did my drug class in prison. Can I go now?
What the fine? Was it substantial?
$5,000, something like that.
In between, right? Like not life-altering, but not.
Apparently, it was very odd for me to just pay it all in one lump sum and get it over with. Because like as soon as I got the bill for the fine, I like sent him a check for $5,000, and so my probation officer was like, "Yeah, and you're gonna want to get your fines paid, like sometime in the next 2 years for sure." And I'm like, I paid that before I went into prison. He's like, all of it? I'm like, yeah, I was in possession of $5,000. So,
I'm in for distribution. You think I can't afford the fund?
I might have beaten that distribution charge, but let's just say I've got $5,000 laying around. That's not a good joke to make. That's all. That's a joke. That's a joke.
I made the joke.
He's got $50,000 in drug money laying around.
Stop! I have no drug money. I've never sold a penny's worth of weed. Look,
no. Technically, they were buying the box it came in. All right, that's never sold the drugs.
Like I always say, I fully admit to buying all the weed I could ever find, but to sell it, that's like that doesn't even compute in my mind. I love weed so much. Like there's no way that you have enough money to buy my weed. That's how much. It's like offering to buy someone's children from them. It's like, all right, you got $1 billion? Well, I would never pay that for a child. I could get a Chinese baby for $50,000. Exactly. I market value of my weed doesn't even approach the value that I place on my weed. So why would I ever sell any weed? I've never had so much weed that I had enough to sell anyway. I've never possessed an ounce. I don't know what an ounce of weed looks like. I've never had more than half an ounce because I thought I was like teetering on some sort of legal scary level by staying under half an ounce. Like when I got busted, it was 14 grams, I think. Yeah. An ounce is 28 grams. And they claim they found some crumbses on some jacketses back at my house. But look, I don't think they're lying about that. I'm sure they found something at my house, like some crumbses. But if I'd known I had those crumbses, I'd have smoked those motherfuckers up because I thought I was fresh out. Like there's no way I would have been picking up another bag of weed if I knew there were some crumbs back at home. You don't think I'll smoke the crumbs? I'll make tea out of the stems.
Yeah. Even if it just makes me feel it's just a little okay for a while.
I used to like clean my bong and get that black goo out of the bottle.
Oh, you were smoking res?
It's like tar, the consistency, like it's sticky. And like if I was
light it and it starts bubbling,
I would be completely out of weed though. And so like
it's not crazy to smoke tar. You have to understand I was running low.
I was out. and so like I would like take my like water pipe that had the accumulated goo in it and I would pour water in it and then I would shake it really hard upside down onto like a plate. And then like just like an old gold miner, I would like rotate the plate so that the water spilled over. And if I did it just right, the goo would stick to the edge of the plate.
What is that process called?
Panning. So I'm in the bathroom panning for goo.
That's not a very good turnout. This is barely enough to get high.
So you've got shake it all out into this plate and then pan for goo. And after a while, you've got like a plate that's mostly dry, but has like black goo all over the rim of it. And I'd be like, baby, it's time to smoke some goo. And she's like, not the goo. And I'm like, that's all we got, baby. We got to smoke the goo. And I take a razor blade and I do like semicircles, pressing really hard to like get all the goo and then like flick the water off the goo and then get it in the bowl again and then re-smoke that goo. And first of all, it's incredibly harsh. I'll admit, like I would cough and it tasted awful, but it gets you so fucking high. Oh, like yeah. Because it's marijuana concentrate. It's concentrate because it's like it's the remainder of smoking concentrate, and it's like been condensed down even more. So
I thought you were talking about so in college, I remember using like that flour, like the goo that would be in the flour if you were just totally out.
This is
trying to use that.
I want that story to be our first PKA animation story. It should end with that line that I just said.
Well, you guys want to call it a show? I'm starving.
I'm not. But
so Danny Mullen, next time we work on the audio things, we missed a lot of the funny stuff you say. Where can everybody find your stuff and your antics?
Just Danny Mullen on all platforms. Yeah, sorry. Next time I'll take a caffeine pill. I'll have one of my guys come over and make sure the mic works too. I'm a fucking dummy. And Yeah, dude, I'll smoke some goo. No, but I miss doing this, guys. I'll come back on soon with a functioning mic and maybe a cup of coffee. Yeah, I miss doing this with you guys. Let's do it again soon.
Good. Yeah,
like
love
that.
that.
It's always
fun,
fun.
man. Always.
All right. Any outros?
Nope, we are good.
PKA 527.